that you have attempted and conspired.
Not that you've conspired. Not that you even agreed that they should go on with the other plan they have, but you have actually expressed interest by getting to know more about it. You have become a person of concern. And the law expects you that within reasonable time, you ought to have reported. If you don't report, you may not be found foul for treason, but misprision of treason. Catch up with you.
Now, but you may be found culpable for treason itself.
Exactly.
Because here it says in 19 clause 17c that in taking part or being concerned in or inciting or conspiring with any person to make or take part or be concerned in any such attempt. Just the attempt, not the actual thing that's been done.
In fact, what is even very unique about the offense of treason is that in most cases, it is those who fail who would find themselves guilty of the offense. If you succeed, who then will place you before court?
Right.
Of all the coups that we've had in Ghana, all those coups that you've succeeded, who has been tried?
Right.
But it is when you fail. So this is one of the offenses as good as suicide. It's the only offense that if you don't fail in succeeding, you are likely to face punishment.
Yeah, because if you succeed, you form a government.
Absolutely.
And you determine what happens.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But there's a clause in our constitution that allows citizens to restore the constitution.
Right.
And if they do so, you may be found, you can come under Article 3A. Yes.
All right.
So Samson, let me just add. So you would see that within our law, the 19.7, it is on the basis of the C, 17 clause C, that they have found some of the people to have attempted and has agreed. That's why they have found themselves and the penalty that had been given to them.
Right.
So it is on this that they said they took part of it and it was an attempt. That they took part of it, they agreed. As to what the elements to what was seen or the inference of their agreement is a different matter.
Right.
But once you have made an attempt or you have agreed with somebody, then it is on this basis. So the young soldiers who were convicted were all convicted based on attempt. The charge of attempt into
conspiracy.
Conspiracy.
The abetment, two people.
Two persons.
They were, yes.
ACP Agozo
and
Colonel Gameli.
Right.
But they were all exonerated.
Right.
Because the evidence did not support the charge.
Right. Colonel Gameli, it was found that it was his subordinate who had mentioned him. And he had also, he had been found to have exchanged WhatsApp with a nurse of the hospital belonging to MacPalm. Right. Okay.
But there was actually an allegation that he made confessions of knowledge
which they couldn't prove.
And they couldn't prove it under cross-examination.
That's right.
And so failure to prove that inures to his benefit.
Right.
Yes.
Great. All right. So if you are just joining us, you are on the law. This is your legal light. It is your health law. We just began with treason, and we have gone to some other aspects of it, but we are going to high treason. And the two gentlemen in the studio right here, Victor Kojoga Dawudu and Lamting Apanga, have just come out of one of such trial. And so we are seeking to benefit
as lawyers.
Yes. They are seeking to benefit from their fresh, reading around and practice around this. Right. Now, shall we now move to what high treason is? We've just dealt with treason, which it says consists in levying war against Ghana. You levy a war, or you assist another state or a person to incite, or you conspire with another person to levy war. So you are levying war against Ghana. Or you are attempting by force of arms or other violent means to overthrow the organs of government. Organs of government. And then C, number 3, you are being concerned, you are taking part in, or you are being concerned in, or you are inciting, or you are conspiring with some other people to take part or be concerned in it. So, let's begin with you on this one. What then is high treason? That would mean a treason that is higher.
So there are two sets. The Act 29, which is the Criminal Offences Act, establishes treason. And then the Constitution provides the basis for high treason. Article 3, subclause 3A says clearly that any person by himself or in consent with other persons through violence or other means attempts to overthrow, abrogate the Constitution shall be liable for high treason and will suffer death. The punishment, unfortunately, for both treason and high treason is the same. You suffer death. But in high treason, you can act alone, on your own, or by yourself. Or you may act in concert with other persons. You may also act through violent or non-violent means. It says any other means to overthrow the Constitution.
Unlawful means.
Unlawful means. Unlawful means. So your means may not necessarily be violent. It could even be by way of speech, which may not be violent, but by the conduct. You may also be planning something that may not be violent, but by the way you conduct yourself, and that conduct being unlawful, that seeks to overthrow the government or the Constitution, abrogate the Constitution, you fall foul of high treason. Simple as it is.
Victor, overthrow the Constitution. What does that mean?
Overthrow the Constitution is that the Constitution will no more be in operation. It says it comes to an end.
It says to suspend or overthrow or abrogate the Constitution or any part of it.
Yeah, so that means that all the arrangements we have made when it comes to the organs of government, Parliament ceases not to be there again, the executive, the appointees, everybody, it comes to a halt. So that's what it says. But let me also look at the high treason. You know, the high treason, if you look at it, the kind of punishment that comes with it and the mode is what normally, for me, changes the whole dynamics. If you look at the treason, yes, you go for death. And the other ones talks about first-degree felony. Those other ones. But now when it comes to high treason, the standard is so high. That is why you need 3 high court judges. 3 high court judges to sit. If it is only treason or treason felony, the law is that you have to go a judge with the jury. A judge with the jury. Now, so you would see this particular case with treason. They were charged with treason felony. They went through the committal proceedings, and we got to the High Court when a jury was empaneled. So, jury was empaneled. It was to start hearing the matter on Tuesday, only Thursday to go and report, and they were arrested. So that was when it was changed to high treason. That now we had to come before 3 High Court judges. Now, if you read the high treason from the Blacks, you see
Black's Law.
Yeah, Black's Law Dictionary, from the medieval days, is the kind of punishment they give you that makes it, they call it high treason. If you allow me, I'll read it from here, the Black's Law. The judgment of high treason was, until very lately, an exception to the merciful tenor of our judgments. The least offensive form which is given in the books is that the offender is carried back to the place from whence he came, and from thence to draw to a place of execution, and there hanged by the neck and cut down alive, and that his entrails be taken out and buried before his face, and his head cut off, and his body divided into 4 quarters, and his head and quarters disposed of at the king's pleasure. The king's pleasure. So that is why it was the king that at that time, to make it high treason, you have to be hanged. You have to be executed.
Is that why in this particular case of Dr. McPalm, the judgment concludes by saying this? Uses same words that you have just referred to here.
Yes.
It concludes by saying, this court, having found you guilty of conspiracy to commit crime, namely high treason, and high treason as your respective cases may be as contained in this judgment, the sentence of the court upon you is that you be taken from hence.
Yes.
You just read that from
I just from
you be taken from hence to the prison designated by the Republic, and that you be there hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your body be afterwards buried in such a place as the president may order.
At his pleasure.
And may God have mercy on your souls.
Yes. So this is, for me, that's why the high treason. However, I think upon hindsight, and I believe that I'm using my words advisedly, the learned Attorney General led the court in the kind of imposition, especially when it comes to the sentence. Because, you know, our attention, we were made to believe by the media and that the death penalty and others have not been assented to. That's what we've been made to believe. Apparently, that death penalty has been assented to by the president.
Yeah, it has, but the president appears, there has been communication that suggests that even though it was assented to earlier, there's a communication official that suggests that it has not been assented.
No, it was assented, it's been gazetted on the 2nd of August, 2023. So if that was the law at the time, and it says that every death, if you suffer death, should be committed into life imprisonment, it means that that was on our statute book before judgment was given. And I'm sure the court wanted to find out. So once the thing had been assented and it's all over, it was until I saw gazetted. It was assented and not gazetted, we could. But it was assented and gazetted. I realized that no, maybe we had been misled.
So if you're getting a little lost, there has been a process in Parliament for the repeal of the death sentence. But are there not different death sentence regimes? There is one in the Armed Forces Act. Yes. Is that not what has been repealed and not the one in the Constitution? Because the Constitution, this one in the Constitution, you need a process other than what was undertaken to repeal it. So the death sentence is still, if you are charged under the Constitution,
yes,
the death sentence is still on your head.
Yes, yes, but the execution. So that has not been defined. The mode has not been defined. But we have law. You know, the death sentence, it goes with about 9 offenses. That is, it goes with piracy, hijacking. It goes with the armed forces when there's mutiny, or when you are in command of the army and you would give the unit and others to the enemy. You are not able to discharge. Those are the things that...
Desertion.
Desertion and the rest. It comes with the death.
Okay.
Now, when we have a law, this is my argument. When we have a law which has now prescribed what is death penalty, all the rest have not described what... It just says you suffer death. Now, there's a Death Penalty Act, Act 1101, which has been assented to. It's become part of our law. It is my contention and belief that whilst going to give that sentence, you look at that law. Because at the time, the sentence, and don't forget Republic versus Boso.
But if you are charged under the Constitution,
exactly,
and the provision in the Constitution, which is still that you suffer death, and that has not been, amended.
What is curious is that the judges actually asked the Attorney General, has the president assented to that law? And the Attorney General told the court, in open court that no, the president has not assented to it.
I think that's where the controversy is. I think there has been information in the public which suggests that the president has not assented, even though we knew that he had assented earlier. So how do we deal with that situation?
So even if we are saying that the process for amending the constitution, if this is supposed to amend the constitution, it is wrong, there was no need to even inquire whether the president has assented to it in the first place, because we don't need an act of parliament to amend this. We need to go to another process to amend this. And so that created some confusion and doubt in the minds of everyone. But what is more disturbing, that the Attorney General told the public that no.
So the court?
The court.
Okay.
That has not been assented, when indeed we have found out that it has been assented and gazetted.
This was asked on the day of judgment?
Yes.
Not before that day?
No,
so
on
that
the day of judgment.
You would have had time to prepare to help?
Yes.
Absolutely.
But Samson, this is the issue. The issue is that once we are going, and we will definitely go and test the law, that was a law that was on our statute book. If you look at the Criminal Code 180, where it also talks about high treason, it only says you suffer death, right? So if you read the two, it is the same rendition, the Constitution and that of the Criminal Act 29. So what is the intendment as to death penalty? If the sanction is death penalty, what is the intendment and the motive? Is it that our intendment, or with all the protocols we have signed, the international instruments, we have come to a point and we say that death should be converted into life imprisonment? I think that will be one of the issues that the Supreme Court will be able to pronounce on for everybody to come and understand.
Okay, since you are taking us already into the case that the court decided, the High Court decided on the Wednesday, the 24th of January 2024, let's go there a bit. And that is the case of the Republic versus Dr. Frederick McPalm, deceased. He died in the course of the case, and 9 others, right? So there were 10 in all. And 6 of the accused persons were convicted and sentenced to death by hanging, and 3 of them escaped. As I mentioned to you earlier, this is how the 3 persons escaped. According to the judgment, the 3 of them who escaped are the 5th accused person, the 7th accused person, and the 10th accused person. The 5th accused person is Colonel Samuel Kujo Gameli. He's a senior military officer. WhatsApp communication was discovered between him and a nurse of the Citadel Hospital. The Citadel Hospital belongs to McPalm, the doctor who is said to be at the center of all of this. Upon the arrest of McPalm and his friends, that's how he got arrested. Allegation that he confessed to knowing about the activities of the TAG group, they call it the Take Action Ghana group, in plotting a coup, was never backed with evidence. He was only mentioned by his subordinate to McPalm. He was said to be one to provide communication support for the group, for the coup. He was charged with abetment, and he got himself freed because the prosecution said he made a confession when they arrested him. The court said, show the evidence of the confession. The prosecution didn't have it. Now the 7th accused, Corporal Seidu Abubakar, he's with the Air Force Base. He was seen only once at the many meetings that the group had. He was seen in only one of those meetings. It was proving that he only accompanied a colleague of his, Ali Solomon, and he sat far away from a discussion that was ongoing at the next door beach resort. That's the only attempt, the only time he was seen in any such meeting. And he never participated in any of the meetings. He was never on any of the many videos of the group plotting activities. He was charged with conspiracy and high treason, and he escaped. Then 10, finally, ACP Dr. Benjamin Kwasi Agojo is a senior police officer. He was outside of the country when he was invited to join the group on a WhatsApp platform. And he was invited due to his public advocacy at the time. He donated 2,000 cedis to support medical outreach of the group, an NGO. He was told it was an NGO and was involved in medical outreaches. So there was no proof that he was ever on the group's executive WhatsApp platform where coup plot discussions took place. So this is how he got out. And the court said the allegations against him were not proven. The prosecution failed to prove mens rea, an intention, that he had an intention to assist or encourage MacPam to overthrow the government. He was charged with abetment and he survived. In this case, does it become a bit, clear to you that because of the sort of activities that the people are said to have been involved in, potentially the crime of treason, there was reasonable suspicion, at least?
I think that was not considered at all by the court. But if you say somebody, he must have knowledge, he must be there. Just like the 8th accused person. He actually went there with A7, who was acquitted. They were not sitting in the meeting. He was not even captured in any of the videos.
No, he said the A7, that is Seidu,
yes.
Abubakar, he said the A8, the 8th accused person, is his friend, actually
yes.
his roommate.
Yes.
And that they went to buy fish.
Yes.
And then on their way back, somebody called his friend to come to the next door beach resort. So he simply followed him there.
Yes.
When he got there, his friend and that person were having their discussion. And he sat in a hut different from them. So that's how he got escaped. Yes. He escaped.
Yes, the two of them were not part of the meeting.
I see.
The two of them were not part of the meeting. It was the person who invited them, who is A9, that after the meeting, he went and beckoned him and they had a discussion. They had been friends. They had been families from Sandema.
Okay.
All along. So the 9 and 8 have been families since childhood. So for him, there was nothing to show that there was a role that he played. So for me, it gives me some...
Was he not seen in some of the videos?
No, it was only one video. The other one is that he also accompanied A9 Palm's house.
So more than once.
Yes, and even
you are faulting the judgment. You are happy. You're happy about those who you got off, but those that you couldn't get off, you are not happy about.
That's not the issue. If for me, it is about the proof. It's about the defense. As a lawyer, when it comes to criminal matters, even if the defense is so weak, you think it's so weak, you have to evaluate it. And I'm saying that the evaluation that has been done, if it was done just like it was done for 8-7, I'm sure most of them will have been off the hook. When they arrest you, and to say things that have been found belongs to you, you need to sign an inventory to show that in my presence, these things have been found. Where they said they have found the guns, the pipes, and the rest, A2 was not there. A2 was not there.
Interesting.
Are you getting it?
Yeah.
So this is why I'm saying that if some of the evidence, the defense we had put, I'm sure once the court looked at the evidence, because this is a man who says that he's been given a device to record all the processes. But there are processes that he says it happened, he never recorded. All he says is that I had forgotten my device. But these were instances that you have made allegations. There's an interesting one.
Okay.
You see where they said they found the sketch. The sketch, A3 says he drew it himself.
A2 is the blacksmith.
The blacksmith. Now, was found in McPalm's drawer. He said he drew it and he labeled all this. So at cross-examination, I just said, okay, if you drew it, then take a paper. The names you've written, how you labeled it, write the names for me. He wrote Appoint Parliament, Obechebi Circle. He couldn't spell it. He couldn't even write it. The handwriting is so different.
Okay, let's see what let me come to
You know?
Apanga.
Yes.
Yes, and there was this exhibit G13.
Yes.
And the exhibit G13 is a transcription of the meeting held on the 28th of July 2019.
Yes.
And it says, I read, in these discussions with A3 present, and which he contributed to, for instance, discussions were had with Dr. McPalm on how much ammunition would be needed and the casualties. In fact, at page 6 of 38 of exhibit G13, for instance, A3 was asking whether the trigger for detonating the bombs is like remote control, to which Dr. McPalm responded inter alia that we don't want to kill too much. If killing comes, it is just the way it should be, but we should be able to do this in a way that casualties will be on the minimum side. Then they talk about a few other things, including where there is a discussion about sort of abducting the president, vice president, and other people. Yeah. The person you were dealing with, the only woman,
yes, A6,
a soldier,
yes,
appears to have been playing, according to the judgment, yes, the role of recruiting people that they wanted, because they wanted to recruit people. And they said that they were recruiting people, you get 50,000 cedis each, and they wanted about 20 people, and also testing of weapons and other things.
That allegation is completely untrue. A6 never played any role of recruiting persons or soldiers onto the group. A6 is a friend of A3. Mind you, A6 is a cook in the military. And cooks or caterers, people go to them because of food. They go there to eat or get food to eat and all that, or arrange for food and all that. So A3 and A6 have been friends, and they have Upper West connection already.
A3 is a fleet manager.
Yes.
Okay.
So he goes there to have a conversation. Say, "Oh, Charlie, I'm going to meet some friends at next door. Can you come along? And who can you call along to come along?" So Sule is my friend. Sule Awaf, who ended up to be PW3. So I can go with you. Then he joins them. Mind you, next door is a resort, a beach resort. People go there to hang out, to have beer and the rest. So
that's right.
They join each other. And under cross-examination, Sule Awaf was asked, "Did you know the purpose of the meeting before attending?" He says, "No, I wasn't informed." "Who did you go with?" I went with A6. We sat in the same vehicle.
So A6, A7, A8, A9, they are all soldiers.
Yes.
Right, for the benefit of our audience.
So A6 introduces Sule Awaf, PW3, to A3 and McPalm at the meeting. But she introduced as a friend without having knowledge of what was going to be discussed. And that was the only meeting she attended. Now, unfortunately, one meeting has been split into two videos where she's accused of attending two meetings, because obviously if you know the purpose of the meeting the first time and you go on to attend again, then in effect you are conspiring. You are agreeing to act together, or you are acting together.
Oh, so it's only one meeting.
She's
found it in a video and not two.
No two videos. Unfortunately, one meeting has been split into two videos and one other audio. So there are three exhibits against her.
Let's see what the appeal will say.
Absolutely. So we had, and during cross-examination, we put it out. Look at the video clearly. Look at the background of the video. Look at the dress, the outfit that people are wearing in the video. And tell me if this video is not the same as the video you had here.
But it is significant. What was she doing in that one video?
In that one video, it was a drinking conversation. They all met at the beer bar to have a conversation. And at a beer, but any conversation can come up. In fact, at that meeting, the conversation was about the failure of the government, that the government has performed poorly, and there's a need for them to sit up and ensure that they will do the right thing, ensure that they will have the best government in the next elections. So they all had all manner of discussions, throwing words around. Unfortunately, the audio evidence that was brought, and the court rejected that audio evidence, that she had made allegation that we must eliminate the president. It was an audio evidence, and that audio cannot be attributed to her. We challenged it, and the court in its judgment, you would realize, the court said that they will place no weight on that exhibit, and rather place weight on a part of a video, which is the second video, where she's heard saying that she needs money for the boys. And also her saying that she cannot use her money to buy credit and call A3. And there was some exchanges between herself and A3 in respect of, oh, why can't you call? You are a member of the executive. Why can't you call?
So,
and don't forget that at the background...
This is the law. It's your legal light. It's your health law. And I admit that this discussion, the portion we have gotten to, is very technical and difficult. And you see, I try to jump in a way to help you join us. That's the best I can do. I'm not too sure they can get any...
No, maybe let me break it down.
So you
let me just finish up this.
Yeah.
So the mere fact that she says that she cannot buy her own credit and use it to call the gentleman. The gentleman now claiming that she is a member of the executive. Why can't she do that? Now, don't forget that at the background of this is that they are forming an NGO, TAG, which essentially is to educate the public, more or less a civil society group, to advance whatever agenda they have. And so if a member of the executive says that I cannot use my money to buy credit, you should buy me credit, what shows that that credit or that conversation is aimed at overthrowing the government?
But the TAG executive platform,
yes,
which is the WhatsApp group,
yes,
the judgment shows that this is the place where discussions about coup take place.
Thank you.
That's why ACP Abojo was saved, because he was not on that platform.
The good thing is that A6 was never on that platform. She was never on that platform. She was never on any WhatsApp platform.
The soldiers were not on that platform.
Not about the soldiers. I'm talking specifically about A6. Yeah. A6 was never on any platform at all. She attended that meeting and said that she won't go for any other meeting again and never showed up in anything. So if you read the judgment will tell you that besides that, A6 was not found on any platform. Agojo's case, he was able to ask that, what is the purpose of this platform? And he was told the aim and objective of the group. It's an NGO, ABC, and said, okay, I'm ready to join. But he was never on the executive platform.
All right. So a while ago, you saw a portion of the judgment that was, yes, this is the portion that I read where the discussions were going on about bombs and casualties and is it how to deal with the president, the vice president, chief of defense staff, and so on and so forth. And they are speaking about the other side, which gives them reason to think that when they go on appeal, some of those who have also been convicted may get their freedom. Now, as we wrap up, the activities that are suggested in this judgment, the question I ask is, they give room for suspicion of the subject we are discussing, treason or high treason, don't they?
No. Yes, I would say no. I would say that yes, some maybe when you look at it, it is what happened.
Somebody
not
gets
all of
together.
them. Not all of them.
Let's say Dr. Mapam.
Yes.
Gets together and say, I want to do ABC. He goes to look for somebody, a blacksmith, who is manufacturing guns. So they help him to buy material. Then he comes to the hospital, uses the X-ray laboratory, and turns it into a manufacturer. And there is an attempt to go and test them, and some soldiers that are being recruited into it.
Yes.
Some have actually infiltrated, and they are talking to the state that this is going on, and they have monitored over a period and gathered the evidence to use against them.
No. When it comes to what happened, may you so rest in peace, Dr. McPalm. Initially, when they started, it was the Sule who came in, who infiltrated, and now was bringing the idea of a coup d'etat. which Dr. McPalm at a point was buying into. Right. He brought the whole
So
idea.
it's like an agent provocateur.
Yes,
what-
agent provocateur thing.
that they planted the guy in and then he led them on to
But
do
there's
something
evidence-
to do
There is-
with
there's
it.
so
evidence to
evidence.
show that at some point they showed disinterest in whatever activity.
Whatever
And he kept-
Sule was
he-
saying.
He kept pushing to the point where he told him that he's even going to Boko. He needs money to go to Boko. And this Sule, we
buy
have-
Who
guns.
showed this interest at a certain point?
McPalm.
McPalm.
And at a point, Sule was pushing him that he needs money to go to Boko to procure arms. And we have proven that Sule, who is PW3 in this case, actually got into the Ghana Armed Forces with fake certificates.
No,
We have been able to discredit this person so badly that I doubt how we could any value on his testimony.
Samson, what I can only say is that, look, what actually happened was that when they were on the TAG platform, they registered TAG.
Yeah. TAG is a Take
Yes,
Action Ghana.
It's been
McPalm's
registered.
group.
But when they started the platform, the kind of following they had on the platform and the kind of people who were on the platform, I'm sure that was when they realized that if we don't move in, and they intended to go on demonstration on the heels of the Ayawaso thing. That was when they barged in. So it was more of the platform thing that they started, and even Dr. Sam, he was always inciting the revolutionary things, and they always said, no, we want to go, because their aim was to become a political party. Their aim was to become a political party. And you see, there were eminent citizens who were on even that platform. So any donation they were making, it was publicly announced. But it was, I think that the fear that the kind of following was coming, that was when. So I'm sure that we are just saying.
When it is getting this
So
interesting
interesting.
about the other side that you may not be aware of, that the information that they are giving, then time just running out of us. I've got just about 30 seconds for you each about what you have to tell our audience about these offenses of high treason and treason, and what people should do not to ever get close to it.
I would say that when you are charged the treason and high treason, it's so broad. It's so broad that if you don't take time, you have to be careful on any platform you be, what you say, because the law is so broad. You could be brought in, inciting, attempt, or you agreed, or you just saw the person. You don't even have an idea. There's a conversation. You also poke your mouth into it. All this, if
Get you into
yes,
trouble.
the system can get you into
Well, for
trouble.
me, my best advice is that now with technology, we all get on platforms sometimes without our knowledge.
Yes.
Always ask, what is the purpose of this platform? If you don't get the right answers, leave, exit the platform. If there's conversation in respect of anything that links to the element we have discussed earlier, report to the police.
Thank you. That's the best
And always
advice.
keep
you
your
could get.
evidence.
Keep your evidence. My guests have been Victor Kojoga Adaudu, Managing Partner. Lord and Lords Practice Limited is a law firm, and Lamte Apanga, he is Managing Partner, Prestige Partners. I'm Samson Ladianyani. This has been The Law. It's your legal light. It's your help law. We hope we have helped you.
Bold, credible, and fearless journalism. That is what we stand for. Duty bearers and citizens know that they'll be asked the hard questions to bring out the truth. That is what we expect of us. It is this commitment to tell truth to power that sets us apart, because we will hold the feet of leadership to the heat of accountability. My name is Evans Mensah, and this is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to JoyNews. Today we're coming to you live from our studios in Kukumlelewi on DTT because we're free to air on DSTV channel 421 and GoTV channel 125. We are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Coming up this afternoon, Ghana's foreign mission in Burkina Faso urges President Akufo-Addo and other coastal West African leaders immediately scale up enforcement of the Accra Security Initiative following the announcement of neighboring Burkina and two others to exit sub-regional body ECOWAS. Also, First Deputy Speaker Joseph Sewuso downplays impact of MP losses on parliamentary proceedings despite the booting of notable majority members in the just-ended primaries. We'll hear from watchers of the political space with an impact analysis on this situation. Also, GJA vows to face Hawa Kumsin as it supports calls for media blackout after attacking City FM journalists during the NPP primaries in Cape Coast. More from the president of the association, who says they have evidence to take her on. For business, sports, showbiz, and world news coming up shortly. We're also live on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and X Spaces via JoyNews on TV. My personal handle is @Denana Aisha. Please stay for details.
A fifth of the babies who come in will end up dying.
This is impactful journalism. The storytelling that stretches your imagination and shines a light on the underreported issues.
Normally, if you talk, that doesn't change people. Let them see it.
This is impactful journalism. It is fearless, independent journalism that reshapes thoughts and crushes stereotypes.
But I had no more strength in me again.
The person must be made to know that what you have done, yes, it would have deserved murder.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives.
Children are born with sin, and therefore if you don't baptize them and they die as children, then they will go to hell. This is funny.
This is impactful journalism. It provides context and meaning to the different perspectives. This is JoyNews Hotline Documentaries, compelling stories changing the status quo.
Many thanks for choosing us. Ghana's embassy in Burkina Faso is urging President Akufo-Addo and other coastal West African leaders to immediately scale up enforcement of the Accra Security Initiative following the latest announcement by 3 military leaders in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger to officially leave the West Africa sub-regional bloc ECOWAS. The 3 departing countries, which are currently facing sanctions for overthrowing democratically elected governments, say their decision to withdraw from ECOWAS was made in complete sovereignty, alleging that ECOWAS had deviated from the ideals of its founding fathers and Pan-Africanism after nearly 50 years of existence. In the last few hours, though, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has been responding to the move with a rather sober tone, indicating that Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger are important to the sub-regional community. Head of Diplomatic and Foreign Affairs Desk at JoyNews, Blessed Sogat, joins me. Blessed, we know that ECOWAS was making headway in getting these countries to return to democratic rule. I mean, this must have come as a blow to them.
Indeed, it is a big blow to the sub-region, knowing that for the case of Mali, they had announced that the presidential transition would happen just next month, which is a few days away, announcing that, of course, elections for the presidential candidates will take place and eventually return the country to the path of democracy. But that would be in limbo right now, knowing that the Republic of Mali has officially announced that they will be leaving the sub-region. Additionally as well, just last month, there was some headway as well, inroads being made by ECOWAS in the case of Niger, knowing that the President of the Republic of Togo, Faure Gnassingbé, had equally, Aisha, if you do recall, announced that he was going to lead the negotiations towards restoring constitutional order in Niger. And that follows a series of back and forth and heightened tension, if you recall, between ECOWAS and Niger. At the time, a meeting was even held in Accra here in the very late parts of 2023, of course, where we saw the military chiefs announcing that they might invade militarily Niger. All of that is being thrown away now, and the fear is that with this heightened tension between Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso, there might be some tough time ahead for the sub.
But in spite of all these developments, I mean, ECOWAS says that these 3 countries, Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso, still remain important. Why?
There's a communique coming through from the ECOWAS sub-regional body, and it's rather a sober tone, if we should describe it as such, a departure from the threats of sanctions that were handed down these military regimes. Now ECOWAS appears to be toning down and indicating that they regard these 3 countries for strategic reasons as very important to the sub-region, a reason for which ECOWAS says it remains committed to, resolving the political crisis across the West Africa sub-region. We await further communication from ECOWAS because it says it will further update the public on what the next steps will be and what will happen post the official announcement or communication to ECOWAS, because the regional body says they are not aware as of now. Officially, these 3 countries have not notified any of their missions, have either not reaching to the headquarters of ECOWAS. So we await, aside the press briefing that we're receiving, to see what the official details will be.
But what has been the response from these 3 countries? Are they still bent on exiting?
That's the announcement. In fact, quote, it says with immediate effect. That's what these 3 countries are communicating to the world, adding that they will be leaving the sub-regional body ECOWAS based on some inhumane sanctions. You know that because of the political situation, all of these countries are facing sanctions because they overthrew democratically elected governments. And that's why ECOWAS was reaching out to restore them to the path of democracy so they could lift the suspension. All of that is not happening now because of this big announcement that they will be leaving the sub-region. But we must point out that for this announcement, it's being treated as something which is unofficial, because once you officially write to ECOWAS, you'll be triggering Article 91 of the treaty, the revised treaty of ECOWAS, which then stipulates that when you put in that official request to leave ECOWAS, you would have to obey the rules, the regulation that govern the ECOWAS body for at least a period of 1 year. That's the transition period for exiting and completely going out of the sub-regional body. So there's a long way to go. And if these 3 countries, through diplomatic engagements, reverse their decision, then it will no longer be the case that they'll be leaving the body. But for now, there are 15 members of the ECOWAS states, 3 of them who are now announcing to leave under suspension. If they are successful at leaving, that will be reducing the number to somewhere 12. And we don't, of course, want to have that in this highly integrated region.
Well, we live to see how this unfolds. Like you said, we're waiting on ECOWAS for another communique to show us the way forward. Meanwhile, Ghana's ambassador to Burkina Faso, Boniface Gambela, is urging President Akufo-Addo and other coastal West African leaders to immediately scale up enforcement of the Accra Security Initiative following the exit of the 3 Sahelians from ECOWAS, although the Ghanaian diplomat downplays a further breakdown of diplomatic ties between Ghana and neighboring Burkina Faso. Boniface Gambela says steps must be taken to secure coastal West Africa.
I recommend that the initiative put in Ghana by the president of Ghana, Nana Addo, the Accra Initiative, should be reinforced and strengthened. Because since Nana Addo initiated that initiative, it has helped a lot. There are issues we cannot mention anyway, but the alliance between Ghana and the other countries, the coastal countries, under the Sahel, under the Accra Initiative, has opened up very good operational process for both countries and even for the other coastal countries with Burkina Faso. You know, the Accra Initiative is the group of countries bordering with Burkina Faso. So when President Nana Addo decided to get these countries together to mobilize resources to support Burkina Faso and mobilize the security services to exchange experiences and other things, it has so far worked very well because under that relationship, Burkina Faso today, I can say, compared to the past circumstances where they couldn't deal with terrorists. Since that initiative came on and the relationship built and the support and experiences exchanged, what Burkina Faso is doing now against terrorists is highly.
So what are the security implications of this latest decision for countries like Ghana? Security consultant Colonel Festus Abuaje explains. He spoke on the AM show.
There's also this early warning arrangement that I spoke about, where ECOWAS is divided into 4 zones, monitoring zones. Now, when they exit, they no longer send any reports to Abuja. So there's going to be a certain deficit of information about what is going on within the Sahelian region. Even the Accra Initiative, they stand to decide whether they will continue to share whatever information, whatever intelligence they have, or they don't want to share it. After all, they're on the front line. So they have what you can call hot intelligence that we may not have, you know. The political stability is also another question. Look, for all you know, there are some other countries in the region that are reading the signals from these 3 countries. And one of them, or some of them that we always talk about, you know, the Togos and the Benins and the Cote d'Ivoires. As for Guinea, it's already a bad boy of France. It's been out long ago. So it has nothing to lose or fear. It is likely, I mean, it's possible that a few other ECOWAS countries may follow the direction that these 3 countries, you know, have embarked upon. All said, it doesn't augur well for regional cohesion, regional integration. But if the Sahel goes, then as people will say, terrorism will be echoing off our northern borders. That's the Guinea coastal states.
Well, that is Festus Abuaje speaking on the security situation of Ghana with the developing issue of Burkina, Niger, and Mali exiting ECOWAS. Let's get on to other stories. Work in Parliament will not be affected despite significant number of majority members losing their seats. That's according to First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Joseph Osei-Uso, after 28 members on the majority side lost their bid to contest in the December 2024 elections in the just-ended parliamentary primaries of the party. This has led to fears that work in the House, including government business, will be badly influenced. But the Deputy Speaker and Member of Parliament for Bekwai constituency disagrees. We'll hear from him shortly, but first, let's look at the giants that fell in the just-ended NPP parliamentary primaries.
There were heavy casualties in the battle for parliamentary seats in the New Patriotic Party's constituencies. The areas up for contest had incumbent members of parliament facing stiff opposition from other aspirants. In all, 28 incumbent members of parliament lost their seats, bringing to an end their bid to return to parliament next year. Sarah Adja Safo is included in that list of incumbent MPs who lost their seats.
Basically, I'm excited. The Dominican Abenya people have decided it's a massive victory for the MPP. Going forward, I think what we have to do as a party is to unite all of them, the three candidates and their followers, and we make sure we break the eight. The local people, the constituents themselves are fed up with the honorable member of parliament, and that is what has been translated in this vote that we're seeing today.
For now, Aaron Mike Okoye Jr. has the arduous task of securing the next electoral victory for the New Patriotic Party. Ashanti region, the stronghold of the party, also witnessed a shake-up. Eugene Entry, outspoken member of parliament for Subin, who called for the removal of Ken Ofori-Atta as finance minister, is heading home way earlier than he would have imagined. Tina Na Ayele Mensah, Deputy Health Minister. Bright Reku Probe, Deputy Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Gifty Chum Ampofo, Deputy Minister for Education. Frida Prempe, Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources. And Lariba Abudu, Gender and Social Protection Minister, are some of the government appointees who also lost their seats. But some other appointees were spared. That includes Minister for Trade and Industry and MP for Adansia Sokwa, Kabina Tahir Hammond, who was fiery on election day.
I am the undefeated, undisputed heavyweight champion of the politics of Adansia.
Well, Deputy Speaker of Parliament Joseph also disagrees that the huge losses will affect the work in Parliament. But what do the political watchers make of the outcome of the polls? Here's Asa Sante. He's the senior political science lecturer at the University of Ghana. He spoke on AM Show.
The good is that there was a lot of preparation that manifested itself in terms of the way the election went. With a few hiccups, with the exception of a few hiccups, the election went by and large were peaceful and free and fair, and it tells you that the MPP put in their all to get this type of result. The bad, we also heard of the issue of monetization and its effects, which Ghanaian political actors have been hypocritical about. They are not ready to deal with this. I don't know how we are going to fix this problem, but I think that what we can do as a society is to make sure that whoever wants to influence us with money, we chase those people out by voting against them. Otherwise, a time will come, our needs will be ignored by the very people who want them to lead us, because if they can buy their way into parliament, into a presidency or positions of authority, then I'm afraid your needs will not be counted at all in the eyes of those politicians. The ugly is what we saw, the very ugly spectacle in Yendi, where two candidates declaring themselves as winners and all that. It's unfortunate. I believe that the party constitution and other mechanisms are in place to fix this problem once and for all. It doesn't bode well for a party such as MPP.
The Ghana Journalists Association is charged, ready to take on anyone who has assaulted or dares to unleash any form of attack on journalists. The stance is by the association and has been initiated with an outright media blackout against Fisheries Minister Mavis Hawakumsin, whose thugs are alleged to have assaulted a Cape FM journalist, David Corbina, ahead of the NPP primaries. David suffered severe injuries to the ribs, back and abdomen. Even though he's still reeling from the pain, the minister is yet to reach out with an apology or take responsibility for the incident. Instead, she is reported to have dared David to provide evidence. Well, the situation has angered the association, has outrightly blacklisted her. Albert Jumfo is GJA president.
Who signaled our colleague to meet him halfway and who questioned him with a picture on his phone. We have a video of this police officer or this reporter, let me put it, but we haven't confirmed the officer yet. But we have the video of this reporter police officer following our system on the official run as a minister of fisheries. So what is this? We have two close bars, two close ladies who have been with her, as we are told, for over years, over 10 to 20 years. These ladies is there. We have pictures of these ladies. They were the first people who approached our brother, our colleague, and then asked him, "Are you Jacob?" They confronted him and asked, "Are you Jacob?" Our colleague said, "No, I'm not." They said, "But you not the one who was on UTV insulting Honorable." So is he saying that he's going to disassociate himself or delink himself from these two women? We have the image. We have a picture of one of the stars who actually assaulted our brother, who hit our brother. We have a picture. We have not seen it. So you can bring it on. We are ready. If he wants to fight the victim, the media, nobody, no single individual can fight the media in this country. Not even the top. Not to talk of the Kaswa. We are there. This will take the lead to court and we'll meet him.
Amidst the unfolding situation, the Media Foundation for West Africa has declared its full support for the Ghana Journalists Association's decision. Executive Secretary Suleiman Abrahima believes the move signifies a united front within the media community against any form of violence or intimidation towards journalists.
The GJA is saying that, look, media houses should boycott everything related to her. And we have added in our support to the GJA that it shouldn't just be about her. So long as she remains the Minister for Fisheries, in fact, the Fisheries Ministry should not also be covered by the media as well. And I really marvel why she thinks that the whole thing about court is said that anything you can just simply say that I'll go to court.
Is it the one that...
Court for what? Defamation? How is she defamed? The GJA has not said that she's the one who beat up the journalist. They are saying that people affiliated to her, and the people subsequently made comments to suggest that indeed they are affiliated with her. And so instead of being sober and doing what people would say, well, that is what is expected of a leader, she is now threatening an absurd court action. Well, we can only wish her well. She should go. We are fully in support of the GJA, and in fact, if she should go ahead with a court case, as General Mosquito once said, anyone can go to court. We would certainly be on the side of the GJA and will offer whatever support that the GJA is required. If they don't have the capacity to engage a legal person, we would be willing to.
Let's now take you to Yendi, where another journalist is alleging that the MP for the area has assaulted him when he approached him for an interview. The MP was seen in a video visibly angry with the police for failing to protect the ballot box. It was at this time that the journalist allegedly approached him for an interview only to cut his anger. My colleague Martina Bugri joins us on the phone. Martina, who is this journalist and which station does he work for?
The journalist is called Alabila Mohammed. He was for CTFM.
So what do you know about this allegation?
For him saying the MP slapped him, we were a bit far from where the chaos was, so it would be difficult to tell. But we saw an attack on him. We saw the pooling within that enclave where the supporters of the MP and the MP himself were. We saw the tussle there. It was after I had reported that there was an attack on the journalist. He called me from the back he had been whisked into and said he was slapped by the MP. I asked my other colleagues too whether they were able to see that. But they also gave me the same account that because of the location they were, they didn't also see. But there was an attack on him, that we all saw. Not just only him, there was also an attack on a different journalist called Savan Suini. He was also attacked on that day as well.
Has the journalist reported this matter to the police, and what has become of it?
When I talked to him, he said that he was going to relay everything to his office to take up the case. But the North Region DJA has issued a statement condemning the act, condemning the MP, and they are demanding that he owns up for his responsibilities.
Martina Buguri with that update from Yendi. Definitely will bring you more on this as and when we get it. In the escort of the NPP party chairman Stephen Ntim, majority leader Seche Mensah Bonsu, and other government officials, the Ashanti Regional NPP chairman Bernard Nchubwe has appeared before the Kumasi Traditional Council of alleged derogatory remarks made against Asantehene during the NPP vetting of parliamentary aspirants. In the meantime, Koko Sohene Nana Kwekudria is before the Traditional Council as a witness to what transpired during the vetting. My colleague Nana Boache Adam joins us on the line with more. Nana, what is happening at the Menchia Palace at the moment?
Well, Aisha, you would recall that in the previous meeting of the Kumasi Traditional Council, they did summon the Ashanti Regional NPP chairman, Nchibwe to appear before the council over alleged derogatory remarks he made during the NPP vetting of parliamentary aspirants ahead of their elections last Saturday. Well, in the escort of the NPP national chairman, Stephen Ntim, the NPP general secretary, Justin Fitfo, the authority of Seche Mensah Bonsu, and Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, alongside the Ashanti Regional Minister, Chairman Wuntumi, is here with all these government officials to give his side of the story as what transpired during the vetting process. Already, Koko Sohene has delivered his side of the story as a witness to what had transpired during the vetting process. He says that during the process, Chairman Wuntumi did make some derogatory remarks against the Asante Hilton 462. He says those statements he confronted Chairman Wuntumi against while he made such statements, but then Chairman Wuntumi further made such statements without fear, claiming that he has his own kingdom, of which nobody can tell him what to do when he is within it. Well, Chairman Wuntumi has also delivered his side of the story. He says that whatever Koko Sohene Nana Sokutu has said is a true reflection of what happened during the vetting process, and so he has denied the allegations. Well, we had Justin Fitfo, who presented Chairman Wuntumi to the Kumasi Traditional Council. He has asked the council listens to both sides of the story and then deliver a non-partisan judgment as to what transpired during the vetting and also as the allegations leveled against the very own Chairman Wuntumi. And so we are waiting for the Kumasi Traditional Council to conclude on the whole process as to hearing the witnesses and then the accused, Chairman Wuntumi, and later Bante Mahine, who is sitting in for the as leader of the Kumasi Traditional Council, would also give judgment on what transpired.
Nana Boache, we understand that the Koko Sohene has been speaking. What did he say to the Traditional Council?
Well, the Koko Sohene did say that Chairman Wuntumi made clearly, emphatically, made some derogatory statement against Otunfo, Asantehene, Otunfo to the second. He says that Chairman Wuntumi did claim that he has his own kingdom, which is against the customs of the Asante Kingdom, You cannot own a kingdom within the Asante Kingdom. And so such statements made by Chairman Wontumi are derogatory, and then they go against the rules of the Asante Kingdom, which clearly means that Chairman Wontumi is speaking against the Asante Hene. And so he did say that Chairman Wontumi did emphatically make some derogatory statements against the Asante. Chairman Wontumi has debunked such claims.
Anabuachi Yadom is following this for us. Definitely there's more we'll be bringing from the Asante Hene's Palace for you in our subsequent bulletins. Let's get to the Northern District, because in a devastating turn of events, economic activities in the town of Sayekope in that district has grounded to a standstill just 4 days after the collapse of the Aklakbat River Bridge. The incident occurred when a heavy truck carrying loads of salt attempted crossing the bridge, leading to its collapse. The bridge, a vital lifeline for the local community, connects Sayekope to neighboring areas. The collapse has left residents, motorists, and travelers stranded. Ivy Setoji has more.
This is Sayekope in the Northern District, and behind me is the Aklakbat River. And 5 days ago, the bridge collapsed, making activities, especially business activities, come to a standstill. Now, most of the residents and travelers and motorists have to park at the other side, take a boat to wherever they are going. This actually leads to Drapo from Adidome. What the residents are asking government to do is for an immediate action to be taken as soon as possible to get the bridge fixed. One of the residents we spoke to earlier said that maybe it was a way God is just showing the government something, or a way to make the government wake up to do something about the bridge, because it has been in a bad shape for some time now. So the residents are asking government to urgently do something about this bridge, fix it immediately, because as you can see at the back, the track is still in the water. The owners are trying their best to fix it. Residents, travelers, and motorists, including Okada riders, have been speaking with JoyNews.
The government should at least help us as quickly as possible, because especially the children, imagine the children crossing it. It's not a nice experience at all.
Honestly, I didn't think I'll meet this on the way. For the fact it's not my first time on the queue, so I wasn't really scared about it. But the bridge there hasn't been negotiated for a long time, so I think this is just, since we like action, this is just the best action we can take for prompt care to be taken.
Naturally, seeing this horrified situation is a little bit tough for me. And today too is the first time I'm crossing river, this kind of river, with a canoe. And I think all these things couldn't have happened if maybe structural tests should be done, should be doing about this thing. I think this shouldn't have happened. And then moreover too, the government should just speed up and then fix it up so that people can access the road.
MP and DCE for the area are calling on government to quickly intervene.
I renew my appeal to government, and in this specific instance, the roads minister, that they have to move in quickly and restore this strategic bridge. It will have to be reconstructed so that we can have our lives back. But this should present the larger picture of all the damage that the VRA-induced floods, the spillage from the Akosombo Ekpon dams has caused. Because you were here, you saw the water levels rise and the bridge was submerged, and that is what weakened the bridge. And so it tells you that there's work that has to be done. People think that because the water levels have receded, because we are no longer submerged as a community, it's all over, we can go about our normal business. It is not. A stark reminder that the floodwaters have receded, but the damage that it caused is still present and alive, and we have to pay attention to that damage that it left in its wake so that we fix the situation and then guarantee the protection of life and property.
I want to advise our youth, especially those who may be ill-advised to go into stealing of boats and now to sell to scrap dealers and other people. They should desist from that. And that is briefly what I want to say, because when we get you, which I deal with you seriously, there's something that I've also observed. What I've also observed is that there are people who think that anything that belongs to government, they do not want to take care of it. So the things that should be done, they leave it, they neglect it to deteriorate.
She lost her father in a horrific car accident in 2019. 2 years later, her 7-year-old brother was also killed by a speeding vehicle. This is the sad story of 15-year-old Mary Menu. Mary has turned trauma into inspiration, an inspiration that has birthed the development of a device that could help lessen the bloodshed on Ghana's roads. Joy Prime's Lois Shola Deyemi has more.
This is the Aflao Tema Highway. This stretch has claimed many lives, including Mary's father, a sleepy driver who killed him in a terrible head-on collision in 2019.
I lost my dad through road accidents. The report that came out was that the driver was dozing off, so the accident happened in such a way that my father was coming from Togo to Ghana with some friends, and then a car was coming in front of their car, so they were trying to dodge the car, but unfortunately it collided. Then my father passed away sadly.
The accident stole the young lady's source of joy and left her with a heavy load of traumatic experiences.
When I lost my dad, when I heard the news, I decided to stop schooling because my dad was my favorite person in the world, and then without him, I'm like nothing. So I decided to stop schooling because when I go to school and then I see my friends start bringing them to school, then I start crying, or I decide to take my bag and go home. So it hasn't been easy since I lost my dad. It has been 3 years now, but still when I see other people with their dad, I still feel sad.
As if that was not enough, Mary's scars were pierced by another tragic accident. Her 7-year-old brother was also killed by a speeding vehicle. But in the darkness emerged a story of resilience and hope. Mary found strength in her grief.
Because of pain. So when I saw that, I promised my mom that I will not let anyone in my family go through that pain again. So I want to be a surgeon to help everyone who wants to be operated to be free from injuries, so that we will promote healthy living and then families can live together without losing any loved ones through accidents.
That story there. Let's take a break and return this business.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
To the business segment on Joy News today with me, Pius Kojo Baka. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana has reduced its key lending rate to 29% from 30%. The chairman of the committee, Dr. Ernest Addison, made the announcement after its 116th meeting. He explained that the decision was taken following a steady decline in inflation from 54% in December 2022 to 23% in December 2023. Shall be bringing you more updates on the marketplace at 1 p.m. when I come your way with more business stories. Chief Executive of Standard Chartered Wealth Management Limited, Dr. Seto Kwashiga, is urging Ghanaians to take advantage of offshore investments and diversify their portfolio. According to her, there is the need for people to not only focus on local bonds, but look for other investment opportunities as well. Here's a report.
The outlook is a lot better indeed. Standard Chartered, we are proud to say that the dark days are behind us. We have seen bonds perform well, and I know that when we say bonds, it touches a raw nerve in Ghana at this point, but we do have global bonds that have performed significantly well, and we encourage our clients not to look at the past events to determine whether they would stay invested or even attempt to invest. We expect that bonds will do well. We see inflation going down now. It's a good time for people to take advantage of the offshore investments available, offshore bonds, great A-rated bonds, corporate bonds, sovereign bonds that clients can invest in. It will amaze you to know that sitting in Ghana, once you walk to Standard Chartered, you can invest in Google, Apple, you can invest in NVIDIA, the best tech stock at this point. It's available in Ghana through Standard Chartered Bank. And so come to us, speak to us, and let's guide you because there are still investment opportunities.
That's it for business. I am Pius Kojo Baka. More at 1 p.m.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music, and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
As for the marriage, you get the certificate before you get into the marriage, so you don't know what is ahead of you.
What would make your partner walk out of the relationship?
Probably when he finds me cheating. No.
So, I'm not going to handle the body or what? yours is waist size.
It's in the end here. When I get home, I'll explain it.
Also, Papa, 2 years or so, and 3 years ago, you say, I can't pray.
And you want to go into politics?
You want to go into politics?
Not 5 years.
Not 5 years.
Right. If you love me right.
We do sports now on Joy News today with me, Muftau Nabila Abda, the president of the Ghana Olympic Committee. Ben Nunumensa says that Ghana is behind schedule in terms of preparations for the African Games 2023. The event, which starts on March 8, 2024, would have about 5,000 athletes assembled in Ghana for the competition. And he says that Team Ghana has started preparations for the competition, but the facilities required to host the games are behind schedule.
Team Ghana was put together maybe about a month ago. The chef de mission got a full complement of his team about a month ago, and just this morning he told me some disciplines have been earmarked to go for camping in Cape Coast, so they're leaving for Cape Coast this morning. I believe boxing, badminton, they're all moving to Cape Coast to start their camping. That is okay, that is good. It would have been better if we had started preparing much earlier, especially being the host country. And then also if we had given some of our athletes the opportunity to go out there, camp within Africa, and maybe test their strength, or as you guys do in football, play friendly matches with some of the countries that we eventually be coming to compete with us. But I guess because of money, it hasn't been possible to do that. But what is important is that at least we're beginning something, we're starting campaign, and I hope that once everybody goes into camp and then we become a bit more serious, maybe we'll have whatever we miss from not having adequate preparation would have been covered by all the preparation that we're doing now. The GOC's involvement in Team Ghana is as far as putting the team together. We're also trying to source some funding, close to about $50,000. That if it comes in, we can also use that to support Team Ghana's preparation, and then even Team Ghana's participation at the games. I know Anoka wants to give all the other countries $10,000 for their participation. Yeah, but that is as far as the GOC's involvement in the African Games is concerned. If I want to speak as an NOC person, where we are now is where we should have been maybe about a year ago. So that means that we need to run. We need to run whatever we're doing. There's no time for Matra Makwe. The right people should be put in charge of whatever. People who have the experience, people who have seen it, or people who have done it should be put in charge of things now. And let's get this thing down, because it's really way behind time. But like I said, it's the typical Ghanaians, when we are pushed to the wall, we're like last minute performance. So I'm hoping that we will be able to pull this through and pull it off very well. Yeah. The performance of Team Ghana would depend on how well we prepare them. For a sport like boxing, I know that we're one of the best in Africa. Track and field was also one of the best in Africa. Of course, weightlifting would also show up. So these are a few disciplines that on any day I can put my bet on them that they will be able to win medals for Ghana. Because it will be very bad that we host this tournament, and then the other people come here and take all the medals away.
A member of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Sports, Kobina Mensah Oyome, says that the National Sports Authority, the government agency responsible for maintaining facilities in the country, is disappointing Ghanaians. The authority decided to close down the Accra Sports Stadium during the Christmas festivities, but the Accra Sports Stadium and the Cape Coast Sports Stadium currently look like rice farms. He says it's about time that the authority takes responsibility when it comes to maintaining the facilities.
They are just ineffective, they are not working, and they are disappointing Ghanaians. You see, the National Sports Authority are there to ensure that all national teams, including the Black Stars, all national teams across board, that's so far as sports is concerned. We have national teams across, but so far as football is concerned, Black Stars. National Sports Authority should have people with the capacity to be able to also assist and support decisions into the scouting process. Who goes into what? How do you select people across the country? The processes and so on. You understand? And help in getting people to the, you understand? And then have a certain degree of rapport with the technical handlers of the national teams to the extent that they will be able to suggest the way forward and so on. But the National Sports Authority has gone to sleep. Absolutely. So it's a matter you should take up. Go to them and find out from them whether they are really working. So far as this is concerned, I get in it. So there's the need, because National Sports Authority should not be sleeping on this, because they are supposed to be working with the federations. The federations more or less are quasi-private and quite autonomous in terms of their affiliations with their international body. In this case, FA has their FIFA, but that body, and then other entities and so on and so forth. So they work in that. But when it comes to the national teams, that belongs to you and I. The federations are just caretakers. Your money takes care of them. The National Sports Authority, in taking care of, in ensuring that your caretakers also perform and deliver, you also have a third eye. That is people who understand the terrain.
Joy Sports understands the Ghana Football Association has made contact with German trainer Jurgen Koller as a potential replacement for Chris Hughton, who have details as the Executive Council meets on Tuesday to review the African Cup of Nations and also consider potential names that will be submitted for appointment as head coach of the Black Stars. Do head on to myjoyonline.com for more sports stories. We appreciate your time.
From farm to plate, do you really know what you're eating? Any glitch in the circuit of the food chain can change the price and size of what you eat. Technology has totally changed the face of farming, but how is Ghana plugging in? Join Emma Davis and Prince Apia on the food chain as they project startups in the agri sector, highlights the gains and plight of industry players, while engaging the experts for more insights in agri-related issues. Food chain, everything agriculture and more, airs during the Joy Business Report every Thursday at 1 p.m. on Joy FM and every Saturday at 6 p.m. on the Joy News channel, with a repeat on Tuesdays at 2:30 p.m.
Time now to check out what's making news elsewhere. At least 6 people, some of them school children, have been killed in northeast Nigeria by an explosive device which they had mistaken for scrap metal. 800 police and local officials in Borno State said the blast occurred in a building at an Islamic school on Saturday. Reports say pupils often collect and sell the metal to local communities. Despite a ban on the practice, scavenging for scrap is still common in the area, which is plagued by Islamist violence. And before we go, 22 ladies from different universities in Ghana over the weekend were unveiled as the contestants for this year's Ghana Students. That's your showbiz this afternoon, most beautiful pageant show. The launch happened at the Office of Crossmark Marketing, the organizers of the pageant show. My colleague IB has more in the report.
Yeah, so the winner, the ultimate winner, is getting the crown, is getting 10,000 cedis cash trip to South Africa, is getting a reference and attestation from our office, products from our sponsors, souvenirs from our sponsors. Okay. And the first runner-up is also getting 5,000 cedis cash, a trip to South Africa, but that would be their choice if they want to go on a discount. And also all the various packages from sponsors, and then they'll get an academic scholarship too as well. Second runner-up is also going to get 3,000 cedis and also going to receive educational scholarship for one academic year, and also products and souvenirs from our sponsors as well.
And those are the prizes. The winner, the first runner-up, and the second runner-up are going away with at this year's Ghana Students Most Beautiful. But what value will be added onto them through this pageantry? CEO of Crossmark Marketing, Richmond, tells us.
Yeah, most importantly is that they have been a career path or development path have been defined for them. Like I was saying, there's a job clinic, there's also a mentorship clinic, which doesn't just let you become just a contestant. You have that lifestyle impact such that you can become an entrepreneur. We give you all the things you need to establish business, how to solicit for funds, how to have fundraising, capital to start a business, and all of that, the do's and don'ts, micro and macroeconomic factors that affect young entrepreneurs. They are taught all of that so that even when they want to establish themselves, because of how difficult the situation is in the job market in Africa, they can become entrepreneurs themselves. They will take hope with that to establish themselves.
The headline sponsor for Ghana Students Most Beautiful is BD Swiss. Richard Jones JC, who is the country manager, tells us why.
Our focus is basically on the student. Okay. It's on the youth. And part of our program is to educate people, and especially the youth that want to have advantage to or opportunities to trade online. Most of them don't know how it works, how to get access to a reliable brokerage firm. So we established an educational center in order to guide, educate them, and then teach them the risk management that comes with it. Ghana Student Most Beautiful, because I think that it's an opportunity also for us as a company to penetrate into the student body, because we've been looking to impact our services on the student. So we felt that in order to do that effectively, we'll have to first of all give to the people through our corporate social responsibilities. That is why we chose this program, and then we can have our impact felt before we actually go down to the student body in all the campuses.
One of the judges tells us what they are looking out for in the contestants.
You should be versatile. Okay. We are not just looking at your beauty, your personality, how nice you are to somebody, or what. Look, we're looking at so many things. Your character, You should be able to speak in extempore. You should be able to control people. You should be able to influence people. A lot. You're tapping up so many characters, so many things about you. Explore. That is it.
Some of the contestants gave their reason for joining Ghana Students Most Beautiful.
And that's how we wrap up the bulletin this afternoon. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Log on to myjoyonline.com for more of the news and updates of all developing stories. Do enjoy the rest of our program.
From farm to plate, do you really know what you're eating? Any glitch in the circuits of the food chain can change the price and size of what you eat. Technology has totally changed the face of farming, but how is Ghana plugging in? Join Emma Davis and Prince Appiah on the food chain as they project startups in the agri sector, highlights the gains and plight of industry players, while engaging the experts for more insights in agri-related issues. Food chain, everything agriculture and more, airs during the Joy Business Report every Thursday at 1 p.m. on Joy FM and every Saturday at 6 p.m. on the Joy News channel, with a repeat on Tuesdays at 2:30 p.m.
Hello, I know we're expecting a dirty December, but guess what? In just 2 years, the city's value to the dollar has halved. Ghana is over 90% small businesses, and SMEs are suffering. The youth is angry at unemployment and underemployment, and the gap within our societies is widening. I mean, is there even a middle class now? It feels like you're either at 10 or you're at 0, and that is not a good feeling at all. Everybody's preaching entrepreneurship. From governments to other institutions, even salaried workers are now preaching entrepreneurship. That is why you join me, Dr. Maxwell Ampo, on Mondays and Thursdays on Joy News Prime, DSTV channel 421, and also on the Joy Business Report on Joy 99.7 FM, as we understand simple nuggets to aid us navigate this global economic downturn. And we do this not as individuals, but as a people, as business people, as entrepreneurs. Let us bring out the entrepreneur in you.
Good morning. Welcome to Joy News Desk. My name is Aisha Ibrahim.
Let me tell you, this is not a small job at all.
What can you report from the farmer community?
We are still sounding the alarm for people who are hiding to know that help has come.
The board is supposed to be meeting this morning to deliberate on this nominee.
Yes, this problem has been recurring over time.
The people have invested the fruits of their excellence, and you want to throw it away because you think you can. No, it's not lawful for him to do it, period.
What's the basis that these financial assurances will be giving latest today?
If you follow what had transpired over the week, we got the information when the president addressed the May Day celebration, indicating that China is going to come on board.
This afternoon on the marketplace, Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana cuts lending rate to 29%, but warns of persistent challenges.
Committee noted the emerging recovery, but sees the need to maintain a strong policy stance to consolidate the disinflation gains. Under these circumstances, the committee decided to reduce the monetary policy rate by 100 basis points to 29%.
Also in this bulletin, Ghana Revenue Authority chases receiver of defunct banks to pay evaded taxes amounting to some 91 million cedis. Details as the GRA reveals the already struggling produce buying company also owes the authority 203.9 million cedis in 2022. We'll be live in Parliament for the latest from the Public Accounts Committee sitting on that. Also, government records 121.4% oversubscription of T-bills as interest rates fall for the fourth consecutive time this year. We've got details of these and many others coming your way all in a moment. Please stay. Thanks so much for your company. I am Pius Kojo Baka. Straight to our very first story. This afternoon, the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana has cut its key lending rate to commercial banks by 100 basis points. Now, speaking to journalists at a news conference in Accra, Governor Dr. Nes Addison said, despite the cut, there are still concerns about economic recovery, therefore the need to be cautious.
Affairs have increased, providing support for exchange rate stability. Improved forex inflows from the IMF, disbursements, receipt of the cocoa syndicated loan, and expected funding from the World Bank's development policy operations are all expected to help improve foreign exchange inflows. In addition, the Gold for Reserve program of the bank, repatriation of foreign exchange from mining and oil companies, reduction in debt service payments, would further support reserve buildup and improve the external sector outlook. Headline inflation declined sharply by more than 30 percentage points in the course of 2023. Several factors have supported the disinflation process, namely the tight monetary policy stance throughout 2023, favorable international crude oil prices which led to stable export prices and transportation costs, relative stability in the exchange rate. The latest forecast suggests that the disinflation process will continue, and headline inflation is expected to ease to around 13 to 17% by the end of 2024, before gradually trending back to within the medium-term target range of 6 to 10% by 2025. These forecasts notwithstanding, there are upside rates to the inflation outlook, and there is the need for strict implementation of the 2024 budget and a tight monetary policy stance to sustain the disinflation process. The committee noted the emerging recovery, but sees the need to maintain a strong policy stance to consolidate the disinflation gains. Under these circumstances, the committee decided to reduce the monetary policy rate by 100 basis points to 29%. Thank you.
Let's now go live to the Bank of Ghana and engage my colleague George Yafe, who is covering that press conference for us. Thanks so much, George, for joining me on the marketplace. I'm wondering why the governor is more concerned about the economy in as much as they've cut the policy rate, George.
You're right on the one, and if you heard this comment earlier, he sought to establish or make a point that if you look at the IMF program, we are performing well, we are within target, growth is doing well, but you want to take measures that if there are any threats going forward, you could also come in quickly and react. And that is why you saw the rate going down by 100 basis points to 29%. So he feels that, yes, we are doing well, but there are still some threats to the growth outlook. And that is why you need to be moderate with whatever action you take when it comes to the policy rate. That's why we saw that margin of reduction. So I would argue that maybe he could have done more, but it feels that be cautious with your action so that if there are any unforeseen threats, you could also move in quickly to respond to ensure that things doesn't get out of hand. And that is why we saw that margin of reduction when it comes to the policy rate.
George, when it comes to inflation, what more is the BOG doing to bring it down?
Well, they think that if you look at the again, they are on track, and therefore maintaining a tight policy stance will be the outlook going forward. I mean, he talked about the fact that if you look at inflation, the range you're looking at between 13 to about 17 now. Why is this very important? Because in the 2024 budget, the finance minister said you're looking at an average of 15%. So if you work with the Bank of Ghana's average rate for this year, they are more optimistic about the outlook for inflation than looking at government numbers. So they're looking at the average maybe about 13 up to 17%. But they believe that they are still going to do what they have to do on the monetary side to ensure that we are on track to achieve that 13 on the average 15% when it comes to inflation rate for this year.
And finally, George, before you take leave of us, when it comes to our international reserves, what more has the governor got to say with that?
And before I even give you more details about the international reserves, I have with me here a banking consultant, an O2A champion. I just want to get his quick thoughts about the action that the governor of the Bank of Ghana has taken. And there have been arguments even going on here at the meeting about growth, inflation outlook, and all the rest. But the governor insists that, listen, we are within the fund program. What do you make by this 100 basis point cut in the policy rate by the governor of the Bank of Ghana?
Well, I think it's a good move in the sense that the inflation targeting is what is dictating, that we should see interest rates and inflation move in tandem. Now, inflation has come down, but just as the way policy rate rose, it didn't come in one big lump. It was gradual. So the same way, his warning is that let's be patient and see a gradual reduction rather than move from 30% to 20%. That doesn't happen in any economy.
Then always one quick question has always been the lag time and whether the commercial banks are going to respond. For you, let me get your thoughts on the lag time. When should we see the market respond to this action by the Bank of Ghana?
Well, it's always been historical that the transmission time, when it goes up, is almost instantaneous. When it comes down, it takes a little time because this 30% has been here for a while and therefore is settled on certain issues. So the transmission will come down, but not instantaneously.
I get from you that we shouldn't expect the commercial banks to respond accordingly within the next 1 month or 2 months with respect to their cost of credit?
No, I can't predict how long it will take, but I should think within 2 months it should come down. And at least before the next MPC, which is in 2.5 months' time, we should see a reduction. But on the issue of inflation, as you can testify, the market prices have really come down. If you take staple food like rice, what you used to sell in December now is a fraction down. So things are really showing on the market as we expect it to be. So on the interest rate, I think a little bit of patience will do everybody some good.
So finally, I just want to get your thought also about the impact of this when I am servicing a loan or I'm looking for a loan, as you try and wrap up on this discussion.
Okay. Well, if the inflation projection that the Bank of Ghana has made, which is 15% plus or minus 2%, is to be kept, then if anybody going for a loan should anticipate that interest rates will come down, because, as I say, inflation targeting dictates that they move in tandem. Once they rise, then the other should rise. Once one falls, the other should also fall. So if inflation, which was 54% in December 2022, is now 20-odd%, and they expect it to be 15 plus or minus 2 by as soon as possible, then it follows that if you are going to borrow, anticipate that interest rates will come down. But as when, we can't tell.
So, Pius, that was the thoughts of banking consultant and O2H Champon sharing his thought. And the question that you asked about the reserve, I can quickly wrap up on that. The governor thinks that based on the IMF inflows, you're going to look at more than $6 billion for overall. And also when you look at the net situation, look at more than $4 billion. From the Bank of Ghana boardroom here at the headquarters of the central bank. This is George Jaffe reporting for Joy Business. Pius.
Grateful, George. And of course, we have to stay a while longer on this developing story, as we've also been joined by finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amwa, for some thoughts on that. Thanks so much, sir, for joining me here on the marketplace. Now, policy rate reduced by 100 basis points. I don't know how significant that is really to businesses, but what do you make of that?
Thank you very much. It is modestly a cautious one. And if you look at the 100 basis points, clearly you can see that inflation is what has triggered this reduction by 100 basis points. Now, for borrowers or market watchers who may have interest in how it will affect the rate on the market, 100 basis points in the MPC rate is just a signaling rate. And we should not forget that the Ghana reference rate, which then gives more or less the base rate that the banks will now apply the risk premium of the borrower to, is also influenced by treasury bill rate, cash in vote, and then cash reserve requirement. So, although we have seen a 100 basis point decline in MPC rate, we need to also look at TB rate, cash in vote, and then the cash reserve requirement of the banks. And we'll have a fair idea as to how far low the Ghana reference rate will decline. As we speak now, it's about 32.17%. With a 100 basis point reduction in MPC, we are going to have a marginal decrease in the Ghana reference rate. So what will now bring the difference is more of the borrower's risk premium, which cut across different factors of the borrower who requests for a loan from the bank. But at least it's a good sign going forward that should the trend continue, we are going to see some more reductions in the MPC rate. But for now, the 100 basis point, although it's a good sign, will not lead to so much reduction in the rate at which retailers or corporate bodies can borrow from the respective commercial banks.
Then I guess, looking at the rate of reduction we are seeing, businesses shouldn't jubilate yet because it is really not going to make any impact, really.
Yes, it will not, but to make an impact, because you see, we are talking about how much you are going to borrow. And when it comes to applying rate on loans, how much you are going to borrow, even if there's a 50 basis point reduction, amount to some good money or savings for you or cost, depending on the direction of the rate increase or decreasing. So yes, 100 basis points, if you work it into the Ghana reference rate, we may be looking at maybe something around 31% from the current 32.17%. They will add the risk premium. If you apply that on how much the borrower is seeking for, I think there may be some savings, although not that much. But it is good news because it is signaling that going forward, should the trend continue, we are going to see further reductions in rates.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Benjamin Amwa. We are indeed grateful for your time here on the marketplace, speaking to us there. While longer within the banking space, because the Bank of Ghana has approved the recapitalization plans submitted by undercapitalized banks. That's according to the staff report by the International Monetary Fund, dubbed 2023 Article 4 consultations. More in this report.
Undercapitalized banks will at a minimum inject 1/3 of the capital required annually for each of the 3 years ending in 2025 to reach a 13% capital adequacy ratio without regulatory forbearance. The BOG will therefore initiate corrective measures by the end of March 2024 against banks that fail to uphold these recapitalization requirements. In the short term, the Bank of Ghana stands ready to deploy contingency measures if needed to ensure financial sector stability. The IMF said this move will ensure that banks' capital needs have been estimated based on reasonable forward-looking assessments of losses from government debt restructuring and increases in non-performing loans. However, most banks have already submitted their recapitalization plans.
We move on to some other stories touching on revenue, though, and the authority says it has exceeded its target set by government for last year. It was able to collect more than 113 billion cedis compared to revised target of 109 billion cedis. Here is more.
Yeah, I think that you all know that the times in which we find ourselves, we need a lot of revenue for a nation, for us as a nation. Number two, even though we are doing well, where we were and where we are trying to get to is still a far cry, or I mean, a major task for us. As I've mentioned, we always say that today in the Africa tax outlook established for us at the end of 2021, that the average tax to GDP ratio for Africa was 16.0%. And then we, as of 2021, we are 13.7%. Our aim is to get to at least the average. And we are looking forward to, and that is why, even though we must see an increase, we still think that there's more that we have. Not that we're
doing about 16% now.
No, we're as I said, we're about 13.7.
A while longer with them because they are on the heels of the receiver of the defunct banks for some 91 billion cedis evaded taxes. And the central bank in 2017 revoked licenses of more than 300 financial institutions over various financial breaches. Appearing before the Public Accounts Committee this morning, the Ghana Revenue Authority reveals it is unable to collect a total of 91 million cedis taxes owed by the defunct banks. And my colleague James Aveji sat through proceedings and joins me live on phone for more. James, thanks so much for joining me. Some other figures are coming up in relation to taxes owed by defunct banks. Tell us more.
The defunct banks are owing the GRA. Another issue came up about the GRA failing to recover some 120 million cedis tax from some 820 companies. Then the GRA revealed that in fact, all of these were infractions that were pointed out in the Auditor General's report of 2022. The GRA revealed that they were able to retrieve some 63% of that 120 million Ghana cedis, and there was an outstanding of some 37 million Ghana cedis. Then they revealed that the defunct bank again owed some 7 million Ghana cedis out of the 37 million Ghana cedis that were, these companies were supposed to pay as a form of withholding tax on the income of employees, which means that they have deducted this money from the salaries of their employees at the time they were in operation, but they did not submit that to the GRA. Again, they owed another 19 million Ghana cedis. When you put all of these three together at the committee, the GRA reveals that the defunct banks are owing some 117 million Ghana cedis as part of their taxes they are supposed to pay to them. And so the authority says it has already written to the receiver of this defunct bank twice, asking him to pay the money on behalf of the defunct bank.
All right.
So the chairman of the committee at that point in time raises concerns over how he believes that the banking sector cleanup actually has done this country more harm than good. But the Deputy Finance Minister, Binal Tassari, disagreed with him, stating the point that we have known over the period that government actually took the step in order to save the deposit of customers of this bank, and that is exactly what they stand by, no matter what it is. Every operation comes with a cost, and so they will count some of these things as the cost, but the major will supersede what we are seeing today.
All right. Thank you very much, James Abeji, for your time here on the Marketplace. He sat through that Public Accounts Committee proceedings. Now, time for the Joy Advisory Series, and this afternoon on the topic, Getting Procurement Right. Last week, we briefly looked at procurement as the science of acquiring resources for organizations, and we also looked at this from the context of organization strategy and how they set themselves up to deliver performance. Today, we will walk through other critical phases in terms of planning and executing procurement from a practice perspective. Joining us is Dr. Kangsin Pemte, procurement lecturer at GIMPA and procurement specialist at Stanbic Bank Ghana. Thanks so much, sir, for joining me here on the Marketplace, and good to see you. Now, following the above, what should industry players consider critical in planning procurement activities, you would say?
Yeah, thank you for having me once again. Technically, businesses need to, as part of planning for their procurement for the year, need to ensure that they have a strategy in place. Normally, depending upon where one finds himself, some businesses will have their strategy comes by the end of Q3, and so the various functional units would have picked up teams from those strategy comms to determine how the subsequent year will look like. So in that regard, the various functional units have to decompose the strategy and start doing their planning. So you need to plan, in other words, scoping those key initiatives that are necessary from a procurement point of view, those key initiatives that are necessary to constitute your procurement pipelines. That is both in new projects execution and then for running activities as far as the organization is concerned. So once the strategy is communicated and it is decomposed to the various functional units, scoping of what is needed to execute the strategy from a procurement perspective is done to determine the requirements. By year end, budget is put in place. Once budget is put in place and there is a hearing and budget is approved, we move into the next year. Once the subsequent year comes, we come to the actual execution of the budget in terms of the plan that has been put in place. Now, we need to take note. It is important that once a plan is in place, the scope in terms of the procurement pipelines have been established by the various functional units to achieve the business objective for the year. Having budget in place is one thing, but ensuring that there is cash cover to support the execution of the procurement pipelines is also critical. So we assume that you have all this in place. Once those plans are in place, from the strategy that have been constructed, you have the systems in place. The next step is the actual procurement, where you need to execute the procurement. Now, at the execution stage, it is important to have a very critical stakeholder engagement with your business partners, whether you find yourself in the public sector space or in the private sector space. Let the respective functional units or the MMDAs that have a procurement activity to be executed to achieving the business objective, have a stakeholder engagement with them. Here, you are clarifying and really affirming the scope, the very fine details of what need to be procured in line with the budget that is available. Once the requirements, either from a scope point of view or from a specification point of view, have been agreed, the next step is to actually prep for the tender issuing. So here, tender is actually sometimes confused with what do you call it, a bidding. So in terms of tender here, tender is from the buying organization to the market. So you issue your tender to the market. And then in response, you get proposals or quotes. Now, once the tender is issued in respect of the respective procurement pipeline,
Climate change can jeopardize entire economic sectors and take away people's livelihood. But in many cases, some solutions can help us to adapt and opportunities to make life better for all. Welcome to a new edition of Eco Africa. I'm Prince Alems in Nigeria. Once again, we've got a packed show for you today. Let's dive straight in. Coming up, empowering girls, how a solar-powered backpack is changing lives in rural Uganda. Food, glorious food. City dwellers beat the inflation crisis with urban gardens in South Africa. And we meet the woman pioneering eco-friendly trash collection and
putting your contract in place and commission.
For the sake of time, Mr. Kpemte, we shall continue this discussion tomorrow, hopefully.
Indeed.
Yeah, so to elaborate more on that. Thanks so much for watching The Marketplace. I am Pius Kojubaka. For more stories, feel free to log on to myjoyonline.com. Do have a lovely afternoon. Bye.
Climate change can jeopardize entire economic sectors and take away people's livelihood. But in many cases, some solutions can help us to adapt and opportunities to make life better for all. Welcome to a new edition of Eco Africa. I'm Prince Alems in Nigeria. Once again, we've got a packed show for you today. Let's dive straight in. Coming up, empowering girls, how a solar-powered backpack is changing lives in rural Uganda. Food, glorious food. City dwellers beat the inflation crisis with urban gardens in South Africa. And we meet the woman pioneering eco-friendly trash collection and recycling in Kenya via a smartphone app. Can you imagine catching fish with palm leaves? It's part of an ancient fishing method used off Tunisia's Kekena Islands called shafia, and it's especially environmentally friendly. Come join us and see how Eco Africa went there to watch this amazing technique.
The sea is Ala Kabor's second home. Today he's once again heading out to go fishing, using an age-old technique found only here on the Kekena Islands off Tunisia's east coast. It's called shafia and involves catching fish with the help of palm fronds.
I've always worked at sea. When I was a kid, I went fishing with my dad. And when I finished my studies and returned home, I automatically went back to fishing.
Each shafia is arranged as a triangular barrier. The palm fronds can be seen in the shallow waters all around the archipelago. The fishing technique relies on tidal currents to drive the fish into the traps. Unlike fishing trawlers, the Shafia don't harm the marine environment. Instead, they preserve biodiversity.
The problem with the drag nets is that they don't allow anything to escape. With the palm branches, fish find holes to swim through.
Kibor's friend, Amin Guinides, is also on board. He's not a fisherman, but an artist, and is fascinated by this ancient fishing technique. Traditionally, it involves the use of date palm branches. For Guinides, they too are part of the Kekena Islands' cultural heritage. In his studio, he creates various products to sell, using different parts of the palm.
The basis of the Kekenian Shafia is a cage that inspired me to create decorative objects for indoors and outdoors. I tried to retain the original look.
He sees himself as an ambassador for Shafia. In 2020, UNESCO declared it part of humanity's intangible cultural heritage. It's also linked to age-old traditions and cultural practices.
I was using this method as a basis for my project without really knowing how it works. Once I learned more, I fell in love with the sea.
But times have changed. Some now use plastic traps as they're cheaper. Others have abandoned the practice altogether as it's time-consuming. And industrial fishing has decimated fish stocks, so the haul in the Shafia has also plummeted. But some fishermen are actively campaigning to preserve the tradition, especially because it works in harmony with nature.
The palm branches give fish somewhere to hide and live. It's an ecological method that preserves and respects the environment.
This fisherman believes Shafia will continue to stand the test of time, as the fish caught this way are far superior to the catch from industrial fishing.
The fish are brought to shore alive. That's why they're considered to be of better quality than those caught by other means.
And high-quality fish is an important source of income for the archipelago and an added draw for tourists who visit the islands. But for Ali Kabor, Shafia fishing is more than a trade. It's part of Kekena's unique cultural identity that's now at risk of disappearing.
In the past, all our ancestors had a Shafia. They would build it up over the summer months. But today, having a Shafia requires significant financial capital.
Money that many are unable or unwilling to invest. And so Shafia fishing continues to dwindle, even though it's so sustainable.
While climate change poses huge challenges for many economic models, reducing our impact on our environment can also be a business opportunity, genuinely making a difference while also making a profit. We now head to Kenya to meet one very resourceful woman with a vision to promote a circular economy. Our social enterprise collects waste and recycles plastic in the historic city of Mombasa. And it's all done with a mix of old and new technology.
An app for trash. Entrepreneur Teba Hatini wants to use it to reduce plastic pollution in Mombasa. Anyone can register to have their plastic waste collected from home.
You are able to book waste management services on the go, on the mobile application, using authorized waste managers. Then you are able to trade or donate your plastics and for cash incentives.
Kenya's coastal city is drowning in plastic garbage. It's trashing up the streets and polluting the ocean. A year and a half ago, Teba Hatimi started her own business because the city wasn't providing adequate sanitation services.
One of the major challenges in Mombasa County is the illegal dumping of mixed plastic waste in open spaces.
She's providing incentives to counter this by paying participants, depending on the type of plastic, about €1 for 10 kilos. Her business now has 10 full-time employees. First, they inspect the plastic to make sure it's been properly cleaned and sorted by the app's users. Then they weigh it. Finally, they shred it with an eco-friendly shredder that runs solely on muscle power. The startup sells most of its collected plastic to businesses who further process it. The shreds can be melted and molded into plastic boards, like those they use in their own hand carts. The startup has already collected more than 11,000 kilos of plastic.
During our pilot phase, we've been able to onboard more than 1,608 users onto the mobile app. In Old Town, in collaboration with Mombasa County Department of Environment and Solid Waste Management, we've been able to collect waste from about 6,000 households. 1.5 years later today, seeing how successful this project has been fills me with so much joy and pride.
They're small and made of plastic, sachets. These little packets might be handy, but they quickly land in the garbage bin and they don't rot. In our web special, we chart the journey of such a sachet, from the origins of the raw materials it's made from to its end on the rubbish heap. We find out why the number of sachets is growing and why they're so lucrative for businesses and so disastrous for our planet. Find out more at dw.com/plastic.
That's one impressive woman, and we're about to meet another. This week's eco-hero comes from Uganda. For more than a decade, a non-profit organization has been empowering girls to take control of their lives and become change makers. She's developed a smart bag with multiple functions to make it easier for girls to go to school each day and still do their studies when the sun goes down.
The young women are eagerly awaited, but it's no visit by neighbors or relatives. Shalom Kayinza and Lillian Amojin have an order with a customer. The two solar technicians installed a solar module here a little while ago. Now the light bulbs are flickering, probably due to the intermittent flow of electricity. They have to find out where the problem lies. The job gives them new prospects.
I've got some money from the systems, like to install them. Then what has enabled us that we have really eliminated those process of polluting the environment, the fossil fuels into the environment. So that's what has benefited us all.
Susan Natumbo also benefits from solar energy, but in a different way. The 15-year-old schoolgirl owns a backpack with an integrated mini solar panel. It can charge a lamp that helps her study at night. In turn, the lamp can load her father's cell phone.
This solar bag, it helped me to read my books at night. You don't have electricity at home, as you see. It also helped me to change my performance. I'm going to pass my exams.
The three young women we've introduced can thank Jamila Mayanja, a social entrepreneur from the Ugandan capital, Kampala, for their experiences with solar energy. Mayanja herself gets involved when her employees look for plastic bags on the side of the road, as the solar backpacks are made of recycled plastic. Garbage is a big problem in Kampala.
So we try and make a difference in using recycling these plastic wastes and showing the community we are coming from that it's easier to recycle waste than dump them within the water system.
After the plastic bags have been cleaned, they are turned into solar backpacks with cute waterproof material on the outside. About 20 women are employed by Jamila Mayanja's foundation. They receive about $5 per backpack. Some of the backpacks are sold for more than $20, but poorer women and girls can get them for free. More than 1,000 backpacks have already been sold or donated. The backpacks allow the young women to be able to discreetly bring feminine hygiene supplies to school. Many teenage girls would otherwise stay home during their periods, causing them to suffer academically.
We needed to show them it's okay for you to stay in school when you're in your menstruation periods. And the bag has created that comfort hence increasing their performance in school. So the bag has absolutely kept a girl in school and increased their performance.
Back to Susan. She often has to do work around the house after school. And she's only allowed to study once it's dark out, which would be impossible without the solar lamp. The next morning on her way to school, the solar lamp in her backpack is recharged. Susan has shown improvement according to her teacher, who also covers scientific and environmental subjects. She is pleased that the solar backpack is a convincing, practical example of plastic recycling.
The bags are from waste materials, so it has made our lessons to become a reality, a practical, and we are grateful.
But what use are good grades if all there is to look forward to is unemployment, as is so often the case for young women in Uganda? But there is another way. Girls with Tools offers a solution, a program set up by social entrepreneur Jamila Manyanja. Young women can receive vocational training certificates for supposedly typical male occupations. Shalom Kayinza has also received solar module training here. Now the 22-year-old solar technician has started up her own business. And she has now solved the problem with a flickering light bulb. After cleaning up the solar module, enough electricity is now flowing through. Then after a minor difficulty, the light reliably stays on.
Solar power is one renewable energy source that's part of a cleaner, greener future here in Africa. We're all familiar with wind energy and hydropower too. But did you know the oceans can also serve as a source of power? Oceans cover more than 70% of our planet. So we're talking about an almost boundless resource here. The technology is not fully developed yet, and there are still some questions. But let's take a look at how it could work.
There is a way to turn the ocean in an unlimited power source. All you need is something like this, plus really warm and cold water. This seemingly miraculous technology is called Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion, short OTEC. And thermal means it takes advantage of the temperature difference between warm and cold water. When you look at the surface of the ocean, the water here can be quite warm because it's heated up by the sun. In tropical waters, that can be around 26 degrees Celsius. But the deeper you go, and everyone who swims in a lake or dives in an ocean experiences that, the colder the water gets. At 1,000 meters deep, the temperature reaches roughly 4 degrees Celsius, and this difference in temperature is what Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion utilizes. It's quite simple. You need a heat exchanger. The warm surface water heats a fluid that has a low boiling point. Usually that's ammonium. That fluid evaporates, creating a steam, and that steam runs a turbine generating electricity, similar to a regular steam engine. Then the steam gets cooled by the deep sea water back into a liquid, and the cycle repeats. Well, the seawater itself doesn't boil, like here with this thing. My hands are now basically the seawater, which now heats up the fluid inside, and as you can see, it goes up, and if there would be a turbine in there, it would spin. This process can run for 24 hours, 7 days a week, unlike other renewables such as wind or solar. And when you have a greater temperature difference with hotter surface water like this one here, the process can run even quicker and create more energy. Wow, that is so quick. The groundwork for this technology was laid in 1881 by French physicist Jacques-Arcine d'Assonval. His student Georges Claude then actually built the first but unsuccessful OTEC plant in Cuba in 1930. Later, interest in OTEC peaked when oil prices exploded during the oil crisis. In 1980, US President Jimmy Carter signed a law to ensure the production of 10,000 megawatt of electricity from OTEC in the next 2 decades. The problem here is that you need to get that cold deep-sea water up to the surface or onshore where the heat exchanger is. The major limiting factor is that we need a big temperature difference between the surface and the deep-sea water. The warm surface water is available all year round in the tropical equatorial zone. That's crucial because a smaller temperature difference means less power generated.
Yes, so for us, our mission is to address a real problem in tropical islands where there are 600 million people who are unable to generate clean, affordable baseload power.
This is Dan Gregg. His company is looking to build the biggest OTEC platform to date, a 1.5 megawatt unit in Sao Tome and Principe.
What we have with OTEC is, because we're deploying this really across the developing world, that band 20 degrees north and south of the equator, we are supplying markets that have a higher risk, higher political risk, lower credit ratings.
And many of these islands near the equator rely on diesel-generated power. OTEC would change that. Older studies estimate that if you disregard practical and financial hurdles, OTEC could power the entire world. Hypothetically. Today, estimates for a 100 megawatt OTEC plant can range from 780 million to 1.5 billion US dollars. A big unknown is
the cold water pipe.
Today, hard plastic pipes 2 to 3 meters in diameter are pretty standard. But for a 100 megawatt plant, you need pipes almost 4 times that size. And pipes that big haven't been developed yet. It has proven so tricky that a floating OTEC near the Indian state of Tamil Nadu did not succeed because of cold water pipe failure. And even if it works, storms can destroy the entire thing. That's what happened to one of the first pilot plants in 1930. This uncertainty has even driven away companies with more than 40 billion US dollars in revenue. Lockheed Martin was set to develop the biggest OTEC plant to date in China, but dropped the project because of the costs. Another big question mark is the actual effect on the environment, because you're moving insane amounts of water. We are talking about 4.3 billion kilograms of warm water and 2.2 billion kilograms of cold water per day for a small plant. That's about 16 million bathtubs of water. There are a lot of question marks about OTEC, the economics, the environmental side effects, the cold water pipe, and today's plants are just way too tiny to figure anything of that out. And in the last 10 years, not much did happen. So until serious money is poured into it, OTEC probably won't be taking off anytime soon.
With inflation driving up food prices across Africa and around the world, many are struggling to put food on the table. Fresh fruits and vegetables can be especially expensive. So how about growing your own? An urban gardening project in Johannesburg is showing city dwellers how to produce healthy food at home and even turn it into a business opportunity to benefit the community.
Nestled up to the high-rise offices of downtown Johannesburg lies Lawrenceville, but it's no high-income neighborhood. In South Africa, food prices rose by 14% this year, and residents here are barely scraping by.
Every day is hard. Sometimes they're rotten. As you can see, the green peppers. I see last time, I usually buy the box 35 rand. Last week I go there, I see the box, it was 75 rand.
As long as the petrol is going up, the food will surely go up. The food will surely go up. So, hey, managing nowadays, we have to cut.
One way out of the predicament could be urban agriculture. The Victoria Yards precinct in Lawrenceville is just one example of what could be possible in Johannesburg. At this revamped industrial site, Matsupiso Makabane wants to motivate urban dwellers to grow and process their own food.
This is beautiful. This is mint. It's very good. You can even put it on TV. Oh, I'm saying on TV. In your tea. I love tea so much.
Here, Johannesburg's self-proclaimed Green Lady heads the Green Business College, a place dedicated to inspiring people to get their hands dirty in the soil and make a living from it.
The green economy is big. So at the college, much as we cover all those sectors that I mentioned, we start with the low-hanging fruits. The low-hanging fruits, we start at the beginning, and the beginning is food.
For about 75 euros, the college offers a 5-day workshop teaching skills to grow organic food, cook it, and preserve it. Today, Makabane is teaching her students to make pear chutney and how to pickle vegetables for storage. It's done with household staples like vinegar, sugar, or salt. But the Green Business College also goes beyond planting, cooking, and preserving.
We couple this training with business skills and exposure because we are a business college. And we also want them to be entrepreneurs, to just go beyond doing these chutneys for themselves.
I attended a compost class that taught me that you can also make a garden on the hard surface. You cannot say, I don't have space. There's also tires. Actually, that's what I learned, that we can actually convert our waste into something productive.
South Africa can produce enough to feed its population, but in 2020, 1 in 4 households went hungry because of the rising costs. Making healthy food affordable was one reason Kolofelo Mpogo got into agriculture. He graduated from the Green Business College 4 years ago and now runs a small urban farm in the north of Johannesburg. The trained musician believes that people in cities need to relearn how to grow their own food. On his plot, he regularly teaches young locals basic farming principles.
I hope to see everyone not complaining about hunger anymore, because we'll take this to backyard gardens so that everyone has a smaller piece of what we have here, and then they start seeing opportunities, because, agriculture, permaculture, it has a lot of opportunities, there's so much money here.
Mpogo offers these courses for free. Today, another local woman has come to show how to make self-watering planters out of old plastic bottles to grow vegetables and herbs at home. Valuable green skills in hard times.
Our economy is falling, so with this, I can plant my spinach, my vegetables, I can eat at home. And they'll be healthy and fresh. DIY.
After training more than 2,000 students, it's success stories such as these that inspire Matsipiso Makabane to spread her green message.
Food is everything. That's where it starts. Everybody has to eat. COVID or no COVID, climate change or not climate change, poverty or no poverty, people have to eat. And everyone eats, including the president.
Each new garden plot and every gardening lesson do much more than just help people to meet their food needs. At the same time, the regained farming skills boost vital insect and plant biodiversity and air quality in urban areas, while spreading the seeds of local empowerment too.
So a win-win for all. What a difference just a simple initiative can make. Thanks for joining us today. Do check out Eco Africa online to find many more inspirational stories. It's time to say goodbye. I'm Chris Alems in Lagos, Nigeria. Do join us again next week. Bye-bye.
This is Connect Africa with me, Blessed Sugan. Welcome to our program. We have updates on the elections taking place in Sierra Leone.
There had been some attack around the opposition's office, and this was because they prematurely announced results, which both parties technically did.
And what is the cost of political unrest in the West Africa sub-region?
The preponderance of illicit activities resulting from easy access to small arms is causing a lot of havoc across the region.
5 countries. How are you going to work with them?
It is one of the few cases where we have the countries themselves agreeing to do it and calling on ECOWAS to act on their behalf.
there is a DNA testing, the process of DNA of 17 students who were banned beyond recognition. So at the moment, there is some uncertainty. Some of the parents think, hey, is my kid part of those that were banned beyond recognition, the 17?
Every human being has the right to a livable world. And to secure that livable world, all the rich nations and all the international financial organizations must transform the standard of doing business.
Bold, credible, and fearless journalism. That is what we stand for. Duty bearers and citizens know that they'll be asked the hard questions to bring out the truth. That is what you expect of us.
This then begs the question, where is your Dom Kwabenya MP, Mr. Raju?
I won't discuss her.
But you can call it a tiebreaker.
In this instance, it is.
I become a member of the House once I leave the seat.
But you admit that at least the fairness in interpreting the rules, that makes it absurd.
No, it doesn't.
It is this commitment to tell truth to power that sets us apart, because we will hold the feet of leadership to the heat of accountability. Hello, welcome to PM Express. My name is Evans Mensah.
He was supposed to be the next Pelé. That gentleman, who was so talented to the extent that World Pelé declared him his successor. He's got an incredible story to tell. A story that is so inspiring. And if there's a platform for that inspiring story to be told, it is here on Prime Take with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullah, a former Black Stars International, a coach. He runs an academy. I don't want to mention the name. If I mention the name, you'll have an idea who I'm talking to. I'm speaking to Ni Odate Lamte. Ni, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
How are you doing?
I can't complain.
So how has life been in recent times?
Not bad. I mean, no matter what, you face challenges in life, but I mean, I can say that I'm doing okay. I'm doing fine.
Tell us about your journey, how you started and all that.
Well, with football, I think it all started Accra here somewhere in Pig Farm. But as I said, at that tender age, I think that talent in me, but me myself, I didn't know. But then at the age of 12, 13, there was even two clubs that were fighting over me. That was Great Farkos and Mohammedans. I was playing for Farkos, but I was so tiny,
yes.
So I was not fitting to the team, and I was not having playing time. So there was a new club that came up, that was Great Mohammedans. And then they came for me. So immediately I went to join them. And then during registration time at AMA, and I quite remember those two clubs were fighting. Everybody wanted me to register for him. I mean, the fight, that was the first time for me to see such a thing. I mean, Mohammedans wanted me to register for them. Actually, I think all their senior players they can't play again.
Oh, okay.
So they were going to rely on me. And then I've moved to other clubs. And the other clubs too said, no, I have to register for them. It was a big fight, throwing bottles and all that. So
really?
Yes, at the end of the day, I did not register for any club. There was a policeman who escorted me home. And then when my mom saw me and the policeman, she was just scared. And then
she was wondering what my son is doing with the police officer.
Yes. And then, well, the policeman said, no, she shouldn't worry. And then he narrated the story to her. And then, you know, as usual, as mother, she was nervous. Oh, I can't take care of you again. No, you have to go to your father. At that time, she asked my father to do, we're not together. My father was in Kumasi.
Oh, okay.
That's why I end up.
So you grew up in two cities, right?
Yes.
Accra and Kumasi. Kumasi where?
Abu Abu. Basically, I grew up in Abu Abu because that's where my father was, in Abu Abu #1. And then I think there, and then football as well. I went to join a club called Kalim Stars. And then that's where everything started, from Kalim Stars. And then, well, Connect under 20. Just like 4 games, then I was invited into the junior under 17 national team.
So you speak Hausa?
Oh.
Because
I speak Hausa more than all the language that I speak.
Oh, really?
It's my favorite language, yes.
Wow. I think the people of Babu will be excited to hear that because there are many people who hardly live you with Babu.
I speak Hausa very, very well.
So from moving to the cornerstones under 20 all the way to the national team, how were you called up to the national team?
I think it was our, you know those days, you play curtain raiser, that's the under 20, and then the senior team will come and play. So I think it was Accra, Great Olympics and Kumasi Cornerstones, because I was playing for the junior team. Actually, after the course, I went to Kotoko, under 20. By that time, they have too many materials as well. Joe Debra, Michael Osei, you can Prince Polly and co. I said, no, this.
So you couldn't fit in?
No. Ain't possible. And the Kalumsa's owner is the big supporter of Kotoko.
Oh, okay.
So he wanted me to play for Kotoko.
Oh, okay.
Me too, when I watched it, there's no way I would get a chance to play. So I diverted. So we became a fight between me and him because we were staying at the same place.
Then your career has been full of fights.
It became a fight between me and him. We were not talking to each other, but we were staying at the same place. Well, so after that match, and then the officials of the under 17, they entered into the dressing room and then they mentioned, oh, that way. And then everybody pointed fingers at me, and then he said, well, on Monday I should report to camp. I'm invited into the junior national team. To be honest with you, I don't know what is that. I was so young, 13, 14, I don't know what is that. So until later when I reported at Winneba, then I started, this is national team, and then
this is where we come.
Yes, this is where you have to be. You have to play qualifiers and then to all that, and then it all started like that.
Which coach was in charge?
It was Okwai.
Oh, okay.
Okwai.
Oh,
and then Coach Afrani also came. But then I think at the first time after Okwai, they employ a Brazilian coach, Coach Campos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so together with him, and then so we were in Scotland with Okwai, and that was our first tournament in Scotland.
Just tell us briefly, what was the reaction of your parents when you were called?
I mean, it's sad.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up without a parent. Let me say like that. I think not to disrespect them, but then you know, in Accra here, as I was talking, those times when you go and play football and come, you know the way you'll be punished.
Yes.
So sometimes I'll be scared to even come home. Sometimes I'll go and train at Avino. That's where Facos train.
Yeah.
And then I'll walk from Avino to maybe Pig Farm. And when I get to me to be late, I did not help all my siblings that were help because it was a family house.
Yes.
My mother's sisters and sons, they were there, they will help. And then I'll help when I come home. So I'll be even scared to come home because if I come, I know what will happen to me. So sometimes I have to even sleep under cars or kiosks till daybreak. When they go to work before I'll enter the house. No, it was
Then how
terrible.
are you feeding? Then how are you eating?
Well, sometimes I just go and come. What if I have something small, then I'll buy food. I mean, those times, I mean, food was not like today. I mean, I can get something to buy something on the road. It can take me to. So, no, it was really a struggle. And then from there to when my mother sent me to Kumasi too, it was also the same. I went to meet a stepmother, you know, and it was terrible. I mean, everything that I do was not enough. She would be complaining bitterly to my father, I don't do this. My father would be beating me. So I end up leaving the house because it became a time that my father has to decide between me and her. Because if, other than that, maybe she have to go. So my father ended up saying that I should come back to Accra, which I did not want to come. So I went to complain to Calum Stars that this is a situation. My father want me to go back to Accra. And then they said, okay, if it's so, then I should come and stay with them. So I ended up leaving my house and their place, and then go and live with the Calum Stars club officials.
When you look at when you look back at those years and now, what is the reaction? How do you feel?
Well, for me, I think it has toughened me. I mean, it has made me who I a tough person now. But I wouldn't allow my son to go through what I went through. It was a bad experience, but I think at that time it was something that not only me, I mean a lot of former footballers will tell you that they went through similar situations. Yeah. So I think it was something that was there. But as I said, not to blame them, but then I think it
could have been better. That
was the situation at that time.
And you went to the national team, all of a sudden to the under-17, and the next Pele came up.
Yes, I think it was our tournament in Scotland. I mean, when we went to the World Cup, our first match, it was against the host nation, and and I think he was there. I mean, I didn't know. And to be honest, I didn't know who was Pele. I've never seen him playing before. I was
you never even heard of
no. Pele. So I was just a baby at that time, 14 years. And then after our first match, and then we were just 0-0. I was just working on it. Then I heard on noise, they were shouting. I mean, knew that lamp. I think they chose me as man of the match. Right. So they came and, taking me through the sideline to receive my award, and then he said that I was going to step in his shoe. I don't know who is that. I don't know who was Pele until maybe after the tournament. Even I became a professional, then I got to know who was Pele.
Oh, really?
Yes, because at that time when the news was spreading.
Yes.
Even from the tournament when we came back, and then I became a professional. I went to Belgium. The news was trending. They said it's going to be so. Then I started to follow who was Pele. Then I got a lot of video cassette. Then because I was so young, I was not watching him live playing. I've never seen him live playing. So the name was a good one for me. I think I like it. It was 50-50. It was a heavy name to carry. I mean, everywhere you go, people expect you to play like Pele. Which is impossible. It's impossible. But I thank God that that tag was given to.
If you just joined us, we are having a conversation with Ni Odate Lamte. He's been telling us his story of how he started and how he slept under cars. Like I mentioned earlier, he's got an inspirational story that you would marvel. And if there's a platform to talk about that story, yeah, it is on Prime Take. And we're at the point where we're moving to his professional level, and that was after the U17 World Cup in Scotland. You have spoken about the name Pele that was given to you because Pele had said that you were next to step on his shoes. But like you mentioned, this was a man you didn't know anything about him. So how did his name weigh on you and did not push you to the limit that your potential could have taken you?
Well, as I said, I mean, the name was 50-50. I mean, it's a blessing for such a player to say that I was going to step in the shoe because, I mean, there was thousands of players at my era.
Yeah.
I mean, for him to come out to say that I was going to step in the shoe, it means that there's something that he has seen in me. Yes, I mean, I always say that in life there are certain things that happen we all don't answer to that. Maybe people were expecting after him saying that I should have ended up playing for Barcelona, Real Madrid, or AC Milan, but well, it did not happen like that. But I thank God for whatever achievement I've achieved in football. I thank God for that. But that name was a big load. I mean, I quite remember one time when I was going to Villa sign me, and I just got up from.
You mean Aston Villa?
Aston Villa. Okay. Yeah, I just got up from airport. They took me to the hotel, and as soon as I put off my TV, I mean, sports news. The first thing they mentioned was Villa has brought somebody that is going to be the next Pele. Can you imagine the pressure? I have never trained. Hey, I started. I'm in my head. So wow. But then, well, as I said, it was a privilege. But then it was very, very difficult to carry that name.
Did it affect you in a way?
No, I won't say it really affected me. Later, I got to know the kind of player Pele was. There's no way, me personally, maybe that's what he saw of me that he said. And me personally, for what I saw, watch him, what he did in football, I don't think I get close to him.
But he thought you could.
Yes, but then as I said, I mean, well, I started very well in life. You started things very well, but then later you go through challenges that, as I said, all of us will not be able to answer the reason why these challenges were coming.
Do you think you could have done better?
Well, there was some decision I made in life that I regret. I mean, of course, if it was now, I would have made a different, decision. But then, as I said, education was a big problem for me at that time because at that time I couldn't read, I couldn't write, so I was even signing a document that was affecting me at that time that I didn't know. That was one. And then clubs that maybe I changed at that time, maybe I could have made a right decision.
Yeah.
But then, as I said, sometimes you grow, you mature, then you learn out of it. Yes.
So footballing wise, the decisions were not the best decisions you took?
Yeah, some, not all. I think some decisions that I make, and some also not me personally, because of, as I said, the decisions that maybe people took for me.
Yes.
Really affected me, because at that time, as I said, if like I could have read and write, maybe those decisions would have happened. Maybe me personally would have taken a better decision.
How did you get to Europe in the first place that the decisions you took were not the best of the decisions?
In Europe, I mean, it all started with Stephen Keshi. I mean, when...
The late Stephen Keshi,
the late Stephen Keshi, may he so rest in peace. I mean, when Anderlecht were coming for me, because he was playing for Anderlecht.
Yeah.
And then after the tournament in Scotland, I think a lot of scouts were there. So Anderlecht scouts were there. So immediately after the tournament, they have to send Keshi to come for me because they know we share border. So Keshi did not come. He sent his local agent. So there is the local agent who came. We were in Kanesha at that time. Farmer Rollins said we should be in camp because we did okay.
Yes,
so we should be in camp.
Yes, I remember.
So we should. So we were in camp that we went to the next World Cup. That was in Scotland. But I became a professional because Anderlecht came for me. So it was Keshi who sent somebody to come for me. So when he came, I mean, there was misunderstanding at the camp. But luckily, the first thing he gave me was his card when he met me. So I saw Stephen Keshi, but at that time, I didn't make friend. So he gave me a card, and then he said this and this and that, and Stephen Keshi said he should come to his club, Belgium. So the officials of Under-17 saw him and talking to me, so they were annoyed.
They thought he was coming to steal you or what?
Yes.
Okay.
So, well, he left. But I was lucky I got the card.
The card.
So 2 weeks time they said we should go for a holiday, we should go and race. So when I came, I narrated a story to Inji. I gave him the card and he said, I don't know anything that this is, you have to go to professional, you are going to travel, but I don't know anything about that. So he said, hey, don't spoil this chance, so you have to go. So I said, okay, how can I go? My passport is with the officials. Then he said, okay, we have to go to Nigeria because the card that he gave me is Nigeria card. So we went to the station, we spoke to the driver that this is the situation. I don't have a passport, but I want to go to Nigeria. And he said I should double the fare. So the guy
so that attitude has been there since the 90s.
So he did that. He did not go with me. So he did that. So
the Inje guy?
Yes, let's say, Injured direct somebody to take me there.
Oh, okay.
His name is Osai. So we went to the station, right? So it was a nightmare, I'm telling you. I mean, because everybody, I have to show a document that I'm going to
Nigeria.
No, I did not have. So this driver have to talk to them, maybe dash them. Maybe I have to stop 10 minutes. I'll have to walk and go and meet them. No. It was a nightmare. So we'll get to Lagos. I don't want anybody to go to that experience. And lucky, if God is going to open doors for you, there are so many ways.
Yes.
And I went through that to get to Nigeria, all right. But when I arrived in Nigeria, I gave the card to a taxi driver straight to the man's house because it was easy.
He was famous?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So he took me to the man's house, and then the man was not there, so it was his wife who paid the fare.
Oh, okay.
And then he called her husband. She called her husband that, you have a visitor, and he came immediately. When he came, then he hugged me. He was happy. Then he called Stephen Keshi.
Yes.
So I spoke to Keshi, and Keshi said, "Are you Lamte?" Are you Lamte? I said, "Yes." "Are you sure?" I said, "Yes." The next day he was also coming to Ghana because they were going to play qualifiers.
Oh, okay.
That was the match they played that Okwaraji died.
Oh, okay.
At the stadium.
Oh, okay.
I was in the
Okay.
stadium.
Oh, okay, okay.
So the guy went to book hotel for me, Sulele Hotel. And then I slept there, and then Stephen Keshi came. So when he came, the guy took me there. Oh, you see, all these things I didn't know. This guy was famous. A lot of people were going to him, coming to him from... I was sitting there with him like that, then he called two guys, they came, and then they took me out, they took a picture of me, and then he gave them money, and then they said I should go and rest. 2 hours later, they said I should bring me. I came and have a lunch with him, and they came with the passport, Nigerian passport.
So you're a Nigerian? You still have that passport?
No. I mean, after the tournament, after the match, they have to go. You know the FIFA rules. After the match, you don't have to stay there. So we left. So they bought a ticket for me. So he informed Anderlecht that we are coming. So in the plane, went at the airport. I mean, that's what I say. I mean, God is so wonderful. At the airport, nobody even asked me a word. Oga Stephen Keshi, he just put two of us our passport, and now you're picking me did, and they will stamp me straight.
So you were
that man has done a lot for me.
You were Stephen Keshi speaking.
So when we are close to arrival, then I called him. To be honest, I said, but this is not Ghanaian passport. And he said yes. So he took me to the washroom, and he said, okay. So he turned the passport.
So he destroyed it?
He destroyed it. So when we land at the airport, Belgium airport too, because he have already informed
yeah.
And at that time, I'm talking about 15th August 1989. I don't know how many years now.
Wow.
If it was today, nobody can do that. You can't.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Today, the system is quite technical.
Yes. So the officials of Anderlecht came to the airport. They met me. I spent about an hour there. Documentary, blah 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 blah. Stephen Keshi were there. They were not even convinced I was the person because the scout also came there. But I think he saw me tiny. I mean, you know the stress I went through here to Nigeria. I was killing.
Yes.
So Keshi said he slumped it. But because, and I don't have any document to say that
you are lumpy.
I'm lumpy. So it was terrible. So they spoke to the immigration. Anderlecht is one of the best clubs in Nigeria. So they did everything possible. Mr. Michel, he just died a month ago.
Oh.
So after a month, after an hour, I have to go out. So they gave me a document. So the next day I went to Ghana embassy for them to give me a document to say that
you're Ghanaian.
Ghanaian, and then so for 3 months to allow me to be in the place for 3 months. And then after I took 2 days off, so my 3rd day I have to go to training and come and see. Everybody was there.
They wanted to see.
Everybody. It's not easy. But after maybe 30 minutes, it was confirmed I was the one. So
talent can never be hidden.
That's it. So they were convinced I was the one after 30 minutes. So I was playing with my age with Ayugan, that's what they call it, 14, 15 years. But then after 6 months, then I was promoted into the senior national team.
And then it started all the way from there.
Started. So I signed 5 years contract with Stephen Keshi. He stood by me. And then after the contract, then the officials of FA brought my passport back to Belgium.
Ghana FA finally brought your passport to them.
Because I'm sure it's Connors who brought it, the officials of Connors, because they have to come and take their money.
Yes. Okay.
And Kano Stars as well. They all came, so it was a good news. So I signed 5 years contract. And then after 3 years, then my coach, Ademos, was sick. He went to PSV. Yeah. And then Romero was there. Then Barcelona came for him at that time. So he wants somebody to replace Romero. Then he came for me. So I ended up joining him in PSV.
PSV.
When the draw came out and I saw the group we are in, personally I wasn't happy. It saddens me because I thought I would have preferred to be in a group that we hadn't played with them at the World Cup before. Yes, the reason is, football has totally grown now. And I look at Portugal now. They've grown. So playing with them again at the second time at the World Cup is going to be a problem for us. Likewise, Uruguay. Korea.
We have not grown.
We haven't grown, but I think we have materials that, yes, we can grow. You see, I think the boys that I've seen in camp now, the 30-man squad that to the technical team, excellent. Uto, Boateng, Didi, and Co. Excellent. Yes, the problem is young squad having played a competition, because I can say maybe 10 of them have been in maybe Cup of Nations before. None of them have been together in a competition before. That's where my problem is. And playing with such a country that are very experienced, both Uruguay and Portugal, for me, it's a problem. But I pray that we should cross the group stage.
But do we have the quality to cross the group stage?
We have. We have players that we can. As I said, my only question mark is the team that we are facing. If, like, we are playing with other countries that, I don't know, we have not played before, I'm sure we should have. But with this one, for me, I have question mark.
You have question marks as in we can do well in this tournament?
Yes.
Why? I'm still not because there are people who are very confident that we can get to the semi-final. Others also say we can even make it to the final. We can cross an upset. You are not too optimistic.
I'm fine. I'm a Ghanaian. I would love us to even win the World Cup. But
we lack experience.
I'm talking football in general, because you all know what we did, Ghana and Uruguay. What happened?
Yeah, in 2010.
Saw it. And you saw what happened in Ghana and Portugal.
2014.
Mm-hmm. So do you think when you are going to play against people again?
This is the time you should rather be motivated to go for revenge.
So if you are going for revenge, then they too are coming to do what?
For repeat.
So it's...
As Roger says, he spoke about going into the World Cup. If you were the coach, would you have taken him to the World Cup?
Well, I think that decision, that I always, as personally, I said that it's up to the coach, but then I'm not the coach. If I'm the coach, well, I will sit down with him 1 against 1, listen to what we will say. If it will benefit the club, why not? But then, if that one is not going to benefit, and then I'll take him as a special person to help the club, 100% I'll take him. Because, what can you take away from?
It means that he can be taken to the tournament in a different capacity and not as a...
That's it. 100%. And this is what we are not doing. I won't say Africa, but let's say Ghana. These are the things that we are not doing. We wait, because this is a time, even now that is 50, is retired, is not retired, this is the time we have to give him that respect, so that even if we take him, even the strikers, we should let him polish the strikers. Polish the strikers every morning. Give him a timetable.
Everyone, we should give us a timetable, and he will polish our strikers at the FIFA World Cup. New Odate Lamte, my guest on Prime Take, speaking to us extensively on so many things. Maybe he was not willing to touch on a lot, especially that 1996 story.
The best gift you can give a loved one is good health. The Love FM Fitness Walk is the only platform which prevents this exclusive opportunity to walk with your friends, partner, granny, kids, abongo, empna, obia, ukunu, schoolmate, etc. to stay healthy. Banks, insurance companies, construction companies, hospitals, schools, security services, various fitness groups. Come and let's shake off the stress. Start looking for your walking kits and let's hit the streets of Kumasi to to de-stress, exercise, and burn some calories. You can also send us a minute video. Shijama Kakra, Yedede Kakra, as cooperating institutions, groups, or individual declaring your readiness to partake in the walk. Stay with Love 99.5 FM and Inshra 104.5 FM and get more details on the walk, or call 0245 594 425 for inquiries. Remember, Fitness Walk is on Saturday, 3rd February 2024 at the Kumasi City Mall, 6 a.m. sharp.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
I am Martina Bugri in Tamale, and this is Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible.
This is DW News Africa. Coming up on the program, are we closer to killing one of Africa's deadliest diseases? The rollout of the world's first malaria vaccine began in Cameroon. It's an important moment in the fight against the disease. We ask a leading expert if it will be a success. And we meet the young women building peace between farmers and herders in northern Nigeria. Plus, the action on and off the pitch at AFCON, including the ticket sales glitch that left thousands of empty seats in the stadiums. And saving Africa's traditional sounds will tell you how one musical artist in Rwanda is doing just that. Hello, I'm Christine Mundwa. It's good to have your company. The World Health Organization is calling it an historic step for the children of Cameroon. The country is launching the world's first malaria vaccination program for infants. The new jab will be offered free of charge and nationwide to all children under 6 months. The rollout comes after successful trials in Ghana, Kenya, and Malawi, which showed the vaccine slashed mortality for infants who did get infected with malaria. Now, the mosquito-borne disease kills more than 600,000 people a year, 95% of those in Africa, where children under 5 make up more than 80% of deaths. Now, this comes after Cape Verde became the latest African nation to be certified as a malaria-free. Now, the head of WHO said the news was a beacon of hope for the elimination of the disease.
This achievement sends a clear message to the world that with political will, a strong partnership, and the full commitment of every partner, the elimination of malaria is possible anywhere.
But that's not yet so in Cameroon. Almost a third of all medical consultations are malaria-linked, and WHO figures say 11,000 people die of the disease there every year. Though a vaccine is a significant step in the fight against malaria, not everyone is willing to have their child vaccinated.
Baby Therese is just 6 months old.
but today she's getting her first dose of vaccine. Cameroon's launch of universal malaria vaccination is a global first. Adele Jana is a mother of 3, and she was eager for her chance. For her family, the new jab is essential.
I'm happy they finally produced this vaccine. My first child was very sick with malaria. He had convulsions, and tests showed that it was caused by malaria. That's why I don't want to take chances with my other children. I take vaccination seriously.
At the hospital, other mothers are waiting their turn to have their children vaccinated. They have good reason to take up the inoculation. Malaria remains a major public health problem in Cameroon. Officials are convinced that the vaccine can help.
We have an additional tool that will complete the range of instruments we have for preventing malaria. And obviously the hope is that we will see a rapid decline in malaria morbidity and mortality.
For the time being, the vaccine is only available in a few clinics like this one. But not all mothers have agreed to have their children vaccinated.
The plan is to include the jab in the regular childhood inoculations. In Douala, Audrey Stella came for the routine vaccination of her 6-month-old baby. But then, she turned down the malaria vaccine.
The reason I didn't agree is because I wasn't aware of it. I didn't know it existed. We never spoke about it. If we talk about it everywhere, maybe in the media, door to door, if people are informed, then it will mean that we're prepared and that we know that a vaccine like that exists. Then we won't be surprised and all would be okay.
Despite the drawbacks such as limited efficacy and availability, the vaccine's ability to slash infant mortality makes it a game changer. And another one is in the pipeline. The biggest challenge will be convincing parents to bring their children to the clinic for the jab.
So, how transformative is the new malaria vaccine? Rose Leke is Professor of Immunology and Parasitology at one of the world's leading malaria experts. She told me what the most important number will be in measuring the success of this vaccination program.
How many of these mothers were able to convince to take their children for vaccination at 6 months? I say that because there's been quite a lot of vaccine hesitancy. And so the government has really brought up a good communication plan. And we're hoping that that communication plan will go right down to the rural areas, the villages, and really convince those mothers that have to bring their children for vaccination. I had the experience a few weeks ago with others when we met mothers who came for routine immunization, and we talked to them and said, "You've come to vaccinate your child?" "Yes." "Have you heard about the malaria vaccine? It had just arrived Cameroon." And they said, "Yes, we've heard about that vaccine, but we're not coming for it now at all until we get more information, because we're hearing different people saying different things about it. It's a little bit scary for us. So we are not coming for that vaccine now."
Yeah, and I guess shoring up public confidence is going to be necessary across the continent, because the hesitancy that you're describing is not unique to Cameroon. But we know that the Cameroonian government is rolling out this vaccination program for free. Do you know about plans for the rest of the continent? Is there enough vaccine for every newborn in Africa?
I can really answer that question because I co-chaired the framework that the Global Malaria Program, designed. I co-chaired this with Professor Helen Rees in South Africa. And it was a framework for the equitable distribution of limited supplies of the malaria vaccine, because it was from 4 to 18 million for 3 years. And, of course, what we need in Africa is about 100 million doses for 3 years for that time. So what happened was the Global Malaria Program, the vaccinator, then put up the development of this framework and got experts, malaria experts from all over the world, to sit together
and then look at it, the criteria, be it ethical, be it, what in a country, the prevalence, the morbidity, what will it take? Where do we start from? We had to use all these criteria then to define each country, from category 1, category 2, 3, 4, 5. So category 1s are the ones now that have, the higher impact, prevalence is high, mortality is high. In this category 1 areas in the country, the highest anyway. So they are the ones now that have the vaccine. The category 1 areas in all, that's why you'll see certain areas in countries and not the entire country. And so when we get more vaccines, it might then go to the category 2 areas. But also that apart from the RTS, we're hoping that the R21, which is about the same molecule, but about the same, kind of class of it, they talk of molecular aspects, is the same kind of the peptides that you're using here. So talking about that, the R21 is coming also. And we're hoping that with the R21 vaccine, hopefully, once it gets WHO pre-qualification, we can also have that vaccine added on. And I think with that, we can have bigger quantities of the R21 to add on to the RTS. And so we can have enough for all the countries in Africa. We're hoping that will happen soon.
Professor, you've dedicated your life's work to malaria research. You've said that malaria is the reason you decided to practice medicine. I just wonder what this moment means for you, especially with the first rollout of the malaria vaccine being in your home country, Cameroon.
I feel, really being a Cameroonian, I'm happy and proud and I was looking forward to, we've all in malaria, looking for the vaccine. It has taken a long time for us to come to even this first vaccine. True, you can say it's not the best, but it is the first, and it will have an effect. So to me, I'm really happy to say it. I'm proud that it's starting in Cameroon. But then I can't be proud if the uptake isn't there, if we really cannot get the numbers of children that we wanted to see vaccinated. The vaccines are there. Let's see, if we cannot do that because of this hesitancy, that will really make me very sad. But anyway, we have time doing all this communication. Government is really putting in efforts. Gavi is, the Global Malaria Program is, and the governments too. And so we're really hoping that we can see, it's really the society to accept this. We have to take ownership of this fight against malaria. And it's not there yet. We need a mindset change in our society, which is really not there. But with the communication that we're having, we're hoping that it will at least, make some kind of a difference. We'll all see this, what happens together, and see whether we can really smile or put our heads down.
Well, I, for one, am hoping that we'll be smiling. Professor Rose Leke, as always, thank you very much for your insights. The Sahel is one of the world's most vulnerable areas to climate change. Intense drought and flooding are common in the region, and that's making fertile land and water increasingly scarce. This is contributing to conflicts between communities, such as in northeastern Nigeria, where violence between herders and farmers has led to more deaths and displacement of more people than the Boko Haram terrorist insurgency. But in Adamawa State, young women are stepping up to bring peace to their communities. DW's Sarah Cherry reports.
A herder drives his cattle through farmland. It's a constant battle to find water and food for the animals. As land dries out and the desert expands, making a living has been causing deadly conflict in communities across northern Nigeria.
This land behind me used to be green, full of trees and bush, but now it's become unusable. The Sahel is creeping further south every year, swallowing villages and putting more and more pressure on communities. especially between herders who are trying to find grass and water for their cattle and farmers struggling to keep their crops alive.
But meetings like this one in the Shelling district of Adamawa State can reduce tension between those competing groups by increasing communication.
Well, some of you are done with their harvest. Others are still in the middle of it. So what are the challenges you're facing during this harvesting season?
This is Hawa Musa. She gathers farmers and herders from across the region each month to talk. And there's plenty to discuss. Disputed cattle routes, child herders with hundreds of cows to look after, and arguments between farmers who claim the same land.
The normal human reaction would be to take the law into our own hands. But now I take pictures and show them to the community leaders. Then we'll bring everyone to the table to negotiate and punish the offender by law.
Northern Nigeria has a long history of conflict between herding and farming communities, fueled by the harsh environment on top of old religious, political and ethnic divisions. But it's not just history. In today's Nigeria, where child goat herders carry solar phone chargers in the field, social media can play a crucial role.
This is a call to farmers and herders in Adamawa State and Taraba to live in peace and harmony.
Yele Jisundi Solomon promotes messaging like this. She also disproves fake news, translates positive messages into different local languages, and encourages other women to take on an active role too.
We are mostly perceived as the victims. We hardly get the chance to voice out some of these effects we get after conflict. When trained, when sensitized, and we create awareness with proper guidance, women, I believe, can affect conflict positively.
Hawa is a good example. Although conflicts arise in the Shelling area, they no longer escalate like they do in other regions.
Farmers and herders can never be separated. Where there is peace between us, there is shared prosperity.
As food and water grow rare, it'll become ever more important for communities to work like this one to avoid violence.
In Abidjan, the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations has reached the end of a group stage that has produced some shock results and plenty of dramatic scorelines. AFCON host Ivory Coast has been praised for its organisation of the tournament, but there have been some glitches involving the online ticketing system, which is new, but that has not deterred the thousands of fans that have been flocking to the Ivorian capital with huge excitement. And I'm now going to be talking to Samson Omale, who is in Abidjan for the tournament. Hi, Samson. Before we get to the on-pitch action at AFCON, we've heard reports that it's not been easy for fans to get tickets. What's this all about?
Now, leading up to the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations, the Confederation of African Football, CAF, which is a continent's football governing body, had introduced an online ticketing system, first of its kind since the history of the Africa Cup of Nations, and it was intended to make ticket procurement quite easy for the fans. But unfortunately, what we've seen since the competition started is that it has propped up more problems for fans who want to get tickets to get into the venues, to get into the stadium, to watch the matches. We've seen a lot of cases where the tickets are not available, and when they're available, they are also very expensive. I give you an instance. Officially, you have a Category 3 ticket, which will cost about 5,000 CFA franc, which is about $8 or about 9 euros thereabout. This Category 1 ticket could go as much as 40,000 to almost 60,000, 70,000 CFA franc, which is almost quadruple what you'll expect. Now, leading up to some of the games, CAF had also gone ahead to put up some isolated, designated centers where fans can actually go in there. But apparently it didn't solve the problem, and that's why we're seeing more half-empty stadiums in most of the venues. And you can imagine a game between Nigeria and Equatorial Guinea with less than 8,000 filling up this stadium behind me here, the Alassane Ouattara Stadium, which seats over 60,000 spectators at any given time. Christine.
Okay, so clearly a massive glitch there with the ticketing system. But let's talk to some of the big upsets that we've seen already this tournament. For me, Ghana's departure, early departure, I should say, is top of mind. But why don't you talk more a little bit about this, the big players, so to say, and the big teams. How have they fared in this AFCON, the Europe superstars, as we like to call them?
Yeah, they are very top names here, and I can go through a few of them for you. Mohamed Salah of Egypt, he plays for Liverpool. I mean, after the first two games, he couldn't play the third match because he picked up a hamstring injury. He's back in England where he's being treated, and he has struggled in this tournament. What about Victor Osimhen of Nigeria, who plays for Napoli? He helped them to pick up the Scudetto, and he was just recently crowned as the African Footballer of the Year, and he's also trying to put his name on the map. He's not gotten any goal to himself yet after 3 matches, and that tells you that the top players are struggling. Mohamed Kudus from Ghana, he's done well. He plays for West Ham, and so far he got a praise in one of the games he played. Unfortunately, as you rightly said there, Ghana is out. There's another one, Riyad Mahrez of Algeria. Algeria sadly also is out of the competition, and Riyad Mahrez will regret, that he didn't quite show up. When you think about the fact that in 2019, Algeria were the champions of this tournament, and Riyad Mahrez played a key role in that. And then for Cameroon also, another struggling side in this tournament, you have the likes of Andre Onana, the keeper for Manchester United. He's also letting go, so he's not been able to keep a clean sheet. And that also tells you that some of the top names, as we have them, has really been struggling in this tournament.
Yeah, and yet there's so much buzz around them being on the team whenever AFCON's coming around. But Samson, the African Federation is proud about the fact that the number of sponsors has gone up for this tournament and reach too. Tell us more.
Yes, one of the key objectives and, of course, aim of the current president of the Confederation of African Football, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, he hails from South Africa, has been the fact that he had always wanted, and anytime you listen to him, he talks about the fact that African football must become more competitive, and it can be competitive when you don't have money coming through. And so what we've seen, particularly in this tournament here in Cote d'Ivoire, is a sudden rise in terms of the number of global partners you have who are identifying with the African Cup of Nations. So you have several big brands already putting their money on it, and you also have television rights expanding like we've never had before. And of course, more money is also being paid for television rights. And what this means is that the clubs, the national teams, the countries, football federation will be the biggest beneficiary of these, introduction. And talk about the rights for TV. You have several countries in Europe, several countries in Australia, the continent of Australia, who before now possibly have not gotten the kind of attraction that you want when you talk about African football. But this year's tournament has attracted, a lot of eyeballs from those places, and of course they are putting their money on it. And I must quickly add, Christine, that while the African Cup of Nations is old, you also have the Asia Cup, and it's not because I'm an African and I don't want to be biased about this, but honestly, from what we've seen with the numbers, it appears that there's more attention being paid to this tournament happening here in Cote d'Ivoire than what we have going on in Asia.
Okay, that is our man keeping his eyes on the ball for us at AFCON, Samson Omale in windy Abidjan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine.
Our next story is in Rwanda, where one musical artist has made keeping traditional African music alive his life's mission. Michael Makembe has journeyed across Africa to capture the sounds of the continent's people. We caught up with him in Kigali.
Since 2018, I've been going across the country of Rwanda, recording traditional sounds to create an audio museum. And this audio museum We help the new generation to understand, connect with the Rwandan traditional music. In Africa, we have a culture, call, respond. It's like a style that is very common in Africa. Everyone, even percussion, djembe, there's someone calling and the others, they respond. Some interesting thing is that when I go record, I don't have something specific I want to record. I want something authentic and something, I call it blues, something that just happened at that moment.
Hello. Isn't this the road that leads to Ndaisenga?
That's where you will look for him. I want to go discover these sounds and understand one by one, because it's a group of horns and they play together, and each horns has a different sound, a different rhythm, a different melody. These are the traditional instruments that, for me, they are very, very important because they have something in our culture. This place is very, very inspiring. Imagine waking up, play the Rwandan horn, amakondera, to call my people in the city. Some traditional sound, that would be very inspiring.
Amakondera in general have many sounds and key differences depending on their sounds. In fact, the trumpet we began with is called umusambi. It's a melody of sounds. Umusambi is a melody of royal guards. It is used during their entrance into the royal palace. Even its melody is different from other amakondera sounds because umusambi has different harmonious melodies that matches with the guard's feet movement. The trumpet that introduces the entire dance. In general, we play 5 different trumpets.
And that is it for now. Be sure to check out our other stories on dw.com/Africa, also on social media. And we'll leave you with pictures of the celebration of Epiphany, or Timket, one of the most important dates in the Ethiopian Orthodox Christian calendar. These images are from Mekele in Ethiopia's Tigray region, the first Timket after the recent peace agreement. See you next time. Bye-bye.
My name is Kwame Kakeri. I'm a professor in communication studies. I have been a teacher for many, many years, and I have therefore come in contact with so many people, young people, adults, parents, academics, and so many people in different walks of life. In my encounter with people, I have realized that we often do not pay much attention to individuals who have certain psychological problems that lead to some kinds of mental health problems. But our mental health is as important as the health of any part of our body, if not the most important. Therefore, we must pay attention to how we all behave, how we each other relate, in order that we can help each other in different ways. Because when people have mental problems, they themselves may not be able to know how to seek help. That is why family is important. That is why good friendship is important. That is why community is important. We must support each other, find ways of encouraging each other to live lives that give us solidarity among ourselves. It's important that when we detect any sign of mental or psychological problems in each other, we find solutions. And the solutions are always with the specialists. I would like to say that we should disabuse our minds that people with mental health are only those who we call mad people walking on the street naked and so on. No, there are many levels of mental health problems. So it's important that we all contribute to finding support to such institutions and this care that is so vital for everybody, every family, and the whole community.
JoyNews, we are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Good afternoon and welcome to The Pulse with me, Elton Brobe. Now, coming up in this afternoon's edition, NDC and MPP split over the Electoral Commission proposal to have Election Day moved from December 7th to November, while declaring the day a public holiday. The Commission has been meeting with the political parties at an inter-party advisory committee meeting today. We have an update and analysis for you.
I would say that the overwhelming consensus was that we should stick to what we have.
And yet conclusive, say SSA November 4-7, and say.
Also coming up, as many as 48 of MPP's current members of parliament will not seek re-election when the country goes to the polls later in the year. But how much of an impact would that have on this chance of breaking the 8 and expanding its hold on the majority side of the House? Analysis here on The Pulse as well.
I want to pledge my commitment to a one united MPP that will rally behind Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for the big battle in 2024.
Also, 12 persons found guilty of murder and conspiracy of murder in the brutal mob attack on lone military officer Major Mahama in Dentra Obuasi. We have details of the court's judgment handed to those termed teaming up to kill the soldier. These and more here on The Pulse. My name is Elton Brobe. It's a pleasure to be with you this exciting Monday afternoon. The Pulse is brought to you by Global Communities Digilu, affordable, safe sanitation for all. We are available on DSTV on channel 421 and Go TV 125. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and my Joy Online for these and more. Now let's settle for the details this afternoon. Now this afternoon, the two major political parties in Ghana are sharply divided over the Electoral Commission's proposal to have elections a month earlier than we've been used to in the last 30 years. Well, the EC wants the vote to take place on November 7th instead of the usual December 7th. The Commission, the EC, is also seeking to get the day of election declared a public holiday to encourage more Ghanaians to come out and exercise their franchise. The Commission has been convincing the parties at a crucial inter-party advisory committee meeting. But how would the political party feel about this move, considering plans have already been made for December? We hear from the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers shortly. But first, though, let's take you live to the Electoral Commission headquarters for an update. And my colleague, Michael actually joining us live for some interaction. Papa Nim, if you are there, welcome to the pause here.
Thank you, Elton.
Right, so I understand that the meeting is over, and we do know that it was held behind closed doors. What did you get from the meeting?
So, Elton, just as we said, clearly the political parties are sharply divided on whether to go ahead with the EC's plan to bring the elections at least 1 month forward, as we are used to. You know that regularly it's a December 7th election, but they want to bring it as in front to November 7th. But they've stated some reasons in the past that we know. The first one is that to give them ample time to be able to put measures in place, should in case we have a runoff in the elections. Secondly, again, they have heard from some of the religious groups who are pushing for this to also come forward, because they think that this year's December 7th particularly falls on a Saturday. So you have the SDA, for instance, who says that it's not a day that they want to participate in any election, so they want you to come forward. So those are some of the reasons. But we have heard from some of the political parties. Let's start from the NDC, who tell me that, well, they are not for such a policy because they are not in a rush to get Ghanaians to change the dates that they want elections to be held. We can listen to the Director of Elections for the NDC, Edward Omani Uwama, who said that the NDC as it stands is for November 7th only for the 2028 elections, which is 4 years' time.
The overwhelming consensus was that, considering all that the EC has to do between now and the next general elections, presidential and parliamentary, the EC would be biting more than it can chew as an institution if it wanted to add the needed parliamentary processes to change the date for the elections. In terms of the day of the election, it's something that we all discuss, and we are all men and women of faith. So we take issues of religion seriously. And we felt that it is something that should be subjected to a broader national discussion so that all shades of opinion can be factored into it for the appropriate decision to be taken. With all that said, for the election day being a holiday, we felt it is not really necessary, but if others think it must be done, even though we have too many holidays in the year, if others feel it must be done, it can be considered. So I would say that the overwhelming consensus was that we should stick to what we have. But the EC should not wait again like the EC waited after the 2016 elections The EC could have pushed these reforms in 2017, 2018, and 2019, and not in an election year.
You see, on a serious note, New Patriotic Party programs are EC beye namra kwanso a ebema democracy etumpono yejitum. Parties ni nyina state on position. Ebi say yes 2024 yentwemra November. Ebi say yentwentwen so ne mfanko 2028. Yen position say EC de beba November 2024 7 any ho problem. Yebetwen akosi say EC be publish ne program of action. Eno ye be hu anamwa ebe to say me no kasa dey. Ma obia nko kan oba say there was consensus say my EC ensesa. Parties na STT position. New Patriotic Party say yejitum. NDC for say omonjintum. The other issue ne say SSE edano ye train free on a holiday and ama enye holiday. And not there parties no sign many same say ebi so a holiday boa ebi say a holiday ehun hia. You say to the extent cross the New Patriotic Party you say it could be a working holiday because the NDC for aibida. Enti the ebeboa ama obia watchro ni din so oto aba benya akwanya ato aba eno ne ade a esese ye nyina aboa na ekoso nti ene discussion no a follow up from last week discussion say decision a EC person de ba no parties enko consult no momra ye share no parties nyina san state omo position sa enye conclusive say esese ye November 4-7 ana say bibi the war any December 7 New Patriotic Party nanke pe change said the EC can say Emra December November 7 and Kobasa.
Right, so that was the MPP Director of Elections, Evans Nimaku, explaining the party's position on the proposal by the Electoral Commission to have the date for the election moved from December to November. And earlier you also heard the NDC Director of Elections, Dr. Omar, also explaining the party's position as far as the proposal by the Electoral Commission is concerned. But what exactly are the issues behind the positions taken by the various political parties, the NDCs and the MPP? Let's go on the phone lines now. And then joining me is Mustafa Gbande. He's a Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. We'll also be joined by Evans Nimaku, who is the Director of Elections with the governing MPP. Mr. Gbande, good afternoon. Welcome to the Pulse. Right. Let me see if I can also bring in the MPP Director of Elections, Evans Nimaku. Mr. Nimaku, if you can hear me, good afternoon. Right, so we don't have them yet, but we'll bring them on so that they can tell exactly the reasons behind the position they've taken. But let me bring in David Agui, who is Executive Director, Ghana Institute of Governance and Security. David, you're welcome to the Pulse here on JoyNews.
Yeah, thank you so much, Elton.
Are you in favor or against the proposal by the Electoral Commission to have the 2024 election moved from December to November?
It depends on what the various political parties on the table during our meeting, and as to whether or not the parties will actually be in tandem or in support of the proposal put before the political parties. I say so based on the fact that I thought that the political parties should have been very proactive enough of setting a certain agenda for the Electoral Commission to actually follow. To set the agenda, the political parties needs to evaluate the previous elections, especially election 2020, election 2016, and see what has been the challenges as far as the elections were actually concerned, and doing prognosis, then you will be able to say that, yes, going into 2024, these are some of the things that need to be tabled before the Electoral Commission for them to actually, consider it. Because if the political parties are able to do a comprehensive assessment of the previous elections, then they'll be able to analyze it very well and put something on the table for the Electoral Commission to also take it on board. But if the political parties are not doing that, and it is the Electoral Commission which is leading, then obviously what the Electoral Commission is putting on the table is what needs to be digested to be able to come out to the appreciation that, yes, it is good or not. So if you ask me specifically, I would say that as we speak now, it is all about the circumstances. If you looked at NDC agreement and MPP's agreement, it is all about who is to cheat each other as far as the election is concerned going into 2024. The ruling party will say that, yes, if it is November 7, they will appreciate it so much because the calculation is that if the election is to go into a runoff, the ruling party will have an upper hand over the opposition party. So the opposition parties are also afraid that if it is the ruling party setting the agenda for them, obviously going into the runoff, the ruling party has a lot of goodies. They have a lot of financial inducement, which they can package it very well to be able to win the election. So it is all about the advantages of both the major political parties, MPP and NDC. If it is put on 7th of November, the ruling party will be in a jubilant mood. And if it is put in the month of December, which is the normal election period here, I think that the opposition party will also support it. So, per my readings of what is happening, it is as a result of the fact that the political parties are not setting the agenda. And so it is the EC setting the agenda. That is how come this issue is creating a bit of controversies and misunderstanding.
I'll hear directly from the NDC the reasons for the opposition to this proposal by the Electoral Commission. But let me put in context that this is not new. But it's been on the book since 2015. The EC is only seeking to advance it. That is the explanation they've provided. And the reason is that if in the event of a runoff, it will provide them with ample time to plan and execute the runoff in a more transparent and effective way. That has been the writing principle behind the proposal by the EC to have this institutionalized. But remember that it is just going to be a simple walk in the park. I mean, this will have to require some constitutional amendments to make it binding.
I agree because myself and you were assigned together 2015, 2008, and so that was the time that when the election went on runoff almost on 3 occasions, that was the time that the political parties realized that they need to be able to put something on the table for Electoral Commission to actually deliberate whether they can actually shift the normal voting period in December to November such that it can help the winner and the loser to also hand over, peacefully. Because we realize that the handing over period, it is very, very short. And so if the timetable is shifted to November, it will give an ample time for the ruling party and the opposition party to, one way or the other, the handing over will be done, in a proper context.
David, let me ask a final question so that I can let you go. The other argument is also about whether 2024 is the ideal time or perhaps we should set the framework and allow it to take effect in 2028. What is your position on this?
I strongly believe that Ghanaians are calling for a reform in our electoral process. And more to the point, our constitution, Ghanaians are saying that we need to amend the constitution. And so any political party who win the election 2024 has that onerous responsibility to ensure that we have referendum such that we can be able to amend the constitution. And amending the constitution, we should have a date that says that if it is November, we should have election in November. If it is in December, we should be able to maintain the status quo. But I strongly believe that if we are able to do it like the way other nations or other countries have done it, in the United States, for instance, they have Tuesdays. Most of the time they vote on Tuesdays, which any of the religious entities will not come to clamor to say that as for us, we are Adventists, as for us, we are Pentecostals, as for us, we are Orthodox churches here and there. So if we are able to formalize it in that way, such that holistically, we'll be able to put it into the Constitution or the amended version of the Constitution probably in 2025, I would prefer that one.
All right, thank you very much, David Agui. He is a executive director with the Ghana Institute of Security. You heard him make the point. But again, the Electoral Commission position is that this is a 2015 proposal that they are seeking to advance. And the expectation is that if this is able to go through the necessary constitutional amendments and it becomes law, then the election will move from December to November. In the event of a runoff, they will have ample time to plan and execute it, and also allow for smooth transition of power between the outgoing and the incoming. These are the parameters within which the Electoral Commission is seeking to move this. There's been concerns about whether or not 2024 is the ideal time, or the issues should consider moving into 2028, and whether and people are even questioning the rationale behind this whole exercise. We'll hear shortly from the NDC's Deputy General Secretary, Mustafa Gbande, who was at this IPAC meeting, and also hopefully hear what you think. You can send us your comments via our social media handles on Facebook, on X, and of course on our social media handles. But in the studio this afternoon is the Deputy General Secretary of the MPP, Mustafa Haruna. Mustafa, you're welcome.
Oh, that's Haruna Mohammed.
Haruna Mohammed.
Opposite side.
Sorry. Haruna Mohammed is the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP. We're going to talk about the weekend parliamentary primaries, but we were just on this subject matter that's also very of interest to the MPP. Your party has made it clear that they are in support of what the EC wants to do. Why is it so?
Thank you very much. I would first and foremost say good afternoon to your cherished viewers and the management of multimedia. I think that this proposal has been on the table for a long time, as you can hear from the Electoral Commission, that this is a 2015 proposal. And if you look at the contribution of the New Patriotic Party to political reforms in Ghana, we have continually made sure that either we are in government or in our opposition, we proffer better solutions to issues that affect negatively our political system or our election systems. So for Electoral Commission to come with this particular proposal, having decided that we are going to support this particular proposal, we went through and thought through a number of issues. One, you are talking about how power changes from one party to another or from one government to another in case it is the same party. It takes a number of time. The committees that are put in place needs to acquaint themselves with so many other handing over notes to be able to ascertain and verify some of these issues before governance starts. So given that particular time period, I think that it is very proper that if we are able to work out the constitutional modalities to be able to set this particular time, as David has said, so that we institutionalize the date so that at least it would not have any implication or any otherwise on the political system.
So therefore, your support in the direction relates to the timing and the flexibility within which the EC can operate and the political parties.
If you look at 2008, there was that possibility that we could even go extra runoff because we
actually went to 10.
Yes,
after the runoff.
After the runoff. So an extended period could give us ample time to be able to decide as to what happened. If you also look at other countries, the US and other, I think that they are doing in November.
Yes, it's in November.
And if you look at Nigeria, all of that, you factor that into it and look at the handing over time. It gives ample time for verification.
But the US, after the November, the swearing-in is in February. So it gives a lot of time for...
So a lot of time is there, verification. This is handing over. You need to read and read through, verify, and then be able to ascertain the veracity of many other issues, even if you are handing over to yourself. You need to verify a number of things that will be able to give you the opportunity to attend to them when you sit on the chair. So these issues put together, I think that will be able to help this country in terms of electoral reforms to be able to move on. The proposal of EC is not complete in its own.
Right.
Because it has to go through some legal processes, as in going to Parliament.
Fortunately, this is not an entrenched clause, so therefore it doesn't require a certain number to get it amended.
But definitely it has to go it has to go through some process. So it's a proposal. I believe that all of us, we can disagree to agree. And I think that particular process will definitely take its natural course.
Your opponents, the NDC, say that they are against it. One of the issues they are raising is about timing. they said that if they will consider it at all, let's look at 2028.
This is a proposal that was made in 2015. And you can see that they are the same party that was in government at that particular time. So if they are talking about timing, then the argument falls flat of the fact, because they know exactly what it was when the proposal was brought up. This is not the first time we are discussing elections to be moved to 7th November. This is not the first time. 2015, it was an argument, and they were in power, and it was closer. We wanted it in 2016. It did not happen. This is the very time that all of us has to collectively agree to make sure that we agree and move it to that particular date and give it a constitutional backing so that it can solidify the force of the election process that we are all looking at for.
So therefore, are you hoping that the EC will fast-track this so that it happens in 2024?
We need to build consensus, and that is why the NDC, everybody will have to profile the reasons why they are either for or against. And I believe that when the NDC make their argument, and then we also make our argument, and the Electoral Commission also put forward, without other parties, it is not only MPP NDC.
Exactly.
We have other stakeholders who will contribute, just as we have governance bodies, media, and what have you. All of us has to contribute to this discussion. And all of us contributing to it will shape the discussion forward and give us a very good side that we will all learn, and it will benefit the people of Ghana.
Now that we are discussing issues ahead of the December elections, I'm getting text messages, and I guess it's coming from people who live outside the country, and they are asking, now that you are before the Electoral Commission under the umbrella of IPAC, what are you also doing to ensure that the Representation of People's Amendment Law, ROPA, is also implemented this? I don't know whether the party has a position on that.
You know, we have always been the party. We're the first party to bring this particular matter up for us to give the opportunity to people living abroad to participate. As I sit here, I don't know the level at which this particular bill has reached, and I'm unable to proceed to be able to speak to that matter because I am not availed to the fact as to where the bill has reached, what is the current state of that, and then what next to happen. But as a party, we believe that it's a right thing, it's a good thing if it is also taken up quickly and looked at, so that we, the political parties, can make proper positions on this, and then this can be continued to be put into law.
All right, so Haruna Mohammed is the Deputy General Secretary of the MPP. He's here with me in the studio as we look at the current political issues. One is the just ended Inter-Party Advisory Committee meeting held under the auspices of the Electoral Commission, and the EC again brought forth the proposal to have the election date move from December to November, and to also allow for the day to be declared a national holiday. They are seeking the buy-in of the political parties before perhaps the Attorney General takes a CI to Parliament to see to the amendment of the provision in the Constitution to allow it to materialize and institutionalize in our political calendar. The Electoral Commission, they are moving on with this proposal. The NDC, they made it clear that they are not in support of it, at least for now. Their position is that if they will support its implementation at all, it has to be in 2028 and not the 2024 election. The MPP, they've thrown their weight behind it, supporting 100% and saying that the EC should get the support of all the other political parties so that in December, rather it will come to November. So what exactly are people saying? What is the position of you watching us right now? We put the question to some Ghanaians on the streets of Accra, and this is the outcome of our poll. So the question was, the Electoral Commission is seeking to move election day from December 7th to November 7th. The EC also wants election day to be declared a public holiday. And 22 hours more left for you to respond to the question. But as at about an hour ago, 772 people have voted, and 32.3% are in support of the Electoral Commission's proposal to have the election move from December to November. Those who are against it and want the status quo remain, they are 27.2%, and those who don't care at all, 40.5%. They don't care whether it is held in December or in November, 40.5%. So clearly, more like a divided opinion on that. And they are providing reasons why, whether they are for or against, or they don't really care, whichever date the EC settle on to hold the 2024 election. You can join you can go to our Facebook page, JoyNews, and then respond to the question as we have put it, whether you want the elections held, whether you want the status quo remain, or you want the election held in November instead of the December. Your comments are welcome. And as we move on, we'll try and bring on the NDC's Deputy General Secretary, Musa Babandi, to tell us why the NDC have taken this defiant position against the proposal put forth by the Electoral Commission. But this afternoon also, we are looking at the MPP. And of course, the just ended parliamentary primaries that saw 48 people who will not be joining the 9th Parliament. We'll have that conversation very soon. Stay right there. This is The Pulse with me, Elton Brobe.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see SINTEX. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
The marriage, you get the certificate before you get into the marriage, so you don't know what is ahead of you.
What would make your partner walk out of the relationship?
Probably when he finds me cheating.
No. So, I'm not going to handle the body or what? What's his waist size?
When I get home, I'll explain it.
What's Papa? 2 years or so, and 3 years, one year, you say, I can't pray.
And you want to go into politics?
You want to go into politics? Not 5 years, not 5 years.
Right. If you love me right.
The best gift you can give a loved one is good health. The Love FM Fitness Walk is the only platform which prevents this exclusive opportunity to walk with your friends, partner, granny, kids, abongo, empna, obia, Yahoo, Kunus, Pubet, etc. to stay healthy. Banks, insurance companies, construction companies, hospitals, schools, security services, various fitness groups. Come and let's shake off the stress. Start looking for your walking kit, and let's hit the streets of Kumasi to de-stress, exercise, and burn some calories. You can also send us a minute video. Shijama Kakra, Yedede Kakra, as cooperating institutions, groups, or individual declaring your readiness to partake in the walk. Stay with Love 99.5 FM and Inshra 104.5 FM and get more details on the walk, or call 0245 594 425 for inquiries. Remember, Fitness Walk is on Saturday, 3rd February 2024 at the Kumasi City Mall, 6 a.m. sharp.
Welcome back. This is a pause here on Joy News. Now, the governing New Patriotic Party has declared February the month of reconciliation as it acknowledges the outcome of last weekend's parliamentary primaries that saw 28 incumbent MPs lose their slots has left the party fractured. General Secretary of the party, Justin Kodia Frimpong, says the reconciliation will focus on making the party stronger and capable of forming the majority in the 9th Parliament. More on that shortly, but let me show you how things turned out at the weekend for the primaries.
There were heavy casualties in the battle for parliamentary seats in the New Patriotic Party's constituencies. The areas up for contest had incumbent members of parliament facing stiff opposition from other aspirants. In all, 28 incumbent members of parliament lost their seats, bringing to an end their bid to return to parliament next year. Sarah Adja Safo is included in that list of incumbent MPs who lost their seats.
Basically, I'm excited. The Dominican Abenya people have decided it's a massive victory for the MPP. Going forward, I think what we have to do as a party is to unite all of them, the 3 candidates and their followers, and we make sure we break the 8. The local people, the constituents themselves are fed up with the honorable member of parliament, and that is what has been translated in this vote that we're seeing today.
For now, Aaron Mike Okoye Jr. has the arduous task of securing the next electoral victory for the New Patriotic Party. Ashanti region, the stronghold of the party, also witnessed a shake-up. Eugene Entry, outspoken member of parliament for Subin, who called for the removal of Ken Ofori-Atta as finance minister, is heading home way earlier than he would have imagined. Tina Na Ayele Mensah, Deputy Health Minister. Bright Reku Probe, Deputy Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Gifty Chum Ampofo, Deputy Minister for Education. Frida Prempe, Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources. And Lariba Abudu, Gender and Social Protection Minister, are some of the government appointees who also lost their seats. But some other appointees were spared. That includes Minister for Trade and Industry and MP for Adansi Asokwa, Kabina Tahir Hammond, who was firing on election day.
I am the undefeated, undisputed heavyweight champion of the politics of Adansi. I remain the champion, undefeated, no champion, no liberty.
Also, Works and Housing Minister Francis Asenso-Boakye, who faced stiff opposition from Ralph Japan, clinched onto his parliamentary seat, paving way for him to run for elections later this year.
You were asked to jettison your own son, the true son of Bantama, for someone who does not come from here. But you said no, that will not happen, and that did not happen. But this is MPP. Whenever we are having a contest, we campaign, and after the contest, we come together. So I want to pledge my commitment to a one united MPP that will rally behind Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for the big battle in 2024.
The New Patriotic Party is hoping that this new mix of old and new candidates will contribute to the party's agenda of breaking the 8-year political cycle and winning victory in the upcoming presidential and parliamentary elections.
Been fraught with monetary inducement, making the process expensive for people who aspire to venture into politics, caused by some civil society organizations and well-meaning Ghanaians to reduce or eliminate monetary influence in Ghana's electoral system has not yielded much results. For former chairman of Ghana's Electoral Commission, Dr. Kudra Farijan, the dominance of monetary inducement in elections in the country is a shame, adding that it only defeats the fundamental principles of the country's democracy.
What we have now looks like an open market where candidates can freely buy votes and citizens can freely sell their votes in broad daylight, while we all look on seemingly unconcerned. But it is a shameful spectacle.
The just-ended MPP's parliamentary primaries is just a tip of the iceberg, but also rekindles a major national concern. The primaries received wide allegations of voter inducement. In the Wejagbawe constituency of the Greater Accra region, delegates alleged that the incumbent MP, Tina Mensah, influenced voters by sharing 2,000 cedis to them, while her contender, Jerry Ahmed, paid 200 Ghana cedis. Some beneficiaries of the inducement did not shy away.
110 or 27.
There are 110 delegates for my electoral area, but the MP selected only 27 of them and gave each 2,000 cedis. The rest of the delegates didn't get anything, so the little that Jerry Ahmed came to give us, everyone was contented with, so we decided to vote for him.
Delegates who did not benefit were pissed. In the Swami constituency of the Ashanti region, the constituency chairman alleged that the delegates were given 50 cedis by the aspirants so as to secure their votes. Delegates in the Doboya constituency in the northeast region were also not left out, as there were reports of aspirants sharing motorbikes during the elections. But the Ashanti regional chairman of the party, Bernard Nchibuesiakun, Elias chairman Wuntumi, said the monies given out were to serve as transport for delegates.
So you see nothing wrong with some of these aspirants giving out money to delegates to vote in their favor?
Oh, my brother, you as a journalist, we have to be in reality. Once I'm going, you look for lorry first. Is it not normal in Ghana? Or you won't look for lorry fare, then you say it. So once I'm going, I'll go free.
I want to look for lorry fare from you.
Yes, then I will do that and give everybody a lot.
So what is your opinion when it comes to delegates taking money from aspirants to,
Nobody is doing that. Nobody is doing that. Now they have voted and finished.
From this justification, it is clear that the country will need to do more than necessary to reduce or eliminate the practice of voter inducement from our body politics.
Thunderous jubilations filled the atmosphere as Kwame Ampedu, the Ablekuma Municipal Electoral Officer, declared the final result of the primaries at the Liberty Park in Dansoman.
Candidate number 1, Osla Gifty Owusu Ekufu, had 817 votes. Candidate number 2, Ronnie Kwesi Noko, had 241. Now, so candidate elect is Madam Esla Owusu Ekufu. By the power vested in me as the municipal electoral officer and on behalf of the Electoral Commission, I declare Esla Owusu Ekufu parliamentary candidate elect for Ablekuma West.
Madam Esla, also calling for unity, attributed the victory to hard work emphasizing the seat retention for the NPP.
I'm not surprised. We've done a lot of work in the constituency, and our executives have reaffirmed their trust and hope in me to retain the seat for the NPP. And I can only tell them that, as my campaign slogan says, it is possible together. Together, we will win and win and win again and break the 8.
What is your message to your opponent?
I wish he had stayed to congratulate me, because that's what is expected of all contestants in there. The contest is over. The delegates have spoken. It is time for us to join forces to do the work of the MPP in this constituency. So I'm welcoming him to join our campaign so that we can forge ahead in unity and retain the seat for the NPP. And we'll do whatever it takes to do that. Somebody has been to Parliament with 3 votes. So the important thing is that we are winning and we are retaining the seat, and we are winning more votes for our presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to break the 8. That, for me, is our focus. NDC is not my focus. I've beaten them 3 times, I'll beat them again.
The District Chief Executive of Adan East, Sarah Dubaki Pobi, and the MPP's parliamentary candidate for Nkwanta South constituency, Sharifa Setre Tijani, described Esla's victory as inspiring.
Her level of hard work and the strength that she exhibits, it's an admiration to a lot of us. So I'm happy for the results. It has shown that indeed she's a strong woman. She's not just strong, but she's somebody who is an example to the young women that are coming up in politics.
We, the women who are also learning from her, should also be up and doing. And I say congratulations to her.
In response to Robert Kwesi Nicol's concerns about campaign and accreditation, the MPP's Director of Communication, Richard Ahiamba, stated that the party is prepared to address the issue if it is brought to their attention.
If it gets to the party, they refer to a disciplinary committee. They'll look at it. If there are merits in it, it will be looked at. But as far as I know, I have not seen anything that is done here untoward. And the result will demonstrate to you that it's a unanimous endorsement of the minister. So if it was a close election, then you can make those allegations. But this is a resounding victory. I don't see anything done untoward. But of course, if he has reason to believe that he's been treated unfairly, by all means, he should appeal that or petition the disciplinary committee for some redress.
Party faithfuls in the Ablekuma West constituency affirmed their determination to maintain the seat for the party in this year's elections. Reporting for JoyNews, Carlos Caloni, Ablekuma West constituency, Accra.
So we're going to have time to digest the matters that happened over the weekend. And for a lot of them, the parliamentary primaries was actually their main election because they are just waiting for the roll call on 7th January 2025 to take their seat in parliament. For some of the seats, it is a done deal. But Haruna Mohammed is still here with us. So we're going to go through a lot of things that happened over the weekend. The allegation of vote buying, campaign, and the matters that took place at the ND, and then what the party is doing to resolve it once and for all going forward. What about the 5 constituencies that did not elect their candidates for the elections? But let me quickly pick the talks of the General Secretary of the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP, Ato Dagzi, who was at IPAC today. Mr. Dagzi, good afternoon. Welcome to the Pulse.
Good afternoon, Elton.
So you took part in the IPAC meeting today, right?
Yes.
So what did you discuss and what conclusion did you come to?
Good afternoon to your chairs, viewers and listeners as well. Today was basically for political parties to present our position on the proposals made by the Electoral Commission to either move the election date from December 7th to a day in November, and also to make the day for the presidential and parliamentary elections a national holiday. These were proposals that the Electoral Commission made to to us political parties at IPAC last week, Monday.
Right. So what is the position
today
of GCPP?
was just for GCPP. Our position is that moving the date from December 7th to November should be a consideration for the next election in 2028 and not this year. This year, we believe that for us to be certain in our minds as Ghanaians and as political party, and for even the Electoral Commission, we need to concentrate on December 7th, because already, if they start the process of changing the date to November, they have to prepare a bill. It has to go to Parliament. It has to go through gazetting, 21 sitting days, and then on the second hearing, they need 2/3 to be able to pass it. We are not sure whether that process will be seamless. Therefore, it will bring some sort of uncertainty in the minds of people. So we should still aim at December 7th for this year. However, consider moving the date a bit further, because the EC had already made the argument that when there is a rerun, for instance, they have limited time to be able to do that, maybe if there was a second round option. So these were the positions that different political parties presented, but this was the GCPP position.
So the timing for you is simply not right now. You rather want in 2028. But the question is, are you really going to get this thing off the ground? This proposal was made in 2015. How much time do we need to come to some realization on this?
And that was the surprise for all of us, that, okay, so if the EC wanted to make this proposal, how is it that after 2016, when it failed in Parliament, why is it that it didn't come back in 2017 or 2018 or 2019? But to make these changes in an election year and cause uncertainty in the minds of people in the election year, mind you, we have a very porous political system where there is a lot of mistrust. So any changes that we are making in an election year brings a whole lot of confusion. And we believe that at least it's something that we should consider. If, for instance, next year, these things, the move for it are considered from next year, I think it's something we should all look at, but not in an election year where we already have a lot of things that we need to do. But there was the other issue of making the day a holiday. I think most political parties felt indifferent about it. Whether they make it a holiday or not is indifferent. But for GCPP, our position is that it should be made a national holiday, because you need participation. And most people are either working or on days that are not election day. They might be involved in a whole lot. So we believe that to ensure more participation, it should be made a national holiday. In 2020, it was on a Wednesday. However, at IPAC, we felt that it should be a national holiday. We wrote to the presidency, and then they issued an executive instrument to make it a public holiday. And one holiday in 4 years, we don't think it should be.
Absolutely. So my final question before I let you go. So what is the homework for you? Are you going back to the EC on this matter, or is it a closed chapter?
Well, after presenting our positions, the Electoral Commission is now to come back to us to convince us of their calendar for the year, because they didn't present their calendar. So we are not too sure, even if they want to still do this, do they have the time? Because mind you, it's an election year. Parliament will not have the normal number of sitting. I think we were also being told by Honorable Obiamor that they'll be going for Easter holidays very soon. So the EC, if you want to go ahead with changing the date to November, need to convince all of us that they are capable of going through all the processes and achieving the result that they need at the end of the day. Then we can back them. But for now, no decision has been taken.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Atola. He's the General Secretary of the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP. Their position is that they are not in for it in 2024. They will only support it in 2020. Now let's come back to the studio and let's deal today with the matters of the MPP. So, Haruna, you saw the videos. There's been allegations of vote buying, campaign. Money clearly played a key role in deciding the outcome of this weekend's parliamentary election. Would you not agree?
Elton, there have been videos, as you have said, but there have not been compelling evidence to support those videos. It is very difficult.
What more do you need to be convinced that some people were bribed to vote the way they did?
Elton, you would know that you did not see any candidate sharing money. You did not see any candidate sharing money, except to hear delegates say she or he did not get this, he had. So these are matters that is based on conjecture, which cannot be confirmed, because these aspirants in question who are perceived to be buying the vote are not directly involved in this particular matter. We are not seeing them executing these vote buying allegations. And it is very difficult. How do you measure vote buying? Measuring it, there has not been any appropriate standard that you measure to say that what this person is doing or what this person is saying amounts to vote buying. You hear some of them say that they are giving them transport. You can't dispute the fact that the person is giving the person transport.
We've heard figures like 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 for transport.
I'm happy you said you heard.
It's like traveling to Burkina Faso or Mali.
Yes, it depends upon how generous somebody is going to be to give transportation. If I'm giving you transportation from here to Circle, and I know maybe it's 50 pesos, and I decide to give you 1,000 Ghana cedis, clearly means that my generosity is very high.
But it is coming from somebody who is contesting an election, so clearly the motive will be
it is perceived to be coming from somebody who is contesting an election because that person is not directly involved. This era, we have this electronic world, we have these AI systems, this artificial intelligence. People are using people's voices. Why can't people use people's names? Or people even print ballot or pictures of people and paste them on items and distribute them just to have these people's names be in a very bad light. So these are matters we cannot confirm. These remains allegations until we dig behind the scenes to be able to identify persons behind that so that we can actually confirm as a political party. We, the MPP, frowns on vote buying, and we have made it publicly. In going into the elections, we have what we give to the delegates. In fact, in our party, it is only when they congregate to conduct an election exercise that we call them delegates, but they are officers of the party. So we don't have a category of people called delegates. At a point in time, the function you execute gives you that name, but they are officers of the party.
But hurry now. I mean, this has become a regular feature in our internal politics. I mean, as a party, you should be worried about it. You are a deputy general secretary. You may want to move up to a contestable election or a contestable position in the future. Now, this thing is becoming regular. It started some years back. Now it's becoming institutionalized in our body politics. You should be worried as a party.
Let's say it's becoming more rampant, but it is not institutionalized because all political parties frowns on vote buying. People who are executing or practicing that is being perceived in the media landscape has to be investigated. Because all of us, as we said, if it is actually true that this is what is being perpetrated, that these persons are engaged in this and it becomes so expensive, then it means that if I seek to occupy a political position, it will become difficult for me. But these are things that have been conducted, things that have been perceived, things that have been posted without a package of evidence to be able to dig out people behind that. For me, I will be all for it, for us to fight the monetization of political systems. However, we have to do it very critically to ensure that we don't hang people just for the sake of perception, but we must do so based on fact.
But nevertheless, are you going to look into the allegations that have come up so far?
Our party has reporting procedures. We have disciplinary and grievance procedures. How matters are reported to the party. We have sent people to the constituency levels. We have also sent people to the regional levels, i.e. from national and to constituencies from regional. These persons will submit reports to the national.
You don't have
party.
it yet?
They will submit reports to us.
It happened
we don't
this
have
weekend.
Those, yes.
Okay.
I just returned from Eastern region, and I went for my first program and had to rush to Joy to have this.
In the Eastern region where you supervise the election, did you come across anything of the sort?
Not at all. Not that.
There was no allegation of vote buying.
My eye has not even seen any shred of such vote buying incidents.
But shouldn't the party rather take care of this, transport fares for delegates instead of allowing the aspirants to take advantage of the situation?
Too much of meat doesn't spoil the soup, because the party gives. If somebody decides that he's going to give you some assistance in terms of transport, as you sit in this studio, you are paid by multimedia.
Right.
If somebody decides that they get you something at the end of the month for a show of generosity or something that you have done better, I don't think that it is going to cause any harm. So there are always ways of people supporting, but we must always define a certain standard that will be able to measure this attitude of vote buying.
Let me find out if Edem Senanu is convinced by your explanation. Mr. Senanu, you're welcome to the pause. If you can unmute for me, Mr. Senanu, he is anti-corruption campaigner. Edem, you're welcome.
I'm actually unmuted.
All right. So you've been listening to Haruna, convinced by his explanation?
No, I'm not convinced. It is not sufficient for the party to have a reporting system. They should be, as a party that frowns upon vote buying, they should be scanning the public domain, social media, collecting any such information and proactively investigating it. I think what frightens me the most is when he says that too much meat does not spoil the soup.
Yes.
I mean, this is not about taking local proverbs when we have an explicit law that says that this is a criminal activity. The distribution of money or resources by a political party or candidate to voters in an upcoming election is called vote buying. And to the extent that voters in an upcoming election can confirm that they received whatever type of resources or money, it means that criminal activity has occurred. Let us not begin to
he says there's no evidence. He says there's no evidence that any aspirant is seen giving money.
Since he just came back from the Eastern region, he cannot tell that there's no evidence altogether. He should take his time. He should slow down. He should check social media, check all his correspondence, and be sure before he comes out to the public and say there's absolutely no evidence.
It's an insult to the
No, you can come in if you have a reaction to that.
Yeah, I think it's an insult to the people of Eastern region. Eastern region, once you are there, you watch the national television. You see, so social media is not only limited to Greater Accra. It's not limited to Accra. So wherever I am, I think that I watch social media. And in fact, I am the national coordinator for detailing of persons to all the centers. The General Secretary has entrusted all this to me to coordinate that. So if you say I have to take time to be able to view the social media, I think it's an insult to the people of Eastern region. Eastern region.
But he says that perhaps your response is premature. You should take time to get all the reports that you claim that you are waiting.
You can't quickly go in and make judgmental. When something just happened on Saturday, somebody is telling you that he's supposed to take this particular money, he heard somebody is doing that, then you conclude that it is true. As I already said, I say it, if we sit in this studio and we are told that it's raining outside, it is not our duty to amplify the rain. It is our duty to open the window and check whether it is actually raining. That is what we have to do. So if you call that the parties must go behind to be able to do proper investigation, I agree with that. But to say that because somebody has so reported, we should agree to that fact, I don't think that is something that we have to agree to.
Adam.
I don't know what Haruna is talking about, because I haven't said you should agree to anything. I've just said take your time and investigate. The reverse psychology attempt to say it's an insult will not work here. There is no insult being said here. Take the dictionary. Fact is that there is a law in Ghana. If anybody breaches that law, the person is said to have engaged in criminal activity. I'm saying take your time, cross-check. Don't be in a hurry to say nothing of that sort has happened, because we have seen all kinds of reports, branded boxes with names and so on and so forth. Until somebody has done the investigation and say, oh, we checked, this is a fake, it is artificial intelligence or so on and so forth. For now, most of us who've seen things on social media and heard the reportage cannot be sure that what he's saying, he has not provided facts to back what he's saying. So I'm sorry, Mr. Haruna, do the investigation, come and tell us that in the instance of this report and that report, these are your findings, and then all Ghanaians will be comfortable. This is not about rushing to say that nothing has happened.
What is the solution? I mean, I guess you've heard this question countless number of times. What really can we do to put it? Otherwise, then we are selling the seas to the highest bidder.
And I agree with you. I think that if all the political parties, each time these issues came up, the first response will not be to say it is not true, but to be able to say, we are aware of incident A, where it is reported that Mr. B did so and so. We have asked this committee or group of people to investigate. These are their findings. And based on those findings, this is our conclusion. A very systematic approach to dealing with these issues in the public domain will help all of us begin to go to tease between, okay, this is a fake, this is real, it happened or not. If we are all very thorough and systematic whenever issues of vote buying or corruption come up, it will allow all of us to move forward knowing that we are serious about dealing with it and we are not going to countenance these things happening in our public space and, as it were, ruining the democratic credentials that we have as a country.
The thing is that the people we are electing them to go to parliament and make laws, the allegations are they are breaking it even before they get there.
They are very, very worried. That is why the allegations must be investigated. What it means is that you need a system. Abroad, when these issues come up, it's not just about the talk. There must be a system in place. Mind you, I know that, I can't remember it was last year, I think the Office of the Special Prosecutor took up one of these election-related cases in a similar vein.
Yeah,
there are some institutions.
And that is the DCE for I think the Dwabin District Assembly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think they've gone to court. They've advanced on this matter, and hopefully very soon.
Fantastic.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So we need more of such actions, because I think at the moment we are all toying with this issue. People just say, "Oh, this is nothing." After all, if you come, this is what we do traditionally. But law is law. Don't begin to confuse local customs or traditions and practices with it. We don't want this to be done because we know if persons enter by spending money, the first recourse when they get into positions of authority will be, I must get my money back.
Absolutely.
And the logic is so clear that all of us must begin to take it very seriously. And I'm glad at least the Office of the Special Prosecutor is taking up one. Let's hope that many more will be taken up by anti-corruption agencies so that people begin to take this issue very seriously. We cannot have people entering positions of trust, public trust, by paying their way into it. It will have a serious implication on their tenure of office.
Adam Senanu, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us on this very important subject. But as we come back to the studio, Haruna, if you have a response, then we can move to the other aspect of the elections over the weekend.
Yes. I still repeat, there has not been any law that has been broken.
Because there's no evidence.
Yes, because there has not been any court or competent court of jurisdiction that has pronounced that this law has been broken. If anybody feels that he has adequate evidence to be able to prosecute that, can proceed to the court. For him asking us to do investigation, we agree, yes, we will do investigation, but I can't sit here and then just to hear that or see somebody is displaying pictures of persons put on screens, or somebody saying that Elton has given 1,000 cedis and I did not get it, and then therefore the person has broken a law. No, who there says that? It must be said by the court. Yes, once there is a law, it's not an individual. That determines that the law has been broken.
So therefore, you only go into this matter if there is a complaint with evidence.
Yes, but to
in the absence of that, you will not waste your time on public sentiments.
Like I said, we have people that we have sent to the field. He himself is also worried about what is happening. He's calling for investigation. We have heard him as a political party. But to sit here, just because video is played, just because a picture is displayed, just because somebody says that monies were given to so and so and I did not get, it amounts to vote buying and a law is broken. I don't think that is appropriate.
You will not accept that?
I would not think that should be
So
appropriate.
investigation will not be conducted based on public sentiments?
Yes.
Unless there's evidence?
Unless there's clear evidence. And that is the game. We are living in a democracy and we can't just hang people. Even if somebody is sent to the court, the person is not pronounced guilty until the court decides so and says it. And so you can't just say the person has committed that crime. The person is alleged to have committed a crime. But you can't sit and pronounce judgment immediately. We don't do so.
Let's talk about Yendi. What reports have you received?
We are yet to receive incident reports from the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police Service, who are doing the representation for us in terms of security arrangement, in terms of the electoral reporting. And we also have our regional and national officers who have gone. We expect to see a written report on that.
So don't have any report from Yendi as we speak?
We have not received a written report from them, and we also await incidents reports.
So therefore, what is the status of the Yendi parliamentary primary?
Until we get those ones, we've sent them, and then we will expect to get these written reports from them.
So until the report comes, there's no election, or because we understand that
election.
the third vice chair declared Aliu Mahama as the winner.
There was election.
Are you holding him as a winner as we
I'm
speak
saying
now?
that there was election in Yendi. If you say there was election was conducted, everything had ended. Some issues came up at the time of counting. That's why I'm saying that we are waiting to get incidents reports from these three bodies that I've mentioned. And our national officers who represented the national party were there. The Electoral Commission was the one in charge of the elections, and then the police was in charge of security.
I asked because until the report comes, what kind of description are you giving what happened in the end?
When it comes, we'll report to you. So
therefore what? Has somebody won or is suspended? The outcome is suspended.
I'm saying that when the report comes, we'll speak to you.
And also a CTFM reporter is claiming that he was assaulted by the Member of Parliament for Yendi.
And I also saw a rejoinder that the Member of Parliament for Yendi said he did not assault the reporter. So, and I believe that this is fair in journalism. There's a report and there's a rejoinder to that.
The Electoral Commission, Director of Election, Dr. Sibukoku, says that as far as the EC is concerned, no election took place in Yendi.
He did not say so. If you can read what
he said. So if I may paraphrase it, they cannot call it.
That they have not called.
Exactly.
Yes, that is it. So for that one, that's why I'm saying we are waiting to receive an incident report from them.
So until that comes, you will still operate with the fact that
the party has always communicated to the media through some level of communication, and I want to restrict myself to this official communication.
But generally, what is your assessment of the entire exercise over the weekend?
I think that this is a plus to the new patriotic party. We have conducted presidential primaries very successfully. We have also conducted the orphan constituencies very successfully. This particular one too, very successful, even though we have hitches in terms of we have 100 constituencies, and out of that 100, we are seeing this just in one constituency. So it means that it represents a very minute percentage of the current happenings within the political landscape in terms of the conduct of the elections. Generally, it has been very peaceful. The party has been very satisfactory in terms of the conduct of the people. And I want to stand here and extend my greetings to the polling station executives, the electoral area coordinators, constituency executives, Council of Elders and Council of Patrons across all the 100 constituencies we conducted these elections, and the regional executives as well as national officers who are assigned to all the 15 regions that we conducted these elections. I want to stand on behalf of my boss and the national chairman of the party to say a kudos to them and thank you for that service. I also want to use this opportunity to thank the Ghana Police Service who have exhibited a level of professionalism, and also the Electoral Commission of Ghana who have continuously assisted in terms of their role in conducting elections for political parties in this country. I think that they did very well for us within this particular space.
What is the status of the 5 other constituencies that election did not take place? Sunyani East, Elembele, Binduri, Mampong. What are you doing about it?
There are 4 places that election did not take place. If you look at Binduri, Binduri was an unopposed constituency, a constituency that we were not conducting election, but rather to do an acclamation. One of the contestants who was disqualified decided to go to court. After having gone through the systems of the party, he decides that he goes to court. As a law-abiding party, will follow through to the court and get this matter resolved. So in actual fact, election was not going to be conducted in Binduri, which did not form part of the 104 constituencies.
Same for Mampong,
in the Ashanti region. For the 33. If you look at Agona West, Agona West was a place that we were conducting elections. One of the persons who was disqualified did not avail himself to an appeal, but decided to go to court. The party will show a representation to defend that. If you look at Mampong, Mampong too is also an injunction that was placed. The party takes steps to make sure that we go to court in response to that. Obuasi West was also injuncted, and this matter is also being investigated. Will also be followed up in the court to ascertain the veracity of that. Akwapim South was put on hold by the National Party following a request from the constituency through the region. And these ones too is to give us the ample time to do adequate consultation to arrive at a particular conclusion. Sunyani East, this is a constituency that we have kept on hold. In fact,
my former constituency. My former constituency.
Yes, it's a constituency that has been in court for some time. Court pronounced judgment. At a point in time, the party sent a committee called the Anyimedu Committee. They went in there, brought their report to National Council. National Council sent 3-member committee for which I was the secretary to that committee. We went and also came back with a report. Then the National Executive Committee then issued a directive for appointment of acting officers for the party, which has been done. And after this election, the party will move in. We have directed that we are going to use the 2018 album that was used for the conduct of elections at the parliamentary and then the constituency level at the constituency in 2018. So this album will be used for the conduct of the elections.
And all the parties, they've accepted it?
Yes, they've accepted that. This has duly been communicated. After the NEC meeting, the General Secretary signed on to that particular decision, and this has wholly been accepted. And very soon we'll move to the constituency to make sure that this album is being validated to ensure that these elections for Sunyani East is being conducted so that the party will have a candidate in that area.
My final question before I let you go. So you witnessed 28 of sitting MPs, they lost their bid to continue in Parliament. And already, before going into election, you had over, I think, 19 or 20, yeah, 19, they've decided that they will not, they don't want to continue their parliamentary business again. And so you have almost 47 experienced MPs who either by virtue of their own volition or to seek election or they lost the primaries. How did that come to you? Surprise, or you think that this rather galvanized the base of the party ahead of the December elections?
Elton, we would have wished to see them continue to be in Parliament. And if we were to have all old members of Parliament to be in Parliament, by this time we would have been seeing Hawaii Akubu, we would have been seeing J.H. Mensah, we would have been seeing Hagman Oswajiman, Papa Oswankuma, and the many other MPs who have exhibited courage and that respect and intelligence in the House of Parliament. These persons have taken the back seat, and new persons have come in. These persons are also taking the back seat and allowing the new ones to come. We all know in this country we don't have a school for parliamentary business. No. It is when you get in there. And I always say it, the number of years you serve, it does not amount to your experience. You can be a 1-year-old in a particular business setup on an entity, and you have much more experience than somebody who has stayed in that business for more than 20 years. So we expect that these people that have been elected by the delegates of our party to represent us will learn fast on the job. I remember,
I won't cut you, but I remember, you know, I was a parliamentary correspondent for one term and I lost my teeth. But TV decided that they will let somebody take over.
I have to petition more.
You need to. So I remember, I think this was when the 7th Parliament came. I think I was going when I got a call from 2 MPs. And then the conversation was that they had a meeting with the Speaker. The Speaker had told them that get in touch with some of the parliamentary correspondents. They know the rules more than even people who sit in the chamber. Go and learn from them. And so more or less, you became like teachers to the new MPs. So I understand you. And I hope that they learn fast on the job. But again, you have 137 MPs in Parliament, in the current Parliament. You need your numbers to prosecute government business on the floor. Here is the case. You have people who may have been disappointed by the outcome of the election. The enthusiasm may no longer be there. What is the party doing to whip them up so that you have all of them participate fully on the business of the floor?
I know that these members of Parliament are much aware of a clause in the party's constitution where they are told to publicly uphold the decisions of the party. You've contested an election, you have lost. Does not mean that your membership of the party has changed. Does not also say that your tenure of office as member of Parliament has also ended. Yes. You still have government business to carry through. Yes, it has been very painful to lose election, but there has always been 2 options to election. Either you win or you lose. And as a national party, we call on them to remind themselves that there is a duty to be carried through. And we can only win 2024 general elections to break the 8 if we have a collective effort. And I call on all of them to put the elections behind them and look ahead to ensure that they give more support to the New Patriotic Party. They give support to Parliament to ensure that the resounding victory we await on the 7th of December or the 7th of November, should this be agreed, so that it will be sworn in at the Black Star Square.
Then when is next meeting to consider the running mate?
My boss will decide that.
You mean the flag bearer of the party?
The General Secretary, together with the National Chairman, who calls for meeting.
There's no time?
The timeline has not been put on this one, but timelines were put when the elections were being run. After the elections is finished, the National Chairman of the party, together with the leader of the party, would take a decision to call.
As to when to call the flag bearer to provide the name?
To provide which name?
The name for the running mate.
Oh, I thought we were talking about neck meeting.
No, I mean, it is the neck that will call. And I think at the last meeting,
for the running mate,
at the last meeting, the Vice President demanded time.
Yeah,
now the parliamentary primaries is over.
For the running mate, it has to be done at National Council.
Okay.
And which is the second highest decision-making body. He was granted time. I believe that when he exhausts the time, he will come back to National Council for a decision to be made.
All right, thank you very much.
But he will be speaking on 7th of February.
All right.
Yes, he will speak.
And you hope that by that time the running mate will be out or after?
He's going to speak to outline his vision, because since we finished the elections, His Excellency the Vice President and the next President of the Republic of Ghana hasn't spoken, and he's going to make a point to bear to the people of Ghana his vision.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elton.
Mohammed, for coming through.
Thank you for
having me. We wish the party the very best as you head towards the elections in December.
I use the opportunity to call on multimedia to support us.
You've always been supportive of all the political parties.
I'm calling for hours. Support us to break the 8. And I believe that we're giving you the media freedom. We'll extend that to include many more other support systems that will expand and engender media freedom.
Right, Haruna Mohammed is the Deputy General Secretary of the MPP. This is The Pulse with me, Elton, but we're taking a short break and we'll be back.
We've had news file over the weekend, and an interesting part of the conversation focused.
Oh no, we are out of range.
Oh, don't worry, Daddy. I have Alexa in my bag.
Alex, what?
Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana and play Joy FM.
Super Hits Radio, Joy 99.7.
Listen to Joy FM, Hits FM, Love FM, live on your Amazon Echo. Listen to your favorite multimedia radio stations live on your Amazon Echo device by saying, Alexa, open Multimedia Ghana, play Joy FM or Hits FM or Love FM. Or catch up on your favorite podcast by saying, Alexa, play, and then the name of your favorite podcast from Multimedia Ghana. For a list of all podcasts available, say Alexa. Ask Multimedia Ghana to browse programs.
And we are back like we never lost signal.
Alexa, welcome to Multimedia.
For crystal clear and thrilling podcasts and live shows, download and listen to us on Apple, Spotify, TuneIn, Google Podcasts, MyJoy Online, Amazon services like Echo, Amazon Music and Audible, Stitcher, Adom Online, Overcast, and Pandora. Take note of everything. Sign up for the multimedia digital platforms now to stay updated.
Oh, and chaos reigns! Yes! Back in the day, I was Ghana man, but something was missing until I found the one. HD Plus is not your regular free-to-air decoder. For a small fee, you get to experience great services and exciting world of content. Dial *879# on your mobile phone and subscribe for as low as 290 cedis. Passion, this one is different. The images are 5 times clearer in HD picture quality, and I'm loving the feely experience. HD Plus, I love you.
But I'm still here.
HD Plus, for better,
for less.
That's right. Get your HD Plus decoder from any Electroland outlet or our dealer shops.
Pause here. Welcome back, and let's take a quick flight to the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi, and to Manhyia Palace to be precise. Nana Boakye Dankwa Yiadom joins because the Ashanti regional chairman of the party, Bernard Mchibu Esiako, also known as Chairman Wontumi, appeared before the Asanteman Council to answer for charges leveled against him. Nana Boakye Yiadom was at the Otumfuo court where the Ashanti regional chair Wontumi appeared before the chiefs, and he has the very latest. Nana Boakye, you're welcome. And how did it go?
Well, it was a smooth process today. You would recall that last week when the Kumasi Traditional Council did sit on this same issue, this derogatory remarks allegedly made by the Chairman Wontumi against the Asante Hene. Today, they called for Chairman Wontumi to appear before the Kumasi Traditional Council. Chairman Wontumi came along with the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Stephen Intim, Justice Frimpong Kudia, General Secretary of the NPP, the Chieftaincy Minister, Stephen Asamoah Boateng, Majority Leader Osei Chairman Sabonsu, and the Ashanti Regional Minister Simon Osei Mensah. Well, they came along with Chairman Wontumi to face the Kumasi Traditional Council. Well, the Bantamahini Bafo Owusu Amankwetia, the Sith, represented the Asante during the sitting today, where we could hear from Koko Sohini Nana Kwekudria, who is also one person on the other side to give a statement or to stand in as a witness to what transpired during the NPP parliamentary primaries, which brought up all these issues. And also we could hear from Chairman Wontumi as well. Well, for Koko Sohini Nana Kwekudria, who came in as a witness to what transpired during the vetting, he said that the claims out there are true and that Chairman Wontumi did indeed or emphatically make some derogatory remarks against the Asante Hene. Well, he says the claims made by Chairman Wontumi that he owns a kingdom does not reflect the customs and tradition of the Ashanti region. Hence, the need to have cautioned him during that time of the vetting. But then Chairman Wontumi did not heed to the concerns that he was raising at the moment. Well, Chairman Wontumi was also given the chance to give a side of the story. He denied the allegations leveled against him and says that they are malicious and they do not reflect what truly transpired during the vetting process.
So therefore, what conclusion did they come to?
Well, Bafo Uso Mankwetia did set Chairman Wontumi free and asked that he leave without any charges being leveled against them. Well, the case has been trashed as it stands. Well, the Kumasi Traditional Council would therefore want to focus on the 25th anniversary celebration of the Otumfuo Setutu, which is next month. And so they would not want to take up any matter or any issue which will bring down this whole anniversary come February.
So they came to this conclusion because of a lack of evidence, or they just didn't want to pursue it any longer?
Well, the Kukosuhini did not really provide evidence to back its claims. Not to drag the matter so much, that's according to Bafo Uso Mankwetia, not to really make this issue big, and to also give time for the Traditional Council to prepare ahead of Otumfuo's anniversary. They would want them to settle their score without the Asantehini's name being involved, because the Kokosuni indeed could not provide evidence to back his claims.
So basically, it was more like a hearsay or allegation against allegation, but no evidence to back any of them.
Exactly, Elton. There was no evidence whatsoever to back the claims the Kokosuni made against Chairman Wontumi. And in fact, they did not really want to stretch the matter, because without evidence, there's no need to continue the case. Hence the need for the Bantu Mahini and the Traditional Council to come to that conclusion.
All right, so the chapter is closed.
Well, as it stands, the chapter is closed. They would want to pursue the anniversary of Otumfuo rather than continue with this matter, because in the first place, there is no evidence to back the claims.
All right, so Nana Bawuakye-Yiadom, thank you very much for bringing us that update from the Manhyia Palace. And the news is that the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the governing MPP, Bernard Antwi-Boasiakun, also known as Chairman Wotu, has been set free by the Ashanti-Man Council. He was there to answer, to respond to allegations that he disrespected the authority of the Ashanti. But from the traditional court, let's move to the constitutional court, because 12 persons, including the then assemblyman for the Dencho Boase, will spend the rest of their lives in prison for their roles in the brutal murder of young soldier Major Mahama some 7 years ago. I'm sure you remember this incident gripped the entire nation. Major Mahama, who had been assigned to provide security at a mining firm in Dencho Boase in the western region, had left his military detachment base to go for a 20-kilometer jog on the 29th of May 2017. He was accosted by a mob who assaulted him till he died. It's been 7 years, but an Accra High Court today, presided over by a justice of the Supreme Court, handed down the judgment, sentencing the 12 persons to life in imprisonment. Kenneth Jesse was in court today and he joins me in the studio. Tell us how things happen in court today.
Right, Elton, as you rightly mentioned, the Supreme Court judge, Mariam Mawuse, who presided over the case, passed life sentence to 12 of them, including then Assemblyman of the area, William Barr, for conspiracy to commit murder and then murder. William Barr was charged with abetment of murder and murder, with remaining 11 charged with conspiracy to commit murder and murder, with 2 being freed, that is Bismarck Adongo, and then another Bismarck. And then after that, the mother of the late Major Mahama was very emotional. She had actually written a speech to deliver
in court.
Like after the proceedings, she came out, had a speech in her hands. I mean, just a few seconds into the speech, she couldn't talk again, so she had to give it to one of her sons to continue the speech. And the speech basically said that she's very pleased with the judgment. She thanks God that justice has finally been served for her late fallen soldier. And then the father of Major Mahama also said that he's also happy with the judgment, but is calling on the Ghana Police Service to look for the rest of the perpetrators of that gruesome murder and prosecute them as well, because according to him, there were more than 12 people that, killed his son on that fateful day. So his father was okay with the judgment, but called on the security forces to do more and get the rest of the perpetrators brought to book.
What reason did the court give for the other two who were set free?
The other two, they were found not guilty of all the charges that were leveled against them. So they were basically found not guilty at all. With the 12, including the then assemblyman, I mean, he was found to have aided in the murder of the fallen soldier, Major Mahama.
All right, thank you very much, Kenneth, for coming through. The news just in is that the 12 individuals who were arraigned before the court for their roles in the murder of Major Mahama some 7 years ago, the court finally came, and the 12, they've been sentenced to life in imprisonment. That is the news coming from the court this evening. Now, to some other stories, and in a devastating turn of events, economic activities in the physical town of Seikope, the North Ton district, have ground to a standstill just 4 days after the collapse of the Aklakpa River Bridge. The incident occurred when a heavily laden truck carrying loads of salt attempted to traverse the bridge, leading to its structural failure. The bridge, a vital lifeline for the local community, connected Seikope to neighboring areas like Adidome and Guapon and facilitated the transportation of goods and people. The collapse has left residents, motorists, and travelers frustrated as they grapple with the sudden disruption to their daily lives. Ivy Setoji visited the community and has come through with this report.
This is Seikope in the North Tongue district, and behind me is the Aklakpa River. And 5 days ago, the bridge collapsed, making activities, especially business activities, come to a standstill. Now, most of the residents and travelers and motorists have to park at the other side, take a boat to wherever they are going. This actually leads to Juapon from Adidome. What the residents are asking government to do is for an immediate action to be taken as soon as possible to get the bridge fixed. One of the residents we spoke to earlier said that maybe it was a way God is just showing the government something, or a way to make the government wake up to do something about the bridge, because it has been in a bad shape for some time now. So the residents are asking government to urgently do something about this bridge, fix it immediately, because as you can see at the back, the track is still in the water. The owners are trying their best to fix it.
Residents, travelers, and motorists, including Okada riders, have been speaking with JoyNews.
The government should at least help us as quickly as possible, because especially the children, imagine the children crossing it. It's not a nice experience at all.
Honestly, I didn't think I would meet this on the way. For the fact it's not my first time on the queue, so I wasn't really scared about it. But the bridge there hasn't been negotiated for a long time, so I think this is just, since we like action, this is just the best action we can take for prompt care to be taken.
And actually, seeing this horrified situation is a little bit tough for me. And today too is the first time I'm crossing this kind of river with a canoe, and I think all these things couldn't have happened if maybe structural tests should be done, should be doing about this thing. I think this shouldn't have happened. And then moreover too, the government should just speed up and then fix it up so that people can access the road.
And me too, I fear water a lot. So when I was on the canoe, I was seriously afraid. Maybe somebody can fall into this water and lose his or her life. So I plead with the government of Ghana to do something about the bridge. That will help the people, not only the people, but everybody.
Bridge, I'm complain for Gakastilla. Can we get happy over for Emma Manu? After all, 10 bridge, I believe a million block, we can never do away. And Ami amado ma jago. If you agbele school your hand wala fukam. School your fukam na ta na be wala quickly never win any pata. Ana be school ga mandate here up to now. Na le do la ko vagi na manyo to jivu ki ko la to chule ge ko va dale ga de ge o tel fa ka yibo.
We are hoping the government does something about the situation as early as possible. My name is Ivy Satoji for Joy News.
And we're still no longer with matters of this nature because she lost her father in a horrific car accident in 2019. 2 years later, her 7-year-old brother was also killed by a speeding vehicle. This is the sad story of 15-year-old Mary Menu. Mary has turned trauma into inspiration, an inspiration that has birthed the development of a device that could help lessen the bloodshed on Ghana's motorways. Joy News Prime Lois Shola Adeyemi has more in the following report.
This is the Aflao Tema Highway. This stretch has claimed many lives, including Mary's father, a sleepy driver who killed him in a terrible head-on collision in 2019.
I lost my dad through road accidents. The report that came out was that the driver was dozing off, so the accident happened in such a way that my father was coming from Togo to Ghana with some friends, and then a car was coming in front of their car, so they were trying to dodge the car, but unfortunately it collided. Then my father passed away sadly.
The accident stole the young lady's source of joy and left her with a heavy load of traumatic experiences.
When I lost my dad, when I heard the news, I decided to stop schooling because my dad was my favorite person in the world, and then without him, I'm like nothing. So I decided to stop schooling because when I go to school and then I see my friends start bringing them to school, then I start crying, or I decide to take my bag and go home. So it hasn't been easy since I lost my dad. It has been 3 years now, but still when I see other people with their dad, I still feel sad.
As if that was not enough, Mary's scars were pierced by another tragic accident. Her 7-year-old brother was also killed by a speeding vehicle. But in the darkness emerged a story of resilience and hope. Mary found strength in her grief.
Because of pain. So when I saw that, I promised my mom that I will not let anyone in my family go through that pain again. So I want to be a surgeon to help everyone who wants to be operated to be free from injuries, so that we will promote healthy living and then families can live together without losing any loved ones through accidents. When this step came to our schools, that anything like what we want to invent, any idea, we can bring it out. So I and my friends decided to design a motor and a car accident control device. And the name of the device is Anti-Sleep Alarm for Motorists.
She and her colleagues of Young Innovators are working hard to reduce the carnage on Ghana's roads with this new device.
This device alerts drivers whenever they are dozing off when driving. So this device is programmed and designed in such a way that the eye blink sensor coordinates the eye and then detects when the driver is dozing off. So after it has detected that the driver is dozing off, the buzzer starts to beep. And if the buzzer beeps for some time and then the driver regains consciousness, he or she is good to go. But when the buzzer continues to beep and then the driver does not regain consciousness, the car will slow down and stop automatically. After that, our GSM module in the car will send an SMS and then also the location of the driver to any emergency contact on the driver's phone that is inactive for his or her loved ones to come and rescue him.
A According to data from the Motor Traffic and Transport Department, MTTD, of the Ghana Police Service, road accidents increased by 5.5% in 2023, raising serious safety concerns. Mary believes their project, when given the needed attention, could help to reduce the current trend. Mary may have lost her dear ones to road accidents, but she and her teammates are resolute in changing the narrative with their invention. Lois Shola Adeyemi's report for Joy Prime.
Well, that's it for today's edition of The Pulse here on Joy News. For more stories, log on to our website, myjoyonline.com. We have more stories also on Top Story on Joy 99.7 FM Newsnight as well. And then we also have Joy News Prime at 7 p.m. where we have more stories for you. Just stay on. My name is Elton Brobe. See you tomorrow for another exciting edition. Have a good evening.
Yeah, so the winner, the ultimate winner, is getting the crown. Is getting a 10,000 cedis cash trip to South Africa. Is getting a reference and attestation from our office, product from our sponsors, souvenirs from our sponsors. Okay. And the first runner-up is also getting 5,000 cedis cash, a trip to South Africa. But that would be their choice if they want to go on a discount. And also all the various packages from sponsors, and then they'll get an academic scholarship too as well. Second runner-up is also going to get 3,000 cedis and also going to receive educational scholarship for one academic year, and also products and souvenirs from our sponsors as well.
And those are the prizes. The winner, the first runner-up, and the second runner-up are going away with at this year's Ghana Students Most Beautiful. But what value will be added onto them through this pageantry? CEO of Crossmark Marketing, Richmond, tells us.
Yeah, most importantly is that they have been a career path or development path have been defined for them. Like I was saying, there's a job clinic, there's also a mentorship clinic, which doesn't just let you become just a contestant. You have that lifestyle impact such that you can become an entrepreneur. We give you all the things you need to establish business, how to solicit for funds, how to have fundraising, capital to start a business, and all of that, the do's and don'ts, micro and macroeconomic factors that affect young entrepreneurs. They are taught all of that so that even when they want to establish themselves, because of how difficult the situation is in the job market in Africa, they can become entrepreneurs themselves. They will take hope with that to establish themselves. Giving a different definition and a new twist to pageantry, having leaders who are pursuing a career or a degree show that real nature of how pageantry is supposed to be, empowerment, picking up a social responsibility, impacting the society, and that really inspired me in giving a new twist to pageantry through university students.
Have you achieved this purpose 3 years down the lane?
Yes, I can say I have because the quality of leaders that have passed through the system, the previous contestants, the previous queens, these are people who have started, campaigns that are geared towards impacting other young people, and it's been successful. I've been part of some of their programs that have given us invitation, and I think it's a good clinic that's going on.
The headline sponsor for Ghana Students Most Beautiful is BD Swiss. Richard Jones JC, who is the country manager, tells us why.
Our focus is basically on the student. Okay. It's on the youth. And part of our program is to educate people, and especially the youth that want to have advantage to or opportunities to trade online. Most of them don't know how it works, how to get access to a reliable brokerage firm. So we established an educational center in order to educate them, and then teach them the risk management that comes with it. Ghana Student Most Beautiful, because I think that it's an opportunity also for us as a company to penetrate into the student body, because we've been looking to impact our services on the student. So we felt that in order to do that effectively, we'll have to first of all give to the people through our corporate social responsibilities. That is why we chose this program, and then we can have our impact felt before we actually go down to the student body in all the campuses.
Well, this pageant show promises to linger on for a while. How long
is your sponsorship going to be on this pageant show for?
No, we'll be here always. As far as we are treated fairly in terms of our contract, because of course we have a contract with Cross Marketing. So as far as our contract is, we are both happy with the services we are rendering to each other. Next year we will equally give our best sponsorship. The following year as well. Let me say for a very long time, as far as the mutual benefit is there.
One of the judges tells us what they are looking out for in the contestants.
You should be versatile.
Okay.
We are not just looking at your beauty, your personality, how nice you are to somebody or what. Look, we're looking at so many things. Your character. You should be able to speak in extempo. You should be able to control people. You should be able to influence people. A lot. We're tapping up so many characters, so many things about you. Explore. That is it.
Some of the contestants gave their reason for joining Ghana Students Most Beautiful.
So what triggered me to join this pageant is my my passion for pageant modeling, and I want to improve myself in public speaking and to build myself in the world of content creating and digital marketing.
My reason for joining this pageantry, first of all, is I really love pageantry. I will lie. And then the second is I'd like the opportunity this pageantry brings to help improve myself and also to give back to the society.
So I relate well with a lot of girls. And growing up, I could see although there has been empowerment in various sessions such as economical, social, we lack the health status. The girls are not empowered there. So I feel if I'm given the platform, that will be my main focus, empower girls, especially on their health status.
It has always been my dream to eliminate poverty and uphold human rights. And joining this competition, I realized that was the vision of Crossmark Marketing and Ghana Students Most Beautiful 2024. So I'd want to use this platform to make a forum for other people out there.
Are you winning?
Yes, please.
Yourself?
Definitely yes.
I have 2 winners already. Are you winning?
Absolutely.
Is the crown going to be in your grasp?
If I'm not winning, who else is winning?
I would go over to his, we would spend time together. Actually, I'm of the opinion that, maybe I shouldn't share this opinion. Because I feel like, certain like religious people might not agree with me. So
please share this activity.
Okay. I personally think that people that want to get married should spend time, live together for a little bit before they do that. That's what I think. I mean, not my first. Because I don't think you really know someone that you're gonna marry
until you cohabit.
Until you
cohabit.
Yes, because the way someone is when they're outside on their best behavior is different from how they are at night when they're cranky and they haven't eaten, or when they wake up in the morning, or when they're snoring. I feel like when you live with someone, like you know all the sides to them, and that's when you really know if you can do forever with them. I mean, people have done it, obviously. Millions of people have done it without living together. I just personally think that it's a good idea to try. It doesn't have to be for long, safe. Just a little bit, I think. But it's not my fault, so you know what to do.
Blew a bunch in, yeah.
He's right there looking at me.
Oh boy, he didn't like it.
He said, "Snoop, don't do that."
But dude, what's with this unreleased song? Who has the masters?
I gotta find out. It's a record that was done for some sort of, he did records for the world. It was like some peaceful, a whole lot of artists on that record. He called me one night and it was crazy because the way his voice came through the phone, he was like, "Snoop, it's Mike. I have this song I want you to get on." I'm like, "Man, anything you want, Mike, it ain't no problem. Talk to him." And then after we got past the song, he was like, "My mom always said that you look like someone in my family. I think we're related."
So you went in, so you laid down the track, and then you never heard anything more about it?
Nope.
Wow.
I think I can find out who got it, though. I think I can track it down and figure out who has it.
I mean, I kind of think you should.
I kind of want to hear it.
Yeah, I kind of want to hear it too. I think we're not the only ones. Were you and Michael Jackson, did you guys overlap at all?
Me and Mike was family.
Yeah.
His family, my family love each other. We have a record that never came out together. We never had issues. Only issue me and Mike had was we was at, what was that thing? Ed Hardy, Christian Audige. He had a event in Vegas, like when they have all the clothes and all of that. So he had performers. Yeah, Michael Jackson performed, Snoop Dogg performed. But where he messed up, he put Michael Jackson dressing room right next to Snoop Dogg's. So Snoop Dogg is there doing this.
I think I know where this is going. As he lights it up, yes.
Mm-hmm. Whoa. And they like, you know Michael Jackson dressing room next door? I'm like, no, it ain't. They like, yeah, it is. So I'm like, hold on.
My biggest concern, investments on AI to make machines smarter. There's no limit to the amount of money that's been pumped into it. The investment in HI to make humans smarter, human intelligence, that's just sad. It's sad that corner where machines will be more articulate, analytical, critical thinking, banter ability, contextual, deep understanding, while we have resorted to short tweets, emojis, memes, and stickers to communicate.
Coming up on Business Live, Bank of Ghana opts for a cautious cut in policy rate despite significant reduction in inflation as it raises concerns about threats to growth outlook.
Although we have seen a 100 basis point decline in MPC rate, we need to also look at TB rate, cash in vote, and then the cash reserve requirement of the banks.
We have a reaction from the business community. The total value of mobile money transactions reached a record level of 1.912 trillion cedis in 2023. Government records 121.4% oversubscription of treasury bills, and as interest rates fall for the fourth consecutive time this year. These and many more coming your way after the break. My name is Emma Davis. Welcome. Now let's settle for the details. The Bank of Ghana has cut the monetary policy rate to 29%, but finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amwa, says it will not affect lending rates. According to him, lending rate can decline when Ghana's reference rate declines from the current 32%.
100 basis points in the MPC rate is just a signaling rate. And we should not forget that the Ghana reference rate, which then gives more or less the base rate that the banks will now apply the risk premium of the borrower to, is also influenced by treasury bill rate, cash in vote, and then cash reserve requirement. So, although we have seen a 100 basis point decline in MPC rate, we need to also look at TB rate, cash in vote, and then the cash reserve requirement of the banks. And we'll have a fair idea as to how far low the Ghana reference rate will decline. As we speak now, it's about 32.17%. With a 100 basis point reduction in MPC, we are going to have a marginal decrease in the Ghana reference rate. So what will now bring the difference is more of the borrower's risk premium, which cut across different factors of the borrower who request for a loan from the bank. But at least it's a good sign going forward that should the trend continue, we are going to see some more reductions in the MPC rate. But for now, the 100 basis point, although it's a good sign, will not lead to so much reduction in the rate at which retailers or corporate bodies can borrow for the respective commercial banks.
Meanwhile, banking consultant Nana Otue Champon says the action by the Bank of Ghana is in the right direction.
Anybody who has been following inflation targeting would have expected nothing but a cut in that, as I said, inflation has fallen from 54% a year ago to now 20-odd%. And therefore, there can be no justification in holding the interest rate at the same level. But because there are still threats about inflation, oil is one of them, being caused by the Hamas war and what is happening in the Red Sea. And so therefore, they have to be cautious and not to overdo it, so that if there's any threat, then they can quickly move in. So I think what they have done, to me, was expected. But I wasn't expecting any bigger than 1 or 2%. So 1% is within my expectation.
Let's look at the lag time. And for a lot of people who were patiently waiting for this action, what should be the lag time in terms of its impact on the market, i.e. the cost of credit?
By lag time, you mean the transmission rate as to whether banks should reduce interest rates immediately. Now, it's always been the case that when it's going, the rate goes up, then the transmission rate is almost instantaneous, and that's a human nature. That is something we expect in any real economy. But when we reduce, the transmission rate is a little slower, and that's because, by all counts, some levels of expenditure would have been established when it was high. So when you reduce it, you've got to be cautious in ensuring that you don't also reduce interest rate almost instantaneously. So I think before the next MPC, which will be 2.5 months' time, the transmission rate would have gone through and you would have seen interest rate reflect accordingly.
Now, if I am servicing a loan right now for you, what are you going to tell me that I also should look at in 2 months' time for something should be done about that? Or even when it comes to the cost of credit, also something could be done in the next 2 months?
I'm afraid so. You have to be cautious in that you shouldn't expect that immediately your interest rates will go down by a proportionate 1%. It will take a little time, and I'm expecting that before 2.5 months' time, it would have gone down.
My colleague George Yafi there, engaging banking consultant Nana Otue Champon. Now let's get the business community on the back of this, and joining me is the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mark Bedu-Abuaje. Mark, thank you very much for making time. First of all, what do you make of this reduction in the policy rate?
Well, I think it's a good start. Our expectation actually was that there's going to be a much deeper cut. But for us, it's a good start. It's the first time that we're experiencing a reduction in policy rate for over 2 years now. So it's a right signal, it's being sent. However, as has already been said, I don't think, or the business community, we don't think that a 1% reduction in policy rate is going to cause a significant reduction in lending rates. So businesses, of course, are not going to benefit that much from this reduction. A much bigger reduction, of course, would have reduced the lending rate, and that is what we were all looking for. And that is what we were calling or expecting, that this is what is going to spur growth, because businesses will now be able to borrow at a much lower lending rate to invest in their various businesses. But it's a good start. We are hoping that in the subsequent meetings, looking at the trend in inflation and exchange rates, and also the global economic dynamics, the central bank will reduce the policy rate significantly, and that is what we are expecting in their subsequent meetings.
Do you hold the view that this may have any significant impact on interest rates? You talked about interest rates, and one professor also said it may not affect interest rates. How are you going to move forward as a business?
Well, I mean, the impact will not be significant. Of course, at least interest rates are either will remain the same, or there will be a marginal reduction in interest rate. And as businesses, at this point in time, what we are expecting is not a marginal reduction, but a much more significant reduction in interest rate. Our interest rate now, average, is about 35%. I don't think that a 1% reduction in policy rate will cause interest rate even to fall below 30%. To be around 34, and that will not cost anything. Businesses, as I said, will not benefit from this reduction. We were expecting a reduction that will make businesses happy, a reduction that will bring lending rates significantly down. And of course, that did not happen. But I think it's a right signal to the banks also to start to look at how they can also reduce their lending rate in line with the reduction in policy. But this one will have a minimal impact. It may not even reduce lending rate at all.
Okay, do you think that in the next MPC meeting, there should be a further reduction if inflation goes down?
Of course. I mean, all the indicators are pointing to the right direction. Inflation is significantly down, a stable exchange rate. So they may not have any cause to keep lending rate at that high. In fact, lending rates across the globe, they've all peaked. And ours also is also peaked, because if you look at the data, if you look at all the macroeconomic variables, the obvious thing for the central bank to do is to reduce the interest rate. We are looking for interest rate that will stimulate business activity. What we have now, adding to the other cost of doing business, is still very high and is not in the good interest of businesses.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. Mark is the Chief Executive Officer of JNCCI. Now, still with the Bank of Ghana, as the bank has approved recapitalization plans submitted by undercapitalized banks. That's according to the staff report by the International Monetary Fund, dubbed 2023 Article 4 consultation. There is more in this report.
Undercapitalized banks will at a minimum inject 1/3 of the capital required annually for each of the 3 years ending in 2025 to reach a 13% capital adequacy ratio without regulatory forbearance. The BOG will therefore initiate corrective measures by the end of March 2024 against banks that fail to uphold these recapitalization requirements. In the short term, the Bank of Ghana stands ready to deploy contingency measures if needed to ensure financial sector stability. The IMF said this move will ensure that banks' capital needs have been estimated based on reasonable forward-looking assessments of losses from government debt restructuring and increases in non-performing loans. However, most banks have already submitted their recapitalization plans.
Now, the total value of mobile money transactions reached a record level in 2023. According to data from the Bank of Ghana, total mobile money transactions hit 1.912 trillion cedis last year. There is more in this report.
This is compared with about 1.07 trillion cedis in 2022. In the first 10 months of 2023, the total mobile money transactions had already reached a record of 1.527 trillion cedis. The figures from the Bank of Ghana showed that the month of December 2023 recorded the biggest mobile money transaction value of 199.3 billion cedis. The data also revealed that the total mobile money transactions set from January 2023 to December 2023, all the 12 months recorded more than 100 billion cedis respectively. Despite the impressive performance of mobile money, it is unclear whether the government is meeting the electronic transfer levy, also known as e-levy, target for 2023.
The Ghana Revenue Authority has exceeded the target set by government for last year. It was able to collect more than 113 billion cedis compared to revised target of 109 billion cedis. This represents almost 50% growth over what was collected in 2022. Reverend Dr. Amishadai Owusu-Amoah is the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Yeah, I think that you all know that the times in which we find ourselves, we need a lot of revenue for a nation, for us as a nation. Number two, even though we are doing well, where we were and where we are trying to get to is still a far cry, or I mean a major task for us. As I've mentioned, we always say that today in the Africa Tax Outlook established for us at the end of 2021, that the average tax to GDP ratio for Africa was 16.0%. And then we, as of 2021, we are 13.7%. Our aim is to get to at least the average. And we are looking forward to, and that is why, even though we must see an increase, we still think that there's more that we have. Not that
we're doing about 16% now. Or
no, we are as I said, we are about 13.7.
We are targeting 19% or 20%.
We are hoping that this year we should be able to enter into the 14s, because any movement means you have to move. Your tax growth should be significantly higher than your GDP growth in order for you to be close the target. So I want to say that many of the tax handles have done quite well so far.
VAT?
Yes, VAT has seen quite great growth compared to the last year. I mean, over 50% growth. We have seen corporate income tax also grow significantly. So overall, we have also seen customs revenue. So as at the end of November, we have seen customs revenue grew about 45% year on year. And we have seen the domestic tax, as the DTRD revenue, grew about 54% year on year. And so on the average, we have seen overall growth of 50% between 2023 and 2020 over 2022. In terms of our target, I don't want to comment on it at this moment.
But obviously you're hitting. I mean, with all these things that you've done, if you are not getting close to your target, some will raise questions about your approach.
We want to continue and run the race to the finish line. And so we are not resting on whatever we have done. And I'm encouraging my staff and also encouraging our taxpayers that we appreciate what they are doing, and we appreciate they are recognizing their responsibility as taxpayers. And together, as a team, the taxpayer and the revenue authority, we want to work together and run the last 2 weeks so that we'll be able to get to a number that we will all be happy.
You're still watching Business Live with me, Emma Davis. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Welcome. A look at the rest of our stories. Government recorded 121.4% oversubscription on Treasury bill sale following the inflow of the second tranche of the International Monetary Fund program. That's according to the Treasury auction by the Bank of Ghana. Interest rates also fell for the fourth consecutive week in 2024. Here's more in this report.
This auction of the short-term financial instruments indicated a high demand by investors, largely banks. About 2.83 billion cedis of the bids came from the 91-day bill, representing approximately 50.6% of the total bids. The uptake was 2.72 billion cedis. For the 182-day T-bill, 1.532 billion cedis were tendered, but 1.531 billion cedis were accepted. The 364-day bill saw all the bids worth 1.234 billion cedis accepted. Meanwhile, the yield on the 91-day bill fell by 29 basis points to 28.59%. VAT of the 182-day bill also dipped to 31.09% from the previous weeks of 31.39%. The one-year bill also took a nosedive to 31.79% from the previous 31.99%.
Now, businesses have been advised to design procurement strategies by the end of the third quarter ahead of the following year. Speaking on the Joy Business Advisory Series on the topic, Getting Procurement Right, procurement lecturer at GIMPA, Dr. Kangsing Pente, indicated that this enables companies to properly plan and execute their objectives.
Businesses need to, as part of planning for their procurement for the year, need to ensure that they have a strategy in place. Normally, depending upon where one finds himself, some businesses will have their strategy comms by the end of quarter three. And so the various functional units would have picked up teams from those strategy comms to determine how the subsequent year will look like. So in that regard, the various functional units have to decompose the strategy and start doing their planning. So you need to plan, in other words, scoping those key initiatives that are necessary from a procurement point of view, those key initiatives that are necessary to constitute your procurement pipelines. That is both in new project execution and then for running activities as far as the organization is concerned. So once the strategy is communicated and it is decomposed to the various functional units, scoping of what is needed to execute the strategy from a procurement perspective is done to determine the requirements. By year end, budget is put in place. Once budget is put in place and there is a hearing and budget is approved, we move into the next year. Once the subsequent year comes, we come to the actual execution of the budget in terms of the plan that has been put in place. Now, we need to take note. It is important that once a plan is in place, the scope in terms of the procurement pipelines have been established by the various functional units to achieve the business objective for the year. Having budget in place is one thing, but ensuring that there is cash cover to support the execution of the procurement pipelines is also critical. So we assume that you have all this in place. Once those plans are in place from the strategy that have been constructed, you have the systems in place. The next step is the actual procurement, where you need to execute the procurement.
The Chartered Insurance Institute of Ghana has expressed their displeasure over the removal of exemption for non-life insurance, which will result in a 21.9% value-added tax on insurance premiums. According to its president, Solomon Latte, the removal will adversely affect the sector. Speaking to Joy Business, he said Ghanaians are aware of insurance. However, the cost of premiums deter them from subscribing to insurance products.
The institute called on its members to double their effort as insurance professionals to deepen the understanding of insurance generally and the products that they offer specifically in order to either maintain their current low insurance penetration rate or improve upon it.
Recently, some new taxes have been introduced, and one of them is the removal of exemptions for non-life insurance. It used to be exempt from VAT and other taxes, but it has been removed. That exemption has been removed, which means that the nearly 22% of value-added tax is likely to be applied on insurance premiums, which is a very big deal for insurance companies. The thing is that insurance penetration in Ghana is quite low. It's less than 2%. But insurance coverage is around 35%. So that should tell you that Ghanaians are not naive. Ghanaians know about insurance. Ghanaians want insurance. But sometimes the cost. So if something that you are trying to make available to everybody, and now you impose a tax of such magnitude on it, then it's a problem. So that's the main concern I was trying to raise, that look, we cannot tax insurance premiums. It is not right. It makes the work very difficult for the insurers and for the buyers of insurance.
Acting Commissioner of the National Insurance Commission, Michael Andos, said this outfit will continue to engage other stakeholders.
We still do have the monster called undercutting among us. We need to kill it or it will kill us. And so as we begin the year, let's start reflecting on that and see where we go. As an industry, especially with insurance companies, we know we have something called IFRS 17 that is also on the horizon and is going to change a lot of things and makes it necessary for us to develop actuarial capacity and other capacities to be able to do it and do it effectively. As some of you
Part Company's on Business Live today with me, Emma Davis. For more news, do log on to myjoyonline.com. We have some very interesting stories for you there. Monetary Policy Committee cuts policy rate to 29%. Average lending rate ends 2023 at 33.75%. That's according to BOG. That'll be all. Have a good evening.
Coming to you live from Nairobi, this is Focus on Africa on BBC News. Our top stories. Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso say they will leave ECOWAS, West Africa's biggest economic, military and political union. We look at the implications for political and regional stability. Kenyan women demand government action as incidents of femicide continue to rise in the country.
We are tired of government institutions that are not working to prevent and, where necessary, promptly punish femicide.
Also in the program, what now for Haiti? Uncertainty after a Kenyan court ruled against the country's plan to send its police to the gang-plagued Caribbean nation. Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Rhoda Odhiambo. Now, the West African bloc ECOWAS has said it's committed to finding a negotiated solution to its differences with Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso. The three countries, which are under military regime, announced their withdrawal from the West African bloc ECOWAS on Sunday. While the junta-led countries had already been suspended from the bloc, which has been urging them to return to democratic rule. Let's take a look at some of the key events that had taken place before we got here. Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso were founding members of the bloc, first established in 1975. Now, they say ECOWAS had drifted from the ideals of its founding fathers and the spirit of Pan-Africanism. The Liptako-Guma region, where the Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger borders meet, has been ravaged by rebellion in recent years. Fighting broke out in Mali in 2012, spreading to Niger and Burkina Faso in 2015. Now, all three member states became members of the France-backed G5 Sahel force, launched in 2017 to fight the armed groups reportedly linked to Al-Qaeda and ISIL. They have undergone coups since 2020. Most recently, Niger, where the junta overthrew President Mohamed Bazoum, who reportedly cooperated with the West in the fight against Sahel-based armed groups. ECOWAS sanctioned the countries following the military takeovers, and relations began to sour. Since 2020, Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso distanced themselves from former colonial power France and began strengthening ties with Russia. And last year, the three countries formed a mutual defense pact called the Alliance of Sahel States to counter threats of armed rebellion or external aggression. Now, I spoke to Sierra Leone's foreign minister, that's Timothy Musa Kaba, who is part of the team tasked with communicating with the governments under sanctions. And I began by asking him why mediation seemingly failed between ECOWAS and the three junta leaders.
The decision made by the three countries to withdraw from the ECOWAS bloc is it's a decision that was well thought about by the countries, but nonetheless, there's the article in the treaty that is very much specific about how member states can withdraw from the community. And I think we do have 1 year for the Commission to consider the request that will be made by any member of the community. However, to my knowledge, so far, no formal request has been sent to ECOWAS yet, and I believe even if ECOWAS receives the application from these countries, we would have 1 year to consider the application. And I think that 1 year will also present a great opportunity to ECOWAS and to these countries for us to further negotiate and bring this particular situation to a very logical conclusion.
But given the fact that they've already been suspended from the regional bloc due to the military takeovers, will the 1 year still stand?
Well, absolutely. I think these three countries form a very significant part of the ECOWAS community, given that Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali together form about 50% of the landmass of the Economic Community of West Africa state geography, and also they represent 15% of the bloc's population. I think ECOWAS, like these countries, would not want to see this significant portion of the community slide off from the collective. And I think ECOWAS, issued a press release that it will seize the opportunity to further engage with these countries.
And one of your tasks, Mr. Kaba, is to negotiate with these three governments as part of your role under ECOWAS. Have you tried to have a conversation with either of the ruling juntas in these countries, and what have they told you?
Well, we have been engaging the Nigerians, and the Nigerians are quite amiable. And with conversations we've had with the authorities over there, they're very much inclined to engage in ECOWAS. And what actually transpired was a mission was slated for the 25th of January this year. But unfortunately, when the ministers of foreign affairs of the mediating countries met in Abuja, unfortunately, we could not make that trip that day as a result of what came out clearly as a technical fault that was developed by the aircraft that was hired by ECOWAS for the mission. And we're keeping the lines very much open.
Does the bloc now become weaker, seeing that 3 countries are planning to quit the regional bloc? Do we see ECOWAS losing its foothold?
I wouldn't say so. ECOWAS still remains a very potent organization. These are trying times. They are challenging times, and that is the reason why we believe diplomatic solution is the most viable and perhaps the only viable solution that we do have for this particular problem that is affecting our sub-region. And that is the reason why we're engaging, and by no measure is ECOWAS ECOWAS's strength whittled down. We're still a very potent organization, and we will continue to work with our brothers. And I believe that the people of these 3 countries want to be and remain as ECOWAS members because of the privileges that come with being an ECOWAS member state.
Let's now speak to Professor Charles Ukeje, an international relations lecturer at Obafemi Awolowo University in Nigeria. Thanks for joining us on the program, Mr. Charles. So do you agree with the Sierra Leonean minister that the departure of these 3 junta-led states will not weaken ECOWAS?
Thank you very much, first and foremost, for having me. Earlier today, I saw 2 maps of ECOWAS sub-region with 3 countries excised from it. And the rest of them just 13 of them looks very coastal. These 3 countries, as the foreign minister rightly mentioned, were founding members of ECOWAS. And if founding members of ECOWAS, of that organization, that we as West African citizens were once very proud of, would even contemplate leaving the organization, then it's really a cause for worry. It means for me that much of the ideals that formed the basis for the establishment of ECOWAS in 1975 may have been watered down considerably. So I think that this is actually a time for ECOWAS itself, rather than grandstanding, for ECOWAS to go into a moment of sober reflection, to think about what it's doing wrong. The whole essence of ECOWAS was to promote regional economic trade, to promote economic development, and generally the welfare and prosperity of West African citizens. I'm not sure the extent to which
if we look at
these ideals,
Dr. Charles, I'd like to get your opinion. If we look at the geographical... Dr. Charles, I'd like to get your opinion. You've talked about the number of countries that are under the West African Regional Bloc, 13. These 3 countries have now talked about the intention of quitting ECOWAS. So if we look at the geographical position of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, if they decide to officially leave ECOWAS, what implications will these 3 countries have, especially on people who have businesses in these particular countries?
Well, I don't think that it's going to be any fundamentally different. I mean, West African citizens go about their businesses in spite of ECOWAS. A lot of West African trade is informal. After so many years since the establishment of ECOWAS, I don't think that the extent of regional trade between and amongst, West African countries has gone anywhere more than a quarter. So in terms of, relations, in terms of economic relations, I think that a whole lot of informal trading will continue. These 3 countries, most of their trading partners are amongst themselves significantly. I was just checking the statistics this morning. Mali itself, the biggest trading partner of Mali is South Africa. It takes 72% of its gold. Of course, France used to be a major power in those countries, but that has whittled down over the last 1 year or thereabout. And of course, there are now new possibilities for those 3 countries. So I don't see any fundamental change or adverse change for those 3 countries, whether or not they are within ECOWAS. But I think that the fundamentals is really that ECOWAS has to ask itself questions about how did we get to this point when founding members, will even contemplate leaving the regional body. I think that's a fundamental question that West African heads of states have to ask themselves very
All right,
frankly.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Charles. Let's just hope that both ECOWAS and the three countries will be able to find a negotiated solution. Now to other stories. In Kenya, more than 133 women and girls are killed every day globally by someone in their own family or intimate partners, and this number is rising. That's according to the UN. The latest country to add on the statistics has been Kenya. Over the weekend, a march was held to protest a recent spate of femicide. Statistics showed that there has been a year-on-year increase since 2020 of women being killed by intimate partners. The BBC's Anita Nkonge has met two victims of vicious assault and shared their ordeal with her. And a warning, some viewers might find this story distressing.
Kenyans are outraged over the rising cases of femicide in the country, triggered by a series of reports of brutal killings of several women. Just 2 weeks into 2024, local media have reported 10 femicide cases. Femicide is categorized as the deliberate and systematic killing of women. Cynthia, not her real name, could have died and become one of these statistics. She sat down with me to narrate her ordeal.
I met him through a dating site. We ended up meeting after less than a week.
Soon after they met, the assailant offered to send Cynthia an Uber to meet him. She refused. Cynthia figured that inviting him to her place instead would be a safer option. Cynthia says that what proceeded to happen will haunt her forever. For over 6 hours that night, she says he tied her up, gagged her, and then repeatedly beat her to near death, raped and violently assaulted her. During the ordeal, he would also proceed to make her give him passwords to her mobile banking accounts, stealing money, mobile phones, and other valuables before leaving. When she realized her assailant had left the premises, she tried screaming for help, eventually being rescued by the night security guard and caretaker.
I kept yelling for the security guard to come and help me. I thought I was going to die.
Left with life-threatening injuries, she was rushed to the police station and then hospital. Lydia, also not her real name, says she was also a victim of an assailant. Like Cynthia, they met on a dating site. She says he managed to convince her to visit her house with his friend.
They bound my mouth and tied my hands to the bed.
The attacker and his friend proceeded to repeatedly rape and violently assault her for several hours before leaving with her belongings and crucial documents.
The police never came to my place to see the crime scene. We reported all these incidents and nothing happened.
In Kenya, according to a study released this year by the Africa Data Hub, in 3 out of 4 cases that they looked at, killings were committed by a person who knew the murdered woman, like an intimate partner, relative, or friend. However, Amnesty International's executive director, Irungu Houghton, doesn't believe Kenya's laws and policies are the problem.
I think the danger is not so much in the legal or the policy side of things. It's in the operational, the implementation of these laws.
The easiest thing you can do in this country, you know, that you'll get away with it, is kill a woman. Chances are nobody's going to get arrested.
Jerry, a human rights activist and gender expert, says social media has highlighted a disturbing trend, one that tends to blame victims of femicide for their ordeal, or worse, murder. She believes it stems from misogyny.
It stems from lack of knowledge. It also stems from the red pill incel culture that has been cultivated online.
It's easy for them to say women are gold diggers. No, there are some who meet men because we want love, but we don't know their true intentions until later.
Following public outcry, the government gave a statement stating that it is committed to ensure all suspects are caught and cases expedited. Though lucky to be alive, Cynthia and Lydia have been left with emotional scars. Anita Nkonge, BBC News.
I spoke to Albata Wambua, the Executive Director of Kenya's Gender Violence and Recovery Center, and I began by asking her what the response has been since the anti-femicide protests held over the weekend.
Reaction has been one, a form of awareness, awareness to the different government entities. Yes, they're saddened, and that includes different entities that are, in relation to gender-based violence and everyone who's affected by the femicide cases, which is everyone. The other reaction has been looking at the different, I wouldn't speak for government, but it's also created some urgency, some urgency in terms of prevention, around safety, around discussing the issue, because I must say that it was not receiving the attention that it needed, and we did not need to have all these femicide cases for anyone to react. One case is already too many, just as we've seen statistics that have been shared.
You've talked about awareness, the government creating awareness, but they're also saying that that awareness is not enough because seemingly the number of women who've been killed, there are a lot of women and they don't think that awareness creation is enough to be able to bring justice to the families who've lost their loved ones. What do you make of that accusation?
I totally agree with you, and it's only around when the cases of femicide that we received this year that everyone got serious, or rather that's when we had all these statistics from 2016 to 2023, now knowing that it's over 546, women who've been killed. So before that, it was not getting the attention that we deserve. So I totally agree with you. Time for awareness is, I wouldn't even say that's the main reason. What needs to be done is prosecution. As you say, the families are hurting, as you say in Kenya, liwe funzo kwa wengine, like just have serious impunitive measures, get convictions, get people dealt with, and stop the victim blaming. Because a lot of what's happening, even in the community, and remember this, the government and ourselves also, we are all in this same space of the community. What we're doing at the community space is that we are victim blaming. You're blaming the ladies and saying, why are they, for example, at the Airbnbs? What are they going out for? Oh, they're just after money, serves them right. And that's the conversation. So it's about letting people understand that this is wrong and really getting people, getting really serious punitive measures so that then that can actually stop. I would say that the policies, the laws, everything else is in place. So I can say it's just putting, would I say, the adequate resources and the actual, legal frameworks, but also response frameworks, but also preventive frameworks, and starts also from socialization, just making sure that everyone knows it's a basic human right and everyone has a right to be safe.
So what can be done to make the spaces safe for women? And by this question, I'm also asking, how can men be included in this particular conversation?
When we talk about gender-based violence response mechanism or services, or structures, making sure that we understand that there are also men in there who are being abused, and tailor-making those services, or response mechanism to also incorporate men and boys.
A heartbreaking story there by the BBC's Anita Nkonga. And here's what's still to come on the program. Uncertainty and fear in Haiti after a Kenyan court rules against Nairobi's plan to deploy hundreds of police to the gang-plagued Caribbean nation.
Hello, I know we're expecting a dirty December, but guess what? In just 2 years, the city's value to the dollar has halved. Ghana is over 90% small businesses, and SMEs are suffering. The youth is angry at unemployment and underemployment, and the gap within our societies is widening. I mean, is there even a middle class now? It feels like you're either at 10 or you are at 0, and that is not a good feeling at all. Everybody's preaching entrepreneurship. From governments to other institutions, even salaried workers are now preaching entrepreneurship. That is why you join me, Dr. Maxo Ampo, on Mondays and Thursdays on JoyNews Prime, DSTV channel 421, and also on the Joy Business Report on Joy 99.7 FM, as we understand simple nuggets to aid us navigate this global economic downturn. And we do this not as individuals, but as a people, as business people, as entrepreneurs. Let us bring out the entrepreneur in you.
Welcome back to Focus on Africa. The United States is now appealing for urgent support for a UN-backed law and order mission to Haiti, thrown into doubt after a Kenyan court ruled against the government's plan to send the police gang to the gang-plagued nation. In a statement, the U.S. State Department expressed its commitment to the Haitian people and called for the international community to urgently provide support for the mission. Kenya had been meant to lead the mission to the country, but a High Court judge in Nairobi on Friday ruled that sending the police to Haiti contravenes the Constitution and the law and is therefore unconstitutional, illegal, and invalid. I spoke to Charles Edward Dennis, a businessman based in Patientville, and I began by asking him what the reaction was to the news that the Kenyan-led mission will not be arriving in the country anytime soon.
For the government, it's been a shocker for them. They were slow to react to the news. Actually, the U.S. Embassy put out a note before the Prime Minister of Haiti, in essence to say that they are following this and hoping that President Ruto's challenge to that ruling will be heard and will be accepted. But on the general population side, it's been a shock. Because most people followed the day before that ruling, the meeting at the Security Council in New York of the United Nations. And there we were almost assured that the ruling will be in favor of the deployment of the troops in Haiti. But secondly, also, it's a feeling of disappointment because this has been built up for such a period of time. It's been almost, I would say, more than a year since the Prime Minister has asked for help to help fight the gangs.
For someone who doesn't live in Haiti, is gang violence something that people living in Haiti have to worry about on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, it's part of our lives now. It's been this way for the past 3-4 years. Obviously, it has deteriorated in the past year. Every outing, if it's not necessary, you do not go out. The nightlife doesn't exist anymore, almost doesn't exist. If you go to the supermarket, you go once a week. You don't, if you need something, you go to the supermarket and get it. You try to plan your outings, get everything you need, and come back home or to your businesses. It has changed our way of life, okay? But we are resigned to it because we are resilient people, but I don't think it's a good thing for now.
I'm curious to know, what extent is the politics also a contributing factor?
The last election, which saw huge turnouts, were in 1991. And for people who know Haitian history, 6 months after or 7 months after that election and the president took office, there was a coup d'etat. So people are realizing that voting does not really help with democracy. So since then, since 1991, we've had another coup d'etat in 2004 as well. People do not trust democracy anymore, and they don't care. The financing of the politics, is not really clean money. And obviously, if I'm financing someone to go into politics, I would want that person to serve my own interests. And their own interest is to keep Haiti as the turning plate, a platform to transit drugs from, South America to North America, mostly the United States. So that status quo is what's keeping us in that quagmire.
What sort of help do you think the country needs from the international community to be able to scale down on the violence?
We need the help, which Kenya has gracefully said that it would provide to us. Although I think 1,000 officers is not a lot. Support for the building of the democratic institutions, which no longer exist. The justice system, for example, their offices downtown, the Palais de Justice, they are not able to access that. So how can you dispense justice when you're not even able to sit at your offices with a clear mind?
Well, that's all the time we had for on today's program. Feel free to get in touch with me and the rest of the team on social media. I'm at Odhiambo Roda. Don't forget to tag at BBC Africa. Good night and see you tomorrow.
From farm to plate. Do you really know what you're eating? Any glitch in the circuit of the food chain can change the price and size of what you eat. Technology has totally changed the face of farming, but how is Ghana plugging in? Join Emma Davis and Prince Appiah on the food chain as they project startups in the agri sector, highlight the gains and plight of industry players, while engaging the experts for more insights in agri-related issues. Food Chain, everything agriculture and more, airs during the Joy Business Report every Thursday at 1 p.m. on Joy FM and every Saturday at 6 p.m. on the Joy News channel, with a repeat on Tuesdays at 2:30 p.m.
They have got some incredible stories. You've probably never heard of them before.
If you are better than the coach, then you should have been the coach.
We ever knelt down to beg a coach to take Suleiman Tari to a tour?
Yes. In 2010, I did it.
Milo asked you to sign for his agent and you refused?
Yes.
Mufti, at a point, nobody wants to come and play for the Blasters. Since 2008, semi-finals, finals, semi-finals, finals.
If we continue like this, I can assure you and I can bet you.
Anything happen negative concerning the team, it's me.
What is deeper poor? Porter.
Can he still win a world title?
With my experience, it's a no-go area. We've come across a lot of featherweights. And Isaac Dogbe do not match them at all.
First of all, I think the GBA itself need a lot of schooling.
If Seto Kweku is re-elected, you think that Ghana football will crumble? Is that what you're saying?
We are in debt.
If that is what is in his mind, then tell him he should stop it.
They have to clean their heads.
When the voice is Jamata in Ghana Sports speak, they speak here on Prime Take every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. on Joy News.
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way.
as for the marriage, you get the certificate before you get into the marriage. So you don't know what is ahead of you.
What would make your partner walk out of the relationship?
Probably when he finds me cheating.
No. So, but I don't know if you handle the body or what. What's his waist size?
It's in the end here. When I get home, I'll explain it.
Also, Papa, 2 years or so, and 3 years ago, and you say, I can't pray.
And you want to go into politics?
You want to go into politics? Not 5 years, not 5 years.
Right. If you love me right.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's edition of The Probe. It's your election headquarters edition, made possible by Petrol Sol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrol Sol is always a delightful experience. Tonight we will conduct a post-mortem of the NPP's parliamentary primaries in constituencies with sitting MPs. It was definitely a fierce battle that has seen as many as 28 sitting MPs losing their hold on what they once called their seat. We'll get to unpack all the issues before, during and after the parliamentary primaries and the major hurdles that candidates had to cross to get here. Don't forget, the bigger contest will be on December 7, or rather is it November 7, depending on how much work goes into the realization of the EC's proposed reforms, but that's for another day. Tonight we'll probe how the mighty have fallen and how some of the mighty nearly fell but stood firm. That's all on the show tonight, and we'll get to go through all the details. If you missed it yesterday, this is a recap show for you. We are live on the JoyNews channel on Joy 99.7 FM on radio, also on myjoyonline.com. We are on Facebook, DSTV channel 421, GoTV is 125. And the number of qualified aspirants that went into the contest yesterday, 318. Unopposed, 33. The number of cases in court is just 1 so far from what we're hearing. Also disqualified aspirants, 17 of them were disqualified. Those who stepped down, we had 4 of them on hold. We're told about 3, but it appears that it's about 4. We know about Ikuapem South, we know about Mampong, we know about Binduri, and we're also hearing about Aguna West. We'll get into the details of that. And the candidates that were vetted is 376. So that's the number that went into the contest yesterday. Incumbent MP constituency, we had Sarah Joseph. We know about the situation in Dom Kwabinya. Many of you are not surprised about that situation. Ablekuma North, Sheila Battles is out. Amasaman, we had a Kuya Owuswefi Efrifa Mensa also out. In Tema Central, Eves Hansen Norte is out of the contest. So one of the casualties, we have Moses Enim Trobu, ni Tina Gifty na Ayele Mensa Wejagbawe. So this is the Greater Accra contest. This is what we are looking at in terms of the incumbent casualties. So let's go to the Ashanti region now. Atrima Mpunia, that's what we call it. Isaac Kwame Esiama is out. Atrima Wabieja South, Emmanuel Eje Amre is out. Akwesi Dakwa Boating Bosome Freho out of the contest. Akwesi Dako Boating in Drabing, he lost. George Kwabena Obin Techi Mansun Kwanta out. That's still in the Ashanti region. We have Emmanuel Akwesi Jemfi Odotobri in Team Augustine Collins, Offenso North, one that many are surprised about. And the biggest one many are so surprised about when it comes to the Ashanti region, Eugene Boache Entry, Subing, one of the men that led Ken Must Go contest in Parliament. He's out. And now he will not contest or, lead Subing again. We have a lawyer, Obri Boahin, taking over in Subing. Let's head to the eastern region now. Osei John Frempong Abrim. Gifty Chumampof Webuakwa North out. Suhum Kwejua Sante is out. Kofi Ochria Jekum Fantiakwa South. Kwabena Amankwe Siama Fantiakwa North. So north and south, they've all booted out their MPs. We go to the eastern region. We're still in the eastern region. We go on. Yeah, let's go on. Now we have the central region. Elvis Morris Donko, Abura Asebu Kwamankese out. Bright Rekubrobe unfortunately, Himan Lowa Denchua, the Deputy Employment, Labour and Relations Minister, many of us, our hearts are broken. Bryce Rekubobe is out. He's been booted out. In the northern region, Jabba John Benham Zabzugu is out. In the western region, Joseph Kujo, another surprising one. Efia. We also have Samuel Erickson Abaka Shama, also out. We head to another region. Okay, so these are the female faces. Unfortunately, we're hoping that we could get a number of females staying, but incumbent MPs who've lost. These are the faces. Wale, we have our gender minister out. Gifty Chumampofo, Ama Puma Boatin Jabbing, Sheila Battels, my MP, Ablekuma North out. Sarah Joasa, for many not surprised about that. Dom Kwabinya out. So these are the faces. And Tina, Gifty Nayeli Mensa, Deputy Health Minister, she's out. She's been replaced by Jerry Ahmed in the Wejak Bawe constituency. So these are the faces. Now in Dom Kwabenya, at least you know them. We go on. Michael Okwe is now going, Okwe Jr. And Dr. Gideon Bwaku is joining us via Zoom. We'll get details from him shortly, how he did it. And ousted Dr. Frida Prempe, Sanitation Minister. She replaced Cecilia Abinadapa. We have in Subing, so this is what it looks like. We've taken over Kofi Obri Yeboah. Many we do not even know so much is booted out. Eugene Boachientry, we've been talking about that. So yeah, we'll just go through the slides. Now, another crack contest. Asensu Boache, he was able to stay in spite of all the challenges and the hurdles he faced. He's been able to retain that seat, and he will be facing that contest in December. Bantama. Now, which one are we going next to? Yeah, let's go. We go to Asante Achim Central. Well, this was a huge one also. Kwame Enyimadu fought that battle and won against Kofi Ofosun Kansa and then Nana Ajiman Amponsa. Which other one? The other crack contest, Adansia Sokwa, KT Hammond. He was able to retain that. He beat Samuel Dakwa Benefo. He told him he was going to beat him in that contest. Definitely did, in spite of all the issues that came up. Andy Apiakubi, one other contest in Asante Achim North that many thought he would be beaten by Kwesi Kwating Frimpong, but unfortunately, it's just 12 votes that he got there. So it doesn't look like it was a contest at all for Andy Apiakubi in Asante Achim North. Which other one can we look at? We go on to Ayawasu Central. This was another one that Isikwe was hoping that Abo Moses would beat the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Henry Korte, but that did not happen. Look at in fact, the gap was not too wide, 594,326, but of course, it's wide in such a contest, definitely wide. So that'll be all in terms of the crack contest, how the mighty have fallen, the near falling mighty, amongst others. But let me go to Zoom right now, and then I'll introduce my guest also to you. Of course, I'll be taking inputs from Dr. Srebo Kweku, Director of Electoral Services, Electoral Commission. He will join us via phone. We'll touch base with Henry Nana Boache, National Organizer of the NPP, currently in Kumasi for obvious reasons, because they are meeting the Ashanti Traditional Council tomorrow. We'll also have Dr. Rashid Rahman, Executive Director, Africa Center for Parliamentary Affairs, joining us via Zoom, and taking inputs for Dr. Asa Sante. He's a Senior Political Science Lecturer at University of Ghana. He'll give us details. And in the studios tonight, we are privileged to have join us the President, Women in Politics Forum, Abuja, Nigeria, Ebere Ifendu. She's in the studios with us. She came to monitor this particular contest and thankfully will join us with what she found. Welcome to the studios. Thank you so much for having us. We also have Evans Nimako, Director of Elections of the NPP, accompanying her. He's in the studios with us. Evans, what a contest has been. Are you surprised at any?
This is the victory for the New Patriotic Party.
Okay, well, we'll get into it shortly. But let me stay on Zoom and find out if Dr. Gideon Bwako joins us via Zoom. We understand he will be jetting out of the country shortly, so we'll touch base with him. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Gideon Bwako. Congratulations in order, I guess. You have to unmute.
Sorry about that. Good evening. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I should be asking you how you're doing a day after the victory. How are you feeling?
I'm doing so well. I just got to Accra and to meet the family, and it's all joy at home, and I'm happy.
What did the trick? Is it the Baumia factor? What exactly happened? How did you beat Frida Prempe?
Well, I think first of all is by the grace of God, the favor of God and the grace of God were with me, and then when it comes to my personal aspects, I think I work hard. I've endeared myself to the delegates and the constituency for quite a long time. Tano North is.
Oh dear. We have a freeze in that connection to Dr. Gideon Boako. But we'll try again and reconnect with Dr. Gideon Boako. And then, of course, we'll be hearing from Sylvester Mensah as well on this. But let me take a quick break here on the probe. We'll return with more. Please do stay with me. I am Emefa Apau, and this is the probe. Please do stay. And this is your election headquarters, made possible by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity. Petrosol is always a delightful experience, and it's the postmortem of the NPP parliamentary primaries that was held yesterday across the country in terms of areas where they have sitting MPs, and we're talking about the casualties. We've been hearing from one of the men that has already beaten a mighty one in Tano North, Dr. Gideon Boako. We'll get back to him shortly via Zoom. But let me bring in Dr. Srebo Kweku, who is Director of Electoral Services for the Electoral Commission, monitoring or supervising that particular election for the NPP yesterday. Dr. Srebo Kweku, thank you so much for joining us here on the probe. So it's, I would want to find out, at least in terms of supervision of this particular contest. How would you describe it?
Thank you, Anita. Good evening, my sister, and good evening to your listeners and viewers. When it comes to elections at this time, the party conduct the election under the supervision of the Electoral Commission. So we are tasked to supervise 104 constituency elections, and by the grace of God, we successfully completed 103 with the exception of END, where the final part was disrupted.
So the Yendi, it's good that you mentioned the issue about Yendi. What really happened when it comes to the Yendi situation, Dr. Srebo?
According to our officers, they had finished sorting out. They have stacked them according to their candidates. So they were counting the first candidate ballot when some people rise into the seat and they started destroying the ballot papers.
So is it the case that there was no declaration at the end of the day when it comes to the Yendi votes?
Yes, so the feedback from the region is that we were not able to declare the results there.
But they do not know who actually won. So the counting process did not conclude for us to know who actually won for declaration to be done.
Exactly, so as far as the commission is concerned.
So as it stands now, no candidate can say they won that election in Yendi.
From the electoral commission point of view, we did not complete the process.
So what will happen then after this?
It is left the, like I said, the party is conducting and we are supervising. So the party will have to take it.
Okay. But generally, though, apart from the Yendi situation, do you have cause for concern when it comes to your supervision of the other constituencies?
I think all the other places were smoothly run. We had all the support from the party and the state delegates and the security services. So we didn't have any difficulty in declaring the results of the others.
So on a scale of 0 to 10 or 1 to 10, how would you say, in terms of your supervision and the conduct by the NPP itself, how would you rate yesterday's elections, you'd say?
If necessary, complete one, the negative is 1 over 104. So technically, you are more than 99% correct. So I think we are successful by more than 99%.
Okay. Well, that's a good one, and you can hear Evans Nimako there giggling in the studios about that ratings that you've given in the NPP. We're grateful for your time, Dr. Srebo Kweku, for that assessment of yesterday's elections. And that's the Director of Electoral Services for the Electoral Commission, giving us their view on yesterday's elections. Dr. Gideon Boako will conclude with us via Zoom. Dr. Gideon Boako, I'm hoping we have a better connection to you now. You were telling me about what did the trick in terms of your beating Frida Prempeh in Tano North.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear now. Hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, I'm okay now. Hello?
Okay, Dr. Wako, it appears that the victory is affecting the network connection there, and the network is pretty happy about your win as well. But we'll try and then establish contact with you shortly. But let me come into the studios, and I would want to hear from Ebere Fendu, especially in terms of your monitoring of the situation. We're really grateful that you're here with us in the studios. You've been around. Let's talk about where you've been and what you noticed.
Okay, I was in Ashanti, Kumasi, right?
Okay, it was your first in Kumasi?
Yeah, my first in Kumasi, yes.
Okay.
And we visited about 5 thereabouts, stations for the elections, and it was orderly. And what got me attracted to the whole thing was we saw that the Electoral Commission was fully involved with the primaries. We saw that they used the Electoral Commission polling, voting things. They had the ballot box and everything. And then there was enough security. It was done orderly. For me, I had conversations with some of the aspirants that we met there, and they were all, happy with the process. And in politics and in electoral process, nomination of candidates is very important. So you are either winning or losing from the point of nomination. You nominate the wrong candidate, it means that the party will lose that seat. And then if there is rancor, there's also a problem. It might lead to people, voting, another direction. But when the nomination process is so clear that if you win, you will know that truly you actually won that election. And if you lose, you will also know that you lost. That will give you, that feeling of I did my best. Either my people supported me or they didn't support me. It means at that time, they didn't see you as the right candidate. And that will also make you work for the party. So it's not now going to be about you. But when you feel cheated, and so I'm so impressed with the process. And like I said, we're going to take this back to Nigeria. Because in Nigeria, after primaries like this, then there will be litigations. So I'm surprised that in Ghana, such things don't happen here. Most people actually lost their seats through the judicial process. And it's because of, nomination process, lack of internal party democracy. For me, I saw internal party democracy work. Mm-hmm. Yes, and I'm very much impressed. So I'm happy that I'm in Ghana to witness this. And I'm taking back so much. We are about also having a kind of amendment of our electoral laws and then the Constitution. So my recommendation would be like a report of my observation here in Ghana. So some of the things that we have seen, and these are the things that, I can tell you is a positive thing in politics. We want to also take it back. So it's going to form my recommendation, because we are looking at how are we going to reduce the influence of the judiciary in elections. And then I'll give you an instance. In Nigeria, a state in one of our states, Plateau State, the governor there is now a governor, like an orphan governor, without a single member of parliament in his state, both at the national and at the state level, because we run a federation. So his case is a pathetic situation. They won elections, but because of internal democracy, people challenged it. And then the Supreme Court, for the legislators, it ended at the Court of Appeal. They were all removed. The governor was lucky his case went to Supreme Court, and they returned him. So he is an orphan governor. You are going to be at the mercy of an opposition legislature, and you know what that means. So I think it's very important for us to get things done at the nomination period. Okay. So I'm very excited. I'm happy with my experience.
But some would say maybe you've been to the party stronghold, at least, is the Ashanti region that you were in. Even though it was an internal contest, maybe from where you were taken to or where you went to, everything may have been that orderly. Have you checked on the other areas, whether indeed that meets the satisfaction and what you've been talking about?
Yes, because I've also spoken to some friends I have in Ghana here, and from the reports from their constituency, And again, let me even say something. It was a very fierce contest. Yes. Very fierce contest. So even when you look at it as, Kumasi is the party's stronghold, I saw the aspirants, they were tensed. No, they were really not sure of winning. So the delegates had the power to determine who will go for them.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's about, the stronghold of the party. It's about organization. And I think this is not just about what played out yesterday. It must have been a process that was put in place to get to this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get into the issues about vote buying and whether your monitoring picked up any of these happening in the areas that you went to. But Evans Dimako, I'm sure at this point is itching to coming on this. At least there's only one case that we are told was in court, but the issues about the consequences that were on hold. Maybe you can clarify that for us, then we can look at what happened yesterday.
Well, thank you for having me, and good evening to viewers. I think for us as New Patriotic Party, we are happy with the outcome, at least. And for viewers, we've heard from Dr. Srebo Kweku from the Electoral Commission. We've also heard from Barrister Iberi, a foreigner who went to Kumasi. I mean, if there was going to be any heated contestation, it was going to be in our stronghold. And as she said, this must be a process that really worked. We started this exercise when nomination was open. Everything has been very transparent. Aspirants will tell you that they were given all that they needed to have from the party's point of view. Registers were given. Delegates were assured that they were in there. Registers were verified by the constituency. We collaborated very well with the Electoral Commission and the Ghana Police Service. So we were not surprised with the outcome. But, as human as we are, there will be one or two casualties. So the party...
As 28 casualties.
No, I'm saying that in terms of the conduct of the exercise, you are mentioning other issues. In terms of people, certain MPs who could not make it at this stage, it's unfortunate, but this is New Patriotic Party, a very organized internal exercise. They are all pleased with the outcome. I've not, as I sit, heard from any one of the candidates who was not successful complaining about the whole conduct. So I am happy and confident that we are going to put ourselves together and work hard towards getting our presidential candidate, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, winning December 7 presidential elections, as well as New Patriotic Party winning majority of the seats in Parliament in order to make government business in the House very successful, not to have the kind of Parliament we have now. And so we will continue to work together. This is the evidence of winning the major elections ahead of us. We are very focused. We know we have numbers across constituencies. And I want at this point to say that before the elections, the national chairman issued a goodwill message to the parliamentary candidates and the party at large. The General Secretary issued protocols to party rank and file, both candidate and delegates. And the collaboration between the party and the EC worked very well. You, the media, covered almost every constituency that we had this exercise. And we are all seeing how it turned out. And it is because it is New Patriotic Party that is organizing it. And so maybe in future you will see other parties, maybe NDC, they won't give you any better story to tell.
But guidelines that we're giving ahead of the election, no campaign, no campaigning on campaign day, issues about vote buying, you were not really clear on that. But at least our reports, at least you mentioned that the media was everywhere. Our reports about camping, at least it came up, there were allegations of camping on that day, especially in Ablekuma West, for instance, and the vote buying issues that came up. Is the party concerned?
Well, I mean, at this point, I'll crave your indulgence. You shouldn't hear one side of the story and conclude. The definition of political party act is very clear on it. Treating is not, it's illegal. And so if it happened, it must be reported. I'm aware of one case where an MMDC or an MC who had been nominated felt that giving some support to delegates, he didn't get what he wanted and was chasing after them. And then I'm aware also that the OSP is after him. So that's about it. In all constituencies that we had this exercise, there were regional executives and national executives. as well as the Constituency Elections Committee. At the end of exercise like this, they're expected by the National Executive Committee to submit official reports. And these reports are collaborated by what we get from the EC and the Ghana Police Service.
Okay.
And so the NEC will wait to receive reports from these bodies, and then whatever action needs to be undertaken by leadership will be taken. So
one such constituency will be Yendi. We'll be getting to it and what action. You heard the EC that the party would have to take that action. So Evans, will come to you on that. But let me go on Zoom, and we've been talking about some casualties. 28 of them at least have fallen. They are not going back to Parliament. And that's an issue of concern for at least political watchers in terms of what will happen. And we know some of them who are not contesting again, at least they didn't contest again. And what kind of parliament will the 9th parliament be is one of the issues of concern. Let me bring in Dr. Rashid Draman on this, but I'm told that we have a better connection to Dr. Gideon Boako. Maybe we'll try one last time and see if we can get that victory message from Dr. Gideon Boako. Then I'll come to you, Dr. Rashid Draman. Dr. Gideon Boako, I bet we have a better connection to you. I was asking you if it was the Baumia factor that did the trick for you.
No, I can't say that. Like I said, I went into the elections very well prepared, and I worked for it. I had a very solid team also at the constituency who were even working for me at the time that I was not around because of work in Accra. But I must say that, yes, the grace of God was with me, but this is something I've also worked on very hardly by myself, by my team, and all those who helped me. It will interest you to know that I went into this contest, and about the 85 campaign team members I had, all of them were delegates who were moving crisscross in the constituency. And I had a team of dedicated young people who were ready, battle ready to cause a change in Tanonoff, because they felt there needed to be a change in the NPP parliamentary elections in the constituency. So it's not just by myself, but I must say, I really, really salute the gallant young people and elders of the constituency who believed in me, had trusted me, loved me, had confidence in me, and showed commitment towards this good cause. So it has nothing to do with the office I work with. In any case, the current MP I was seated is the cabinet minister. So if there is anything, she's the one who should have leveraged such advantages. But I think it's by hard work. We worked so hard, and we were able to secure the victory.
Has Frida reached out to you already? And the concern now is going forward, how you're both going to work together to retain that seat for your party.
She has not reached out to me yet, but I'm sure.
But have you reached out?
I haven't done so also. I left the constituency this morning and came to Accra this evening. I got to Accra in an hour time. And I'm sure if she hasn't reached out to me today, it's so much of a problem. Let's give ourselves some time and some latitude to take some respite. So I'm sure in the coming days, both of us will speak. Either I reach out to her first or she reaches out to me. But whichever way it is, I understand that beyond the competition, there ought to be cooperation, and we have to come together to work hard to increase the votes in the constituency, and more importantly.
Okay. All right. I think that'll be all for Dr. Gideon Boako. At least he's actually mentioned at least he's going to reach out to Frida Prempeh amongst others. We've also tried reaching out to her, but it's been difficult so far. But Dr. Rashid Draman, you're on Zoom with us as well. So we've been talking about the names. I'm sure already we've compiled the list. We got 28 at the last count, including Joa Safo, and we have Eugene Boachienchi, Tina Mensah, a number of them that have fallen already. And we have some new entrants coming in. You've been looking at the list and the old guards also that did not contest. Already looking ahead into the 9th Parliament, are you happy with how it's going to look like in terms of the dynamics and how everything is going to play out in the 9th Parliament?
I'm not happy. I think going into the 9th Parliament, we have a struggle in terms of civilizing the Parliament. And that struggle is the issue of experience and continuity versus inclusion. If you add those who lost yesterday to the already tall list particularly tall in terms of longevity in parliament and experience of those who decided not to run, the likes of Honorable Chambers and his group. You add that to what we saw yesterday. We have a serious problem on our hands. On the one hand, we want to give a resolution. We want to make sure that different voices take part in our democratic process, take part in Parliament. At the same time, you want to make sure that you don't sacrifice experience and longevity in Parliament for just simply the issue of inclusion, particularly in our republic, where not many people get prepared before we come to Parliament. And today, I think we all agree the kind of challenges that our country faces, as well as the nature of democracy today, the nature of the global issues that people in leadership have to deal with. That is not for everyone. We need people who are prepared. So come January 2025, I think the 9th Parliament is going to be the night of a lot of experienced hands. And some may say, well, we will have fresh minds coming in. But let me state this. I mean, we need fresh minds, or we need fresh, prepared minds.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you are going to have a situation where, you get people in there, particularly also because of the kind of system that we run in Parliament. They get, a kind of induction when they come in. But usually this induction is just a 3-day kind of event. And after that, they have to learn through the ropes. And, the position where we are as a country, I think this is not the time to be playing with very important issues like who goes to Parliament and who makes decisions on behalf of all of us. And let me state, when I've been listening to the discussion for a while now, and I've heard the issue of monetization, the issue of vote buying. We can deny it anyhow we want, but this is now an open secret. As somebody said today, these are done, in broad daylight under sunshine. Things that used to be done in secret, and we hear them in whispers. Today, people are bold enough to say, I paid this, and this person also paid, but he paid more. Or we hear delegates saying, the person gave me this, and this candidate gave me this. How did we get to this point as a country? We are destroying our democracy, and what it means is that going forward and very soon, people who have very serious contributions to make in our country would need to be denied the opportunity.
But it appears that we've all, but it looks like it's become normal. We've normalized it to the extent that when we ask for evidence, nobody comes up with that kind of evidence. You hear delegates say that this person paid that. The OSP in the last election put some names on wanted lists. Up until now, nobody has been punished for that. Why then won't it become the case of the highest bidder goes to Parliament?
Indeed, Erica, and that is what is quite worrying. Because you and I maybe at one point might want to go to Parliament, but do we have the size of the wallet that is needed to build a war chest? And then the second issue I think I got disturbed about is the fact that the party did not protect its women candidates, women MPs.
Thank you.
The honorable, the director of elections for the MPP is sitting there. Maybe you should put that question to him. I mean, why did they sacrifice all these women and just let them out into the open and put them, I mean, without any protection? And already we are crying. We have 40 out of 275 women. Which are gone. Come elections, the rest that are left in parliament, most of them are likely to lose. I mean, if we go by the trends from previous elections.
Mm-hmm.
We are not careful. We wake up in January, we are going to have less than the current 15 or so % that we have.
Okay.
Yet the IPU, the Interparliamentary Union, the CPA, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, now is on the neck. I mean, these organizations are on the necks of all parliaments around the world. By 2040, if you don't have parity, you can't come and sit at the table and make decisions in the world affairs of parliament. You can only show up and sit there as an observer. And if this trend continues where we don't protect our women, we are going to very soon be an observer when it comes to the world of politics.
Okay.
And
Dr.
I think, yes.
We'll have to leave it here for now, Dr. Rashid Rahman, and I'm sure that these are conversations that we'll have going forward, looking at the list that we've brought in. Dr. Asas Sante also joins us on the phone. At least he's been watching this election as well, political watcher. And Evans has noted this particular issue about the women and the protection, and I'm sure Barrister Berry will also have an input on that. But Dr. Asas Sante, this is an election that you've been watching and monitoring as well yesterday. Any particular surprises for you in terms of the names that have come up, those who won and those who lost?
Good evening, MFA.
Good evening, Doc.
I'm not surprised about the turn of events. I was expecting a thing of that nature, where we actually want some of these people to leave Parliament because the people want them out. They believe that they have outlived their usefulness. They have not been able to address their concerns for them. And
which constituency, for instance, are you referring to?
You have heard from the political system that some constituencies, they said that, this person must go. We don't need this person or that person. Take, for instance, Adjoa Safo. You know, I was not surprised that he lost because as an MP, you represent the views, the interests of your party. And you also represent the interests and views of your constituents in Parliament. And you serve as a link between your people and government. This role, in the last 2 years or so, you don't see Madam playing this role effectively. In other words, he left his people. When the party needed her support in terms of voting, he was nowhere to be found. Only we find him on the internet dancing to tunes and TikToking and whatnot. He was very responsible on the part of Madam Amasi, all right? Because then you left the constituents without any representation, and you also left the party without any support. Obviously, they are not going to put you in Parliament again. So I was surprised that you got the courage to go and then show herself that you wanted to contest. If I were I wouldn't have taken that position that well. He has the right to take that. But the good news is that the people of Domefa Benya have shown to the world that they will not countenance anything short of the service that they require from their leaders. And for me, that was very refreshing. They did exactly that. And that, going forward, anybody giving the power to serve, you need to be able to dedicate yourself to the service of people as well as your party and your government. If you forget about these things, you'll be shown the exit. Others who also lost, like the Subing MP, all right, I was not surprised.
You weren't?
Yes, he was fighting a good cause.
Okay.
But you realize that the political actors, a lot were against him. It's unfortunate. So definitely, a system will be put in place to get you out. That aside, If we're taking such a duty or a tax, you need to also put your house in order. If you look at the constituency, for your people to vote against you, obviously there are a number of things that you were not able to deliver to them. And based on that, it will form part of the opinion of keeping you out.
Are you one of those who think that at least he may have been punished by the system for the course or the path that he chose?
Oh, obviously, the political actors will have a hand in that, but that is not alone. But the consequences for for you to lose, then it means that it goes more than what we are talking about. What is the situation on the ground? More often than not, people forget about constituency-specific issues. And they occupy their attention with things that are national in character. That is not to say that is wrong. But look, you want to serve the two masters at the same time. How you balance it is nobody's business. Your duty is to be able to play that role very well. And I think that is where the gentleman did not do well. He was fighting a good cause. And I like his bravado and all that. But he failed to put his house in order in the constituency. And obviously, they will throw you out. There was always this statement by some of the political leaders within NPP that, and I just heard also from Dr. Rahman, the issue of the treason rate in Parliament and the rest of them. I hold a contrary view. Yes, anybody put in Parliament will learn the ropes, and in no time he will become the best for his party or her party and the state. All right, so if all the time, yes, if we are lucky to have experienced people maintain at all times, fine. But look, nobody can decide to the constituents who they want them to represent them in Parliament. So we'll continue to change them. And I expect, and I also trust Parliament. Parliament always have what? The socializing, serve as a socializing agency. And be able to inculcate values, give them training, and in no time, they rise up to the occasion. You recall the time of D.H. Mensah, Abraham Oseju, and all that. Where was Mr. K. Mensah? He was just a backbencher. But in no time, the gentleman learned the rules. He became a toast of many. And his work is there for the world to see. So I believe that anybody given the opportunity to be in Parliament, in no time, if he is serious, you learn the rules and become the best. But I want the changes to continue unabated. That any MP who does not perform, we should throw the person out without any, fear or favor. That is the way to go. So that once you go there, you remember that people put you there. You serve our interest. If not, you can come and then tell us any cock and bull or we throw you out. Then the issue of monetization and all that.
Briefly on that.
As a big problem. And there is no problem that we cannot solve. But unfortunately, for my country, we are not ready to solve this problem. The political actors are so hypocritical that they always play ostrich as if this thing doesn't happen. They hide behind, giving transport to people. They define it in all manner of terms, just to throw that into our eyes that, it doesn't happen, where is the evidence and all that. But I tell you, from where I sit, the political actors are not ready to deal with this problem. But I can tell you without fear of contradiction that if you go on this call, a time will come, look, messages will not be anything for any voter. You rather consider man, and that is where we'll lose it. But people like us will continue to speak against it because once we get there, then we don't have a democracy. You know how far we have come and how much we have sacrificed for the survival of this democracy. We will continue the advocacy and make sure that people will listen to messages, and then the one that resonates with them, they vote for those people.
Rather than taking money. Dr. Asante, we'll have to leave it here. We're indeed grateful. But before you leave, it looks like Evans Nimako wants to put in something, reaction briefly at least. There were a lot of things that you said that I saw him nodding and wanting to coming on, especially the issue about the system punishing Eugene Boachientry, for instance, and the issue about monetization. Maybe briefly before he leaves.
Yeah, so Doc, good evening, and I'm happy to hear from you. I'm happy that you disagreed with Dr. Dramani, so I'm also right to disagree with you. The system mechanism the party put in place, there was no arrangement in whichever constituency to favor any particular candidate. In the case of Subin, there were 4 candidates. I'm surprised that you want to base your argument on the fact that because of a certain agenda that he was pushing, that caused the
But he also mentioned that Eugene failed to put his house in order, apart from the fact that the system also worked against him.
If you are not careful, that will become the major issue for discussion. And that's why I want
to...
But that's the issue on the streets, though.
I also told you that other factors also played a role.
Exactly.
Can you put your heart in your hand that was also no part of the contributing factor?
I'm saying that,
but you cannot say it. But I'm saying that, by and large, he was not able to put his house in order. That's why they kicked him out.
Okay, Doc, we'll continue this conversation. Good night.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asa Sante. There is a political science lecture, but Evans, really, that's the word on the street, at least everywhere you pass. Since Eugene lost, that's the word on the street, that because he took up such a task, reason why the system fought him. Are you saying that the system did not fight Eugene?
I don't think any system fought Honorable Eugene. I'm saying that in that constituency, there were 4 of them.
But look at the votes for the 4 others.
One other person had contested with him in the previous contest. And so I'll have difficulty appreciating that position.
Okay.
And Honorable Eugene is among the 28. Honorable Gifty in Ebuakwa North couldn't make it. You mentioned that Himan Lower Dencha, Rekubrobe couldn't make it, and some people had booking, including you. And I'm saying that at this point, it's the New Patriotic Party's victory. I'm saying that our candidates who were able to garner some level of support should appreciate the constituency and realize that it will take all of them to work hand in hand for us to win. And so I'll plead with them to speak little, engage more, and work towards devising an arrangement that will get us there. And it will surprise you also to know that some women were also able to remove some men. In the case of Trobo constituency, Honorable Moses Enim lost to Gloria, and in Ablekuma North, Sheila lost to
another woman.
So, yes, it is not exciting looking at the numbers we have. I am pro-women.
But couldn't we have put a system at least in place to protect the women candidates?
The Party will not impose any candidate in any constituency. As much as possible, what we did was that a woman applying will have a certain rebate in terms of payment. And that has always been the arrangement put together by the party. But going forward, I am of the position that as a country, for us to have enough women representation in parliament, we need to have the list system or that representation where you say this is reserved for women, so that we can have the numbers. It is, you can say it, but if you are going to put a candidate that you are not sure that the electors are going to vote for her, you will not risk it. We need numbers to ensure that government business will pass. So, yes, that is why when we put in place mechanism, we make sure that it is very transparent to all parties.
But why would we be worried that when you put the women there, people will not vote for them?
So we are not imposing you. You go through as any other candidate, except that when it comes to payment of filing fees and others, you'll be given a certain rebate. The New Patriotic Party has always done this. And all the women who went into this contest will tell you that this is the fair system the party put in place. They were all given the registers. The ballots had their representation well captured, very beautiful on the ballot. Their names were there. Delegates knew them. And all other things played out.
That's not enough. And I'm sure Barrister Berry would want to come in on this, because Women in Politics Forum definitely should be concerned about the female casualties in this particular contest, and the fact that in Parliament we don't have enough women already. We've been drumming this in. I'm sure you're concerned about this.
Yeah, I'm very much concerned. You know, for me, it's not about NPP as a political party. It's a problem that we have across Africa. And I think it's something that, you know, the people of Ghana should look, you know, into. We need a parliament that will be able to, you know, pass the affirmative action law. It's now so clear that, you know, it's not what we are going to allow the political parties to decide. There has to be a legislation. there has to be a change in constitution that will talk about affirmative action, that will talk about special seats for women. I'll just give you an example of what happened in Sierra Leone. If prior to their elections, they had just about 18 women in parliament. But few months to the election, their Gender and Equal Opportunities Law was passed. And that helped women to come up. And so there was this law that says that every political party filing candidates must have a minimum of 30% representation. And so the Electoral Commission insisted that as they are bringing the list of candidates, for every 3 candidates, 1 must be a woman. What did that do? It helped women in Sierra Leone to come up. After the elections, they moved from 18 to 40 women in parliament. So you see, it's a problem we have in Africa. When we celebrate Rwanda, when we talk about Senegal, South Africa, and the rest, they have laws. So we need to ensure that we have laws that will govern this. Apart from women losing their seats, I'm still saying that it's not even enough. It's not just about the women that lost their seats. There should be a certain percentage of women in every parliament, not only in Ghana. We are having the same issues in Nigeria. We presented 5 gender bills last parliament, and we lost all the bills. We are re-strategizing to see that we represent all. We
still have the affirmative action bill in parliament.
Exactly. So I think it's something that African women will come together. It's looking as if it's bigger than a particular country. So, but if we can come together as African women and make this demand and push it up to the United Nations, because we need. You go to United Nations, there are conventions. I'm sure Ghana is a signatory, just like Nigeria. But why is it difficult for it to be domesticated? So it's something that will, look for a more positive way to push it, and then let there be laws that will guide women. I'm happy that MPP is giving some kind of concession to women, but I'm saying it's not enough. It is not a problem of the party. It's actually a problem of the system. And so we need, legislation to do that for us.
Hopefully. But I was asking you earlier about the constituencies that were put on hold and whether there's a decision, at least we've finished the elections. What then happens? Is it 3 constituencies? Is it 4? What exactly, or how many constituencies exactly were put on hold, and what's their fate going forward?
Okay, so we are going to have this contest in 104 constituencies. 3 of them went to court. Mampong, Agona West constituency went to court, and then Binduri. Binduri was supposed to be acclamation, but then it was still put on hold. Then we had Kapim South because Honorable Obiama withdrew from the contest, but then there was a petition from the regional constituency party. No MC, regional and constituency party wrote to national headquarters. And if you look at our constitution, it says that for you to become a candidate for a constituency, you need to satisfy the constituency party, regional party, and national party. So if there's a petition from the 2, it makes sense that national party gives it a certain attention. And we are just done with it. The national chairman, general secretary, is going to receive a report from officers who went round, after which the session will be taken. We will also be waiting.
But the MC asked that he wants to be part of the election, knowing that now the MP for the area, at least Obiamwa, was not contesting again. What's the fate of that MC? Is he going to be allowed to contest? Should we start that particular race?
So the issue put up by the General Secretary's communication was that because of the petition received from the constituency and the regional party. And so it doesn't have to do with what the MC wrote. So when the National Executive Committee meets, I think the national chairman will then communicate. And we are doing this to ensure that even though we are not in a rush, the New Patriotic Party is focused in winning, but making sure that everybody is on board. That's why at this stage we are urging our candidates who were able to obtain higher numbers from the delegates to invite all those who went into the contest with them to ensure that we're able to reconcile and go into elections 2024 with a united front and beat the NDC to it.
Meanwhile, Yendi, you did not address the issue about Yendi. We've had both of them saying their winners.
We had Dr. Srebo Kweku. The report he received from his regional director is that they were not able to conclude. We are yet to receive reports from the national officer and the regional party and the constituency party. We collaborate that with what we get from the police and the EC. And that will inform the party.
What then will you say to the candidates then? Both of them are holding themselves up, saying that they've won that election, even though the EC has not officially declared.
They must all respect the protocols given by the party through the General Secretary. They must respect the party's constitution and the guidelines that were put out by the National Executive Committee.
Okay. Well, let me bring in briefly before we wrap up Sylvester Tete, Botiano, English Yamanfro. It was such a tight race, but he definitely came out victorious. Sylvester Tete, thank you so much for joining us here on the probe as we wrap up. Really, definitely must have been a very tight race for you in Botiano, English Yamanfro. What worked?
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Thank you very much.
Mr. Tete?
Yes, please.
We can hardly hear you. I'm asking, it definitely was a tight race, but what did the trick for you?
Well, thank you very much. Good evening to our listeners. Obviously, in the US, it's a competition, and there are many, many factors that account for elections in this country. Having won election over 120 something difference is tight, but not that tight. In a contest where there are many, many forces, obviously. Well, my good work in the constituency, what I've done in the last 3 years, I would say did a trick for me. There's so much at stake, and of course, different interests. Certainly, people who voted against me who attest to the fact that in the last 3 years, what I've done in that constituency, we've had MPs in the past. My record stands tall. But there are other factors and other considerations people to come to that determination. But in a nutshell, I think I've won with over 120 votes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not to say that it was close. It wasn't close.
Okay. Congratulations certainly will be in order, because there were those who were saying that you would have been punished by the system for at least your delegates, I should say, not the system. Everyone doesn't want me to use the word system, but at least we know the track record. At least you didn't go with Afafranto, you stayed with the NPP, and people were hoping that you'll be punished for that. But going forward, I'm sure briefly, 30 seconds, I'm sure a message going forward to your constituents and your other contestants.
Well, what it means is that today, my closest contender called to congratulate me today.
Okay.
And I shared with the vision for the party that all of us have a responsibility to come together and work for the party.
Okay.
A way to lead the party into victory. And I don't think that should be lost on her at this moment. All of us should be mindful. I've told my supporters yesterday that we must be moderate in our celebration. We have a bigger task ahead of all of us. The biggest enemy in going to an election is a divided house, and I don't think that I want to lead a party that is divided. If the contest is over, what is ahead of us is beating the NDC